بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة عبد الله آل صالح وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم في هذا اليوم المميز في مؤتمر الاستدامة للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، المحاسبة والتقارير المالية. هنا حيث تتلاقى رؤى الأمل وتتعانق تطلعات المستقبل في إطار مسيرة لا تعرف التوقف نحو بناء غد أفضل وأكثر استدامة. الحضور الكريم، يسرنا أن نلتقي اليوم بكم في إمارة دبي ومع هذا الجمع الكريم. وقد جاء هذا المؤتمر ليكون منصة حوارية تفتح آفاقاً جديدة أمام التحديات التي تواجهنا في مسار المحاسبة والتقارير المالية، واضعين بالحسبان معايير الاستدامة التي باتت ركناً أصيلاً في تحقيق النمو والازدهار. فكما أن الأرض تسقي بذورها كي تثمر خيراتها، نحن هنا اليوم نسقي أفكارنا بالعلم والمعرفة لنحصد نتائج تعزز من استدامة مواردنا. فأهلا ومرحبا بكم في رحاب مؤتمر الاستدامة للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، المحاسبة والتقارير المالية. الآن مع كلمة وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد سعادة عبد الله آل صالح، فليتفضل مشكورا.
معالي رياض المبارك، سعادة الأخت أسماء سموكي رئيسة الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين، سعادة الأخ سيف المهيري رئيس جمعية المحاسبين والمدققين، أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، سيدات السادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أتحدث إليكم في هذا المؤتمر، مؤتمر الاستدامة في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، والذي يعقد تحت رعاية من معالي وزير الاقتصاد معالي عبد الله بن طوق المري. ويمثل هذا المؤتمر منصة حيوية لاستكشاف الاتجاهات المستقبلية في المحاسبة والتدقيق، مع التركيز على تقارير الاستدامة وتعزيز الممارسات المستدامة في منطقتنا. أعبر عن امتناني لجمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين والاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين في تنظيم هذا الحدث الذي يتماشى مع رؤية الإمارات لتعزيز الاستدامة عبر القطاعات الاقتصادية. ويتجلى هذا الالتزام في إعلان صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله بتمديد عام الاستدامة ليشمل كذلك هذا العام وهو عام 2024. وتولي دولة الإمارات أهمية كبيرة في تطوير قطاع المحاسبة والتدقيق واعتماد أفضل الممارسات العالمية. لقد أنشأنا إطاراً متكاملاً مع تشريعات وسياسات لضمان الاستقرار والتنافسية في بيئة الأعمال، مما يعزز الثقة بين الشركات والمستثمرين وأصحاب رؤوس الأموال. وقد حققت الإمارات خطوات كبيرة في خلق بيئة أعمال مستدامة من خلال تنفيذ سياسات وإطارات عمل مبتكرة لتعزيز الاستدامة عبر مختلف القطاعات. وأود أن نشير في هذا الإطار إلى قرار مجلس الوزراء في تأسيس صندوق المسؤولية المجتمعية، والذي شمل هذا القرار مجموعة من الالتزامات على الشركات، ومن ضمنها الإفصاح الإلزامي للشركات في دولة الإمارات بالإفصاح عن كل ما تقوم به تجاه المسؤولية المجتمعية، وبما يحقق مبادئ 17 للتنمية المستدامة المعلنة من الأمم المتحدة. يكمن هذا الجهد التكامل الاستراتيجي للاستدامة في الأجندة الاقتصادية الوطنية، مدعوما بتشريعات شاملة تشجع الممارسات التجارية المسؤولة، تحدد مبادرات مثل رؤية الإمارات 2021 ونحن الإمارات 2031 أهداف الاستدامة بوضوح، مع التركيز على أهمية الحفاظ على البيئة والمسؤولية الاجتماعية والمرونة الاقتصادية من خلال تعزيز التعاون بين الجهات الحكومية وأصحاب المصلحة في القطاع الخاص والمنظمات الإقليمية والدولية. وتهدف الإمارات أن تكون رائدة في مجال التنمية المستدامة. علاوة على ذلك، أنشأت الإمارات منصات وحوافز مختلفة لتشجيع الشركات على تبني الممارسات المستدامة، ويشمل ذلك الترويج لمصادر الطاقة المتجددة مثل الطاقة الشمسية من خلال عدد من المبادرات، ولعل من أهمها مجمع محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للطاقة الشمسية، والذي يهدف إلى تقليل البصمة الكربونية للدولة، بالإضافة إلى مبادرة مدينة مصدر والقائمة على الطاقة المتجددة، وتجمع ما بين الابتكار واستخدامات التكنولوجيا المتقدمة. وكذلك الإعلان عن استراتيجية الإمارات للطاقة 2050، والهدف منها أن نصل إلى أن تكون 50% من مصادر الطاقة هي من مصادر متجددة وأيضاً تهدف هذه الاستراتيجية إلى تقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية بنسبة 70% من مصادر الطاقة. وكذلك مشروع الطاقة الشمسية في مجمع الظفرة، وبرنامج التحول الأخضر، وهو برنامج يهدف إلى تقليل هذه الانبعاثات الكربونية في مختلف القطاعات وزيادة الاستثمارات في قطاعات الاقتصاد الأخضر. في عام 2023 ساهم قطاع المحاسبة والتدقيق بمبلغ 4.4 مليار درهم في ناتجنا المحلي الوطني، مع وجود 900 مكتب محاسبة يخدم أكثر من 1,000,000 كيان مسجل بالدولة، ويمثل المواطنون 53% من المحاسبين المرخصين في الدولة. ويعد هذا القطاع ركيزة من ركائز نموذجنا الاقتصادي القائم على المعرفة، وقد بلغت عضويات الزمالة من قبل جمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين 790 عضو، ومتوقع أن ينمو هذا العدد خلال السنة القادمة بشكل ملحوظ. اعترافاً بأهمية القطاع، أصدر سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله المرسوم الاتحادي رقم 41 لعام 2023 لتنظيم المهنة. تم تطوير هذا القانون من قبل جهات متعددة حكومية على المستوى الاتحادي والمحلي، ومساهمة من أصحاب المهنة من الخبراء، وكذلك باستشارة من جمعية المحاسبين والمدققين. ويهدف هذا القانون إلى تعزيز الكفاءة لهذه المهنة وتشجيع المواطنين في هذا المجال، وتعزيز كذلك البيئة التنافسية في اقتصاد الدولة. ففي الوقت الذي اتخذت فيه الإمارات قرار بإزالة شرط الشراكة في ملكية مكاتب التدقيق المحاسبة للمواطنين باعتبارها مهنة وليست تجارة، فإن حكومة الإمارات في نفس الوقت حرصت على تعزيز التوطين في المحاسبة من خلال مطالبة المكاتب بجذب والاحتفاظ بالمواطنين الإماراتيين المهرة، وضمان فرص عمل مستقرة وتدريب شامل لتحسين أدائهم. وتجري حالياً تحديثات شاملة في الإطار التنظيمي ليتماشى في الإطار التنظيمي وفي حوكمة إدارة هذا القطاع ليتماشى مع التطورات الاقتصادية العالمية، لضمان أن يلتزم قطاع المحاسبة لدينا بأفضل المعايير الدولية. وتهدف هذه التحديثات إلى دعم الابتكار والشفافية وتطوير المهارات وتعزيز دور المهنة في ازدهار اقتصادنا الوطني. على الصعيد العالمي تتطور الإفصاحات المالية المتعلقة بالاستدامة، وذلك بفضل المعايير الجديدة إفارس S1 و S2. وتعمل الإمارات على تبني هذه المعايير من خلال العمل مع جهات محلية ودولية لتعزيز آليات الإفصاح المتعلقة بالاستدامة. نقوم أيضاً بتطوير دليل سلوك مهني لرفع مستوى الأخلاقيات في المحاسبة وزيادة شفافية الممارسة البيئية والاجتماعية بما يتماشى مع رؤية الإمارات نحن الإمارات 2031. في الختام، فإن وزارة الاقتصاد ترحب بأن يتم تنظيم هذا المؤتمر على أرض دولة الإمارات، ونحن داعمين لمخرجات هذا المؤتمر بما يساهم في تقدم المحاسبة والتدقيق المالي في الإمارات وفي المنطقة، وفي تعزيز دوره في تحقيق أهداف التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والبيئية المستدامة. وشكراً لحضوركم، ونتمنى لكم كل التوفيق في هذا المؤتمر.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير لسعادة وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد على هذه الكلمة القيمة، ونحن بالتأكيد نقدر ونثمن جهودكم في دعم برامج وأنشطة الجمعية. لكم منا كل الشكر والتقدير. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، في هذه الأوقات التي نشهد فيها تحولاً عالمياً نحو تبني سياسات الاستدامة، نجد أن المحاسبة المالية تلعب دوراً حاسماً في هذا التحول. إنها لغة الأرقام التي تتحدث عن مستقبل هذا الكوكب، عن الشركات التي تتبنى الشفافية، وعن التقارير التي تعكس الالتزام نحو البيئة والمجتمع. هنا في هذا المؤتمر نهدف إلى تبادل الخبرات واستكشاف الحلول التي من شأنها دفع عجلة الاستدامة قدماً عبر تقارير مالية تسهم في تحقيق هذا الهدف. الآن ننتقل إلى كلمة من جهة محورية في هذا المجال، وهي كلمة رئيس مجلس الإدارة في جمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين سعادة سيف محمد المهيري، حيث سيستعرض دور الجمعية في دعم التوجهات نحو استدامة المحاسبة. فليتفضل مشكوراً.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. معالي رياض بن عبد الرحمن المبارك، الرئيس الفخري لجمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين، سعادة عبد الله بن أحمد آل صالح وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد، سعادة أسماء رسموكي رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود بداية أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لوزارة الاقتصاد لرعايتها الكريمة لهذا المؤتمر، كما أشكر الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين على دعمهم لهذه الفعالية المهمة وجهودهم الرائدة في تعزيز مهنة المحاسبة والتقارير والمعايير المحاسبية على المستوى الدولي. كما يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذا المؤتمر، والذي نجتمع فيه كمختصين وممارسين ومنظمين وخبراء وإعلاميين في قطاع المحاسبة والتدقيق والاستدامة من مختلف أنحاء العالم. نجتمع في دبي كي نناقش ونتحاور في موضوع ذي أهمية متزايدة على الصعيدين الدولي والإقليمي، ألا وهو المحاسبة والتقارير المالية في ضوء الاستدامة في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. إن حضورنا اليوم يعكس الطبيعة المتجددة للمحاسبة لمواكبة التطورات في العالم المعاصر، ولعل الاستدامة والمناخ أبرز قضاياها. يفتح هذا المؤتمر الحوار المهني البناء حول دور المحاسبة في دعم استراتيجيات الاستدامة المؤسسية، ويسلط الضوء على أفضل الممارسات في إعداد تقارير الاستدامة والشفافية المالية، كما يتطرق إلى قضايا الإفصاح المتعلقة بالمناخ وتقييم التأثيرات المالية المرتبطة بها. وهذا ما يستلزم اتباع نهج محاسبي متقدم لتقدير المخاطر البيئية والمالية على حد سواء. تكتسب مهنة المحاسبة والتدقيق أهمية متزايدة في رصد الآثار البيئية والاقتصادية للمؤسسات، فهي تلبي الحاجة إلى وجود منظومة متكاملة لقياس الاستدامة. يسهم المحاسبون اليوم في إعداد تقارير شفافة تدعم اتخاذ القرارات إدارية داعمة لأهداف الاستدامة. لذا نتوجه بالشكر من هذا المنبر إلى كافة المنظمات المهنية والمحاسبية الفاعلة في رسم سياسات ووضع المعايير وبناء القدرات وترسيخ الممارسات ونشر المعرفة وإدراج المعلومات البيئية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية في التقارير المالية، وهو ما يساعد الحكومات والمؤسسات على قياس الأثر البيئي لمشاريعها وسياساتها وتقييم التقدم المحرز نحو تحقيق أهداف الاستدامة. في ضوء هذه التغييرات يتحول الدور التقليدي للمحاسبة والتدقيق من تسجيل ومراقبة العمليات والأداء المالي إلى الشراكة الاستراتيجية في توجيه المؤسسات نحو تحقيق الاستدامة، وهذا يسهم في اتخاذ قرارات مستنيرة تعزز قدرة المؤسسات على التكيف مع التغيرات المناخية والبيئية، مواكبة التحولات في نماذج أعمال المؤسسات. إن إدراج التقارير البيئية ضمن التقارير المالية لا يعد مجرد وسيلة لقياس مدى التزام الشركات بتحقيق الاستدامة، بل أيضاً يوفر فرصة للمكاتب المحاسبية لتقديم خدمات جديدة ومبتكرة، إذ يمكن للمكاتب المحاسبية مساعدة المؤسسات على تقييم الأثر الاقتصادي لممارساتها البيئية، وتقديم النصح والإرشاد في قياس التحول نحو عمليات تجارية أكثر استدامة. ونأمل أن يسهم هذا المؤتمر في تزويد أعضائنا من مكاتب المحاسبة بالمعرفة اللازمة لتقديم خدمات جديدة وفعالة لمؤسسات الأعمال. في الختام أتمنى للجميع مؤتمر مثمرا يعود بالفائدة على الجميع، ونتطلع إلى رؤى جديدة وخبرات قيمة تسهم في تعزيز استراتيجيات الاستدامة المؤسسية. وتقبلوا بفاغ التقدير والتحية والاحترام، وشكرا.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير لسعادة سيف المهيري، وبالتأكيد إن شاء الله هذا المؤتمر سوف يخرج أكيد بتوصيات مميزة سوف تخدم أكيد هذا المجال بشكل كبير. كما يشرفنا أيضا أن نستمع إلى كلمة رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين سعادة أسماء رسموكي، ستشاركنا رؤيتها العالمية حول الاستدامة وأهمية دمجها في هذا المجال، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أصحاب السعادة، سيداتي سادتي، مرحبا بالجميع. قبل ما ندخل في صميم الموضوع اللي غنتحدث عليه لبضعة دقائق، بصفتي مغربية اسمحوا لي باش نتبرك بلغتي الدارجة المغربية باش نشكركم جزيل الشكر على هذا المؤتمر وعلى دعوة جمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمراجعين EAAA، وعلى استضافتكم الرائعة المتميزة. هذه ثاني زيارة رسمية لي للإمارات دبي بصفتي رئيسة الآيفاك، بحيث العام اللي فات زرت دبي في إطار اجتماعات كوب 28، وكان لي شرف باش اجتمعت بمسؤولين في الجمعية وفي وزارة الاقتصاد. ولكن اللي كيميز هاد الزيارة الثانية لي هو أنها آخر زيارة رسمية لي كرئيسة الاتحاد الدولي آيفاك، بحيث المهمة ديالي غتسالي إن شاء الله الشهر المقبل، وإن شاء الله هذا غيكون ختامه مسك. ومن حسن الصدف أني كان لي الشرف باش بديت أول زيارة رسمية لي كرئيسة الآيفاك في منطقة المينا، وبالضبط في المملكة العربية السعودية، وغنسالي إن شاء الله بعد تجوالي في جميع أنحاء العالم في منطقة المينا كذلك في الإمارات. وكما كنقولوا رب صدفة خير من 1000 ميعاد، أو بالأحرى ونعم الصدف. فالهدف اليوم من خلال مؤتمرنا هو أن نتطرق من خلال حصص كثيرة وغنية عن موضوع الاستدامة والدور الفعال الذي تلعبه مهنتنا في هذا المجال. وسوف يقوم زملائي من الآيفاك ومن جمعيات أخرى وعلى رأسهم المدير التنفيذي لي وايت بنقاش دقيق لتفاصيل هذا الموضوع. أما أنا فأود أن أطلعكم على مسيرة الآيفاك مع الاستدامة، كيف ابتدأت وما هي أهم المحطات التي مررنا بها حتى الآن في إطار عملنا ومساهمتنا في مجال الاستدامة. والهدف وراء ذلك هو أن تلمسوا أهمية ما نقوم به في الآيفاك في هذا المجال. فقد بدأت رحلتنا في الآيفاك مع الاستدامة منذ 4 سنوات، وكان ذلك في سبتمبر 2020 عندما نشر الاتحاد آيفاك دعوة لإنشاء مجلس لمعايير الاستدامة الدولية لتطوير معايير عالمية ولتخطي مشكل التجزؤ الذي كان يعرفه النظام البيئي آنذاك. ولقد دافعنا عن IFRS Foundation مؤسسة المعايير الدولية لإعداد التقارير المالية باعتبارها المكان المناسب لإيواء هذا المجلس. وفي نوفمبر 2021 تم التوصل إلى اتفاق لإنشاء ISSP في إطار IFRS Foundation، وكانت هذه خطوة كبيرة وضرورية جداً للتقدم إلى الأمام، ولكن طبعاً ليست نهاية القصة. ومن أجل مسايرة دعوتنا لإنشاء مجلس المعايير ISSB، قمنا كذلك بإعداد سلسلة من الوثائق التي تناولت النهج المناسب. وكمثال على ذلك أصدرنا وثيقة تسمى Sustainability Building Blocks، اللبنات الأساسية للاستدامة، وكذلك وثيقة تسمى How Global Standards Become Local، أي كيف تصبح المعايير العالمية محلية، ووثيقة حول الخطوات التالية لمهنة المحاسبة. ولعلمكم فإن كل هذه الوثائق التي ذكرتها متوفرة في موقعنا الإلكتروني ifac.org على صفحة مخصصة للاستدامة بعنوان معايير الاستدامة. وفي يونيو 2023 في وقت وجيز جدا استطاع ال ISSB نشر أول معيارين IFRS S1 و S2، وقد ناضلت مهنتنا لسنوات على مستوى العالمي للوصول إلى هذه النقطة. والآن نحن بحاجة إلى العمل بجد على المستوى الوطني المحلي لجعل المعايير العالمية متطلبات محلية. وفي إطار هدفنا الاستراتيجي المتمثل في العمل مع المنظمات الأعضاء وأطراف أخرى معنية لضمان أن مهنتنا تبقى جاهزة للمستقبل، قمنا بأعمال كثيرة في مجالات عديدة. فنحن منذ بداية عملنا بموضوع الاستدامة وضعنا جدول أعمال يتمحور حول 4 نقط، وهي بمثابة فرص أو تحديات تواجهها مهنتنا. وهذه النقط ال4 هي: أولاً تبني فلسفة أن الاستدامة تبدأ أولاً داخل الشركات والمنظمات. ثانياً دفع وتشجيع التبني العالمي وتطبيق معايير الISSB كخط أساس عالمي. ثالثاً بناء الثقة في ضمان الاستدامة. ورابعاً، وهذا هي أيضاً نقطة مهمة جداً، بناء قدرات المهنة والمهنيين وجمعيات المحاسبة. وكل هذه النقط سوف نناقشها بتفاصيل أكثر من خلال جلساتنا المبرمجة اليوم. أيضاً من بين الأعمال المفيدة التي قمنا بها والتي لقيت ترحاباً واستهلاكاً رائعاً هي بحث أو دراسة تسمى ب State of Play. وهذه الدراسة تغطي عينة مهمة من الشركات الكبرى التي تتواجد في بلدان مجموعة الدول ال20 G20، وتعطي إحصائيات دقيقة عن المعايير المتبعة في الإفصاح عن الاستدامة وفي مجال التدقيق. وسوف ننشر عما قريب قبل نهاية السنة طبعة تكميلية من دراستنا لتناول 20 دولة إضافية من ذوي الاقتصاد الناشئ الذين يتواجدون خارج مجموعة G20، وبما في ذلك بلدان من الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. ونحن الآن نشتغل على إطار عمل جديد لدعم أعضائنا ويسمى خارطة الطريق لرحلة الاستدامة، التي ننصح بها جميع جمعياتنا أعضاء جمعيات المحاسبة. أما فيما يخص المعايير العالمية في مجال الاستدامة، فقد شرع كل من المجالس المتخصصة بالمعايير، سواء الIASB وهو المجلس المتخصص بمعايير التدقيق، أو الISPA المجلس المتعلق بمعايير الأخلاقيات، والإبساس بي مجلس المعايير المحاسبية الدولية للقطاع العام، باتخاذ مبادرات هامة تتعلق بالاستدامة من أجل وضع المعايير المناسبة. فبالنسبة للIASB الذي هو مجلس تدقيق معايير تدقيق، فالمعيار الذي يسمى ISSA 5000 هو على الطريق الصحيح للتصويت بالموافقة عليه، وسوف يكون ذلك في الأسابيع القليلة المقبلة إن شاء الله. ويجب الإشارة هنا أن الآيفاك الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين يدعم بقوة المعيار ISSA 5000 كمعيار شامل ومستقل مناسب لضمان الاستدامة، ويعد التبني والتنفيذ العالمي أمراً بالغ الأهمية لغرس الثقة في ضمان الاستدامة. وفيما يخص الISPA مجلس معايير الأخلاقيات، فقد قدم المجلس مشروع مسودة ما نسميه exposure draft للتعليق حول معايير الأخلاقيات الدولية لضمان الاستدامة. ويقترح هذا المشروع معايير أخلاقية يمكن استخدامها من طرف جميع ممارسي تدقيق أو ضمان الاستدامة بغض النظر عما كانوا محاسبين محترفين أم لا. وهذا شيء جديد في مجال المعايير. ويقوم حالياً مجلس الإبساس بي المختص بالقطاع العام بعمل هام أيضاً، فقد شرع المجلس في يونيو 2024 في تطوير معيار الإفصاح المتعلق بالمناخ، وهو الأول من نوعه في القطاع العام. فمن المنتظر أن يمكن هذا المعيار الحكومات وكيانات القطاع العام الأخرى من اتخاذ قرارات أكثر استنارة بشأن مساهمتها في معالجة المشاكل المناخية. وأخيراً أود أن أطلعكم على آخر المستجدات بشأن معايير التعليم، لأنها معايير مهمة جداً. فكما تعلمون هناك فريق متخصص بالآيفاك يسمى IPAE، وهو فريق دولي للمعايير لتعليم المحاسبة، يشتغل حالياً على مراجعة معايير الدولية للتعليم. وقد أصدر هذا الفريق مسودتين للتغييرات المقترحة على المعايير في أبريل من هذه السنة، ونتوقع الموافقة النهائية من مجلس الآيفاك على نتائج هذا اللجنة في بداية عام 2025 إن شاء الله. وكخلاصة أنا متأكدة أنه سيأتينا المزيد والمزيد من العمل الممتاز من طرف مجالس المعايير العالمية، لأن هذه ليست إلا البداية. والآن يتعين علي أن أتوقف عند هذا الحد، وأشجعكم جميعاً إلى الانضمام للمناقشات الغنية التي ستكون اليوم. وشكراً جزيلاً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
كل الشكر والتقدير لك سعادة أسماء، ونحن نتشرف بأشقائنا من المملكة المغربية ومنورة أكيد دولة الإمارات، ووجودك أكيد إضافة قيمة لهذا المؤتمر. الحضور الكريم، الآن ننتقل إلى كلمة وزارة المالية تلقيها الأستاذة آمنة الشامسي، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
الأخوة والأخوات، أصحاب المعالي والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلاً وسهلاً بكم جميعاً في منتدى الاستدامة لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط لشمال أفريقيا. يسرنا أن نرحب بكم اليوم ونحن مجتمعين هنا لمناقشة إحدى أهم القضايا التي تؤثر على حياتنا جميعاً، وهي الاستدامة. في ظل التغيرات الاقتصادية والتكنولوجية السريعة التي نشهدها، نجد أنفسنا أمام مسؤولية مشتركة للحفاظ على تنمية شاملة ومستدامة تضمن مستقبلاً مشرقاً للأجيال القادمة. التحديات التي نواجهها اليوم مثل تغيير المناخ ونضوب الموارد الطبيعية ليست مجرد أزمات بيئية، بل هي قضايا جوهرية تمس استقرارنا الاقتصادي وصحتنا العامة وعدالتنا الاجتماعية. ومن هنا فإن هذا المنتدى يمثل فرصة فريدة لنتبادل الأفكار والخبرات والرؤى حول كيفية مواجهة هذه التحديات بروح الابتكار والمسؤولية. إن التزامنا بالاستدامة ليس مجرد واجب، بل هي رؤية استراتيجية نؤمن بها بعمق. إنها جزء أساسي من طموحاتنا الوطنية التي تعتمد على الابتكار والتطوير المستمر لتحقيق توازن حقيقي بين احتياجات الحاضر ومتطلبات المستقبل. فالاستدامة ليست مجرد كلمة، بل هي حجر الأساس في سياساتنا، وهي ما يدفعنا إلى اتخاذ خطوات جريئة لضمان غد أفضل. لقد بدأنا بالفعل في دولة الإمارات في هذا المسار من خلال تبني الطاقة النظيفة وخفض الانبعاثات وإدارة الموارد بكفاءة. إلى جانب ذلك نعزز الحوكمة البيئية وندعم المشاريع المستدامة بتخصيص استثمارات ضخمة لضمان أن تكون الاستدامة جزء لا يتجزأ من خططنا التنموية. وليس الجانب البيئي فقط هو الذي يشكل محور اهتمامنا، فالاستدامة المالية أيضاً تحتل مكانة هامة في رؤيتنا. ومع التطورات الأخيرة في معايير التقارير المالية، والتي ستشهد قريباً إصدار معايير دولية جديدة للاستدامة في القطاع العام إبسس، ستتمكن الحكومات من اتخاذ قرارات أكثر وضوحاً فيما يتعلق بالتحديات المناخية. هذه المعايير الجديدة ستزيد من الشفافية وتعزز ثقة المجتمع الدولي في تحقيق أهدافنا المستدامة. وفي إطار مؤتمر كوب 28 الذي يمثل محطة مهمة في رحلتنا نحو حماية المناخ، تم التأكيد على أهمية التمويل كعامل رئيسي لدفع هذه الجهود. وتقوم مجموعة العمل التمويلي بثلاثة أهداف رئيسية: أولاً، تعزيز الاستدامة عبر الحوكمة المؤسسية. ثانياً، زيادة الشفافية في تقارير الاستدامة. ثالثاً، إنشاء التصنيف المالي المستدام الخاص بدولة الإمارات. وتماشياً مع رؤية قيادتنا الحكيمة، نعمل في وزارة المالية على دعم المنشآت الصغيرة والمتوسطة وتعزيز الخدمات الرقمية الخضراء والمشتريات المستدامة عبر تقييم الموردين وفق معايير الاستدامة البيئية واختيار المنتجات الصديقة للبيئة. نحن ملتزمون بقياس الأثر البيئي والاجتماعي لكل قرار نتخذه لضمان أن يكون مستقبلنا متوازناً ومستداماً. كما وتسعى وزارة المالية جاهدة لتطوير أدلة إرشادية شاملة للاستدامة المالية تغطي مجالات متعددة تشمل الميزانية، الأصول الثابتة، المشتريات، التكنولوجيا، الإيرادات، الضرائب وغيرها. فهذه الأدلة ثمرة التزامنا بتبني أفضل الممارسات العالمية والمعايير المعترف بها دولياً، مثل معايير الآيزو، معايير المحاسبة الدولية، متطلبات التصنيف الأخضر، والإفصاحات المالية المتعلقة بالمناخ. كما وأننا نعمل دائماً إلى المواءمة المستمرة مع أهداف الأمم المتحدة للتنمية المستدامة لتعزيز ممارسات الاستدامة البيئية والمالية والاجتماعية في الحكومة الاتحادية. لكن رحلتنا لم تنتهي بعد. يجب أن تصبح الاستدامة جزء لا يتجزأ في كل قرار نتخذ، سواء على مستوى الحكومة أو قطاع الأعمال أو التجارة، وحتى في مجتمعاتنا وحياتنا اليومية. وهذا لا يمكن أن يتحقق إلا من خلال التعاون المشترك بين كافة القطاعات والصناعات وبين كافة الأفراد. إن التزامنا بدمج الممارسات المستدامة في جميع العمليات الحكومية ليس خياراً بل واجباً وطنياً، وندعو الجميع إلى المشاركة الفاعلة في هذه المسيرة والمساهمة في تحقيق أهدافنا المشتركة التي نصبو إليها. وفي ختام كلمتي أدعوكم جميعاً إلى أن نواصل هذا العمل بروح التعاون والمسؤولية. نحن قادرون معاً على بناء مستقبل لا يعتمد نجاحه على العوائد المالية فقط، بل على قدرتنا على تحسين حياة شعبنا وتحقيق حياة أفضل للأجيال القادمة مع الحفاظ على بيئتنا الطبيعية. شكراً جزيلاً لحضوركم، ومعاً نحو مستقبل مشرق ومستدام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير لك الأستاذة آمنة الشامسي على هذه الكلمة. الحضور الكريم، كذلك نحن نرحب لكل من انضم إلينا في هذه اللحظات أكيد في هذا المؤتمر، وننتقل إلى كلمة ممثل الدائرة المالية في دبي سعادة محمد شرف، الذي سيتناول تأثير السياسات المحلية على تبني ممارسات الاستدامة في التقارير المالية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
أصحاب السعادة، السادة والسيدات، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بالنيابة عن معالي عبد الرحمن الصالح المدير العام للدائرة المالية في حكومة دبي، يشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم في مؤتمر الاستدامة في الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، والذي يتناول موضوعاً حيوياً في عالمنا المعاصر، وهو المحاسبة والتقارير المالية. في عصر يشهد تسارعاً كبيراً في التحولات الاقتصادية، أصبحت الاستدامة ضرورة ولا غنى عنها لضمان المستقبل المشرق ومستدام لأجيالنا القادمة. فالالتزام بالاستدامة يتطلب منا تكاتف الجهود لتبني سياسات وممارسات تضمن التوازن بين النمو الاقتصادي والتنمية الاجتماعية، وهذا يأتي بالدور المحوري للمحاسبة والتقارير المالية. إذ نؤمن في دبي وفي دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة إيماناً راسخاً بأن المحاسبة ليست مجرد أداة لقياس الأداء المالي، بل هي الركيزة التي تقوم عليها الثقة بين المؤسسات والمستثمرين والأطراف المعنية. وعندما تكون تقاريرنا المالية شفافة ودقيقة، فإنها تمكن أصحاب المصلحة من اتخاذ قرارات مستنيرة تدعم استدامة. أنا طويل شوية ما علي بس. عفواً. وعندما تكون تقاريرنا المالية شفافة ودقيقة، فإنها تمكن أصحاب المصلحة من اتخاذ قرارات مستنيرة تدعم استدامة الأعمال، مما يعزز من قدرة المؤسسات على استمرار وتحقيق أهدافها على المدى الطويل، الأمر الذي يساهم بشكل مباشر في القدرة على تحقيق التوازن بين الأهداف الاقتصادية والتنمية المستدامة. السادة والسيدات، إن التحديات التي نواجهها على صعيد الاستدامة كبيرة، ولكن الفرص المتاحة للنهوض بها هائلة، مما يفرض علينا أن نتعاون معاً ونعمل بروح الفريق لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة من خلال الابتكار والتكنولوجيا والسياسات الصديقة للبيئة. وفي الختام أود أن أؤكد على أن مستقبلنا ومستقبل أجيالنا يتوقف على تبني الحلول المبتكرة للاستراتيجيات المالية المستدامة التي توازن بين احتياجاتنا الاقتصادية وتحقيق الأهداف المناخية العالمية على حد سواء. شكراً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير لسعادة محمد شرف على هذه الكلمة القيمة. الحضور الكريم، الآن ننتقل إلى فقرة التكريم، حيث سنحتفي بشخصيات ومؤسسات قدمت إسهامات كبيرة في تعزيز مبادئ الاستدامة والمحاسبة على مستوى المنطقة والعالم. ندعو سعادة عبد الله آل صالح وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد، وكذلك سعادة سيف المهيري لتكريم هؤلاء الملهمين. وكذلك ندعو سعادة أسماء رسموكي رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين أيضا لتكريم الملهمين معنا لهذا اليوم. على مسيرة العطاء والدعم والجهود المخلصة في تطوير المهنة في دولة الإمارات، نكرم معالي رياض المبارك وتكريم رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين سعادة أسماء رسموكي سعادة محمد شرف ممثل دائرة المالية في حكومة دبي. السيد عبد الله الحمادي مدير إدارة التدقيق في وزارة الاقتصاد. السيدة آمنة الشامسي ممثل وزارة المالية. السيد عبد القادر عبيد رئيس جمعية المدققين. الدكتور عبد الكريم أحمد الزرعوني. طبعا هذا التكريم أكيد للي ساهموا في تطوير هذه المهنة واللي كان لهم دور بارز أكيد في تطوير وارتقاء أكيد هذه الجمعية البارزة. وأيضا تكريم السيد أحمد جاسم عبيد العبدولي. الدكتور عبد الله آل بركة الأمين العام لجمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين. في ملف الآيفاك. ملف الآيفاك. طبعا أكيد جهودهم متميزة في أكيد ملف الآيفاك. وأيضا عبد الرحمن الزرعوني رئيس لجنة الاستشارات والتنمية البشرية في الجمعية. وأيضا السيد هشام طاهر رئيس اللجنة الإعلامية ورئيس لجنة الضرائب في الجمعية. سعادة الدكتور أحمد المغامس رئيس الهيئة السعودية للمراجعين والمحاسبين. السيد عبد الله المهذل عضو مجلس معايير المحاسبة الدولية في القطاع العام. وأيضا تكريم خاص من جمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين إلى وزارة الاقتصاد على جهودها المثمرة ودعمها اللامحدود لكافة أنشطة وبرامج الجمعية، ويتسلمها سعادة عبد الله أحمد آل صالح وكيل وزارة الاقتصاد. جزيل الشكر والتقدير سعادتكم أكيد على جهودكم القيمة في هذا المؤتمر. إذن حضورنا الكريم نأخذ استراحة قصيرة ومن ثم نواصل فعاليات وأنشطة هذا المؤتمر. أكيد الاستراحة بتكون جدا قصيرة، مدتها لا تتجاوز 10 دقائق. طبعا دائما هذه المناسبات تجمعنا مع الأخوة والأحباء ونأخذ أكيد صورة جماعية.
شكرا جزيلا لكم لحضوركم. 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 شكرا جزيلا لكم لحضوركم.
السادة الحضور، نرجو الجلوس على مقاعدكم لبدء فعاليات هذا المؤتمر. الحضور الكريم، نرجو الجلوس على مقاعدكم لاستكمال فعاليات وأنشطة هذا المؤتمر.
تبون طاولات في الجلسة؟ الحين بيكون سبيتش يعني.
أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد في مؤتمر الاستدامة للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، المحاسبة والتقارير المالية. نرحب بكم من جديد في هذا الصباح وفي هذا اليوم المميز في إمارة دبي في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. حضورنا الكريم، نود التنويه بحصول جمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين على عضوية الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين آيفاك، فأكيد يستاهلون ويستحقون أكيد هذه العضوية لجهودهم المخلصة أكيد في الارتقاء بهذا المجال أكيد الرائع. الحضور الكريم، الآن نستكمل فقرات أكيد هذا المؤتمر مع كلمة رئيسية يلقيها لي وايت الرئيس التنفيذي للاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين، حيث سيسلط الضوء على التحديات والفرص المتعلقة بدمج الاستدامة في معايير المحاسبة والتقارير المالية. فليتفضل مشكورا. لي وايت, the stage is yours.
Good morning. These welcoming remarks will be brief because I think we're all very much willing to get into the program and have the discussions and hear the views of others. Your Excellencies, President Asma, dear colleagues, let me provide my welcome to IFAC Connect. I'd like to express my thanks first and foremost to the Ministry of Economy as our sponsor, to the EAAA working with us to host this event. Thank you so much. Let me now provide a little bit of context to this date. This is the third event in this calendar year of IFAC Connects. We had one in Asia, we had one in Latin America, and we now have one here in the Middle East and North Africa. We are very proud of these events because they're serving a very valuable point of engagement and connection. IFAC's power is in its ability to convene globally and at a regional level. And you'll see this and feel this at our event today. Now, the way we've designed the program really has three themes. The first theme around sustainability reporting and looking towards the global baseline. Secondly, about that aspiration of high quality assurance around the sustainability reporting. And the third area, and very important, is around all of our combined efforts on capacity building. We work very closely at IFAC with a very special partner, the Forum of Firms, and they've been with us throughout our three events, so thank you to the Forum. And finally, if I could just repeat some brief wording I heard earlier from His Excellency Abdullah. We are here to embrace S1 and S2. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's start the event and enjoy. Thank you very much.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير للسيد لي وايت الرئيس التنفيذي للاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين على هذه الكلمة. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee White, for your informative speech. ننتقل إلى عرض تقديمي لمدير الاستدامة في الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين ديفيد مادون، الذي سيشرح لنا أحدث التطورات في مجال الاستدامة وكيفية دمجها مع الممارسات العالمية. فليتفضل مشكورا. ديفيد مادون, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Again, my name is David Madden. I'm the director at IFAC responsible for sustainability. I also extend my very warm welcome to our sustainability conference here today in Dubai. It's my honor to be here in this absolutely amazing city with our gracious host, the Ministry of Economy and EAAA. I spend most of my time at IFAC thinking about sustainability-related topics and the transformation that is happening inside of our companies, our economies, and our society. And I try to understand and think about what that means for the accountancy profession and how we can contribute and be part of that transformation. I think the topic of sustainability is a challenge and an opportunity for all of us. So collaboration is really key between the accountancy profession, governments and regulators, and international bodies like IFAC and all of the international standard-setting bodies that are here today. So it is very exciting for me personally to see your interest, to see all of you here today and in line in this, what is our first MENA Sustainability Region Conference. As Lee said, it's the third regional event that IFAC has conducted this year, and I believe and I hope by the end of today that we are all going to agree it is the best and the biggest of the conferences that we have had this year. So our program today is designed to be rich in content, bringing 30 distinguished speakers, presenters, panelists with a wide range of expertise and perspectives from government, from regulation, standard setters, investors, companies, professional accounting organizations, and accountancy firms. We hope to fill you with information, and I hope a bit of inspiration as well to take back home and to help become part of empowering change. So you can find the details of today's agenda on your QR code. There are brochures on each of the tables. We have a lot to cover today. We're going to try to keep things fast-paced. And to stay on schedule, we would just graciously ask if you have questions, if you could please hold them and try to find us at lunch or during the break, and we'll do our best to address them at that time. So let's get started with a prediction that sustainability, and specifically sustainability reporting, is going to change the accountancy profession, but also transform decision-making and behavior inside of companies, in our regulatory and government policy-making, and in broader society. As accountants, we sit at the heart of data, information, and decision-making. So we have a unique opportunity to empower transformational change through what we do every day in our work. We are the enablers of sustainability because we are going to transform high-quality standards for reporting on sustainability into high-quality information. And then we're going to bring trust and confidence to that information through high-quality assurance. We will help companies develop new strategies, business models, and operating models. I don't know if accountants can save the world, but there will be no sustainable transformation without the skills and our hard work. So at IFAC, we believe this is how we should think about our role and our responsibility of accountancy professionals with respect to sustainability. Whether we're working within government, in regulators, in companies, in accountancy firms, or at professional accounting organizations. Sustainability reporting, sustainability assurance, and the work of professional accountants in businesses who are making a sustainable transformation are going to enhance the attractiveness and the public interest relevance of our profession for decades to come. So we need to actively prepare for and build capacity towards meeting this responsibility. And this is what we're going to focus on today. 4 areas. There are both opportunities for change and challenges that we need to address. We think the starting point is that sustainable information is not about a compliance exercise. It's about empowering a change in the way that companies are managed. We call this, managed, governed, and make decisions. And we call this adopting an integrated mindset. And that's thought leadership that comes from our years of experience working with integrated reporting. The central theme in all of this is connectivity. Connectivity that results in sustainability and financial information being used in decision-making by management, in board oversight, in risk and opportunity assessments, in building long-term value in companies, and in how companies communicate with investors and other stakeholders. So that requires breaking down or bridging information silos that may exist so that finance and accounting professionals can work effectively with sustainability professionals. And they can bring rigor from financial reporting to the data collection, systems, processes, and internal controls around sustainability information. If you think about it, in the long run, companies who adopt this integrated mindset approach will find the linkage between performance on sustainability and their financial performance. And they will combine financial audit and sustainability assurance in assurance engagements to come in the future. The second issue is that we must do everything we can to build a harmonized global system for reporting sustainability-related information. More and more countries are agreeing that the starting point for high-quality, consistent, comparable, and decision-useful information is ISSB standards without carve-outs. Our ISSB colleague will say more about this in a few minutes. With the European Union finalizing its own reporting requirements ahead of the ISSB, it's a little confusing. There's been a lot of focus on alignment and interoperability between the European Sustainability Reporting Standards and the ISSB. At IFAC, our point of view is that interoperability makes sense, it's practical, but it's its own form of complexity. And a patchwork of national, jurisdiction-specific standards that then seek to align or achieve interoperability with the global ISSB standards is not the path to a harmonized system. It's not how we do it for financial reporting using IASB standards. And I think as more countries adopt ISSB standards, it will become increasingly disadvantageous for companies who do not use them to report. Next is high-quality assurance that empowers truth and confidence in mandatory sustainability disclosures. Later in today's program, we'll hear a presentation about ISSA 5000. It's a new standard for sustainability assurance that has just been finalized by the International Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, the IAASB. This standard has the potential to be adopted and implemented as the global baseline for all sustainability assurance engagements around the world. But to be high quality, assurance must be conducted by practitioners, be they professional accountants or other service providers who follow a code of ethics and are independent. So later today, we'll also discuss the role of IASBA, the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants. We must all work together, the accountancy profession with regulators and policymakers, to ensure uniform oversight and enforcement of all types of sustainability assurance practitioners. Anything less risks damaging confidence and trust, just as the need towards. Education. Professional accountants must marry their existing skills and competencies with new ESG or sustainability knowledge. The goal is not to turn all accountants into sustainability experts. Earlier this year, in April, IFAC released proposed enhancements to the international education standards so that they can enable sustainability in the training of professional accountants. This is an important IFAC-led initiative. In terms of next steps, IFAC is having discussions with the ISSB and others to determine what is our role, what should be our role in capacity building for a deeper understanding of ISSB standards S1 and S2. Research. I like research. At IFAC, we believe that data and research, developing subject matter expertise in sustainability, supports building capacity because it provides a factual foundation for dialogue about where we are in the sustainable transformation, and it provides metrics for tracking progress over time. Later today, I'll present highlights from our latest state of play research. And finally, sustainability does start inside of companies. So we need as a profession to make sure that companies are getting prepared for reporting and assurance, taking that integrated mindset approach. Professional accountants working inside of companies are at the starting point for understanding and implementing IFRS S1 and S2. So professional accounting organizations with professional accountant and business membership need to focus on training. Accountancy firms who do advisory work for companies must do the same. So in order to make progress on these 4 focus areas that I've outlined, we all need a roadmap, whether we work in business, in professional practice, or at a professional accounting organization. So over the past several months, we've been working and meeting with stakeholders to develop a tool, a 4-part roadmap that we hope can help stakeholders develop and put in place a plan that fits specific local circumstances in your home jurisdiction, in your home workplace. So what does this roadmap look like? Where does it start? First, we think we have to recognize and embrace as a profession the reality that the sustainable transformation that's happening in business also needs to take place within our profession. Only then can we as professional accountants assume a position of leadership in global business and regulatory community and credibly demonstrate our role and responsibility to enable this transformation. So this includes how we conduct our own commercial activities and behaviors. But I have to caution and emphasize that going green in our behavior is not enough. Our role here is using our core competencies in analyzing and interpreting data and using it to successfully introduce and innovate new business models with our clients and where we work. That will make us enablers of sustainability. We need to demonstrate that we embrace this challenge and see it as our public interest responsibility. Otherwise, we won't be credible in the eyes of our clients or other stakeholders. Next, upskilling in sustainability is not really about learning how to calculate greenhouse gas numbers. but it's about developing subject matter expertise in the relevant policy, standard setting, and thought leadership areas that can empower us to be knowledgeable, evidence-based, and a credible voice. This helps us be effective advocates, shaping and contributing to the debate within our workplace, as well as externally with policymakers, regulators, and other stakeholders. So as an example, after reporting, the next challenge is assurance. So we need to gauge and talk about who will be authorized to do assurance in your home jurisdiction. Will ISSA 5000 be required for those assurance engagements? What's the realistic capacity for the accountancy profession in your country to deliver high-quality assurance? Third, at a more technical level, we must leverage our existing skills and competencies with data, processes, internal controls, information analysis, and reporting, and apply these when working with sustainability experts and sustainability topics, in addition to doing some ESG terminology upskilling. So what can we do today as individual professionals to prepare ourselves? I want to ask you to raise your hands. Who's read S1 and S2 from the ISSB? How many of you read the ESRSs out of the European Union? How many of you have taken advantage of the training materials that already exist on the IFRS Knowledge Hub? As PAOs, how can we find commercially viable ways to form partnerships with organizations that are well-resourced and those that need help to train and certify their members? Finally, we need to take a collaborative approach. The pace of change in sustainability disclosure is swift. We cannot go it alone. So we need to work more effectively together, more collaboration, less competition. So being here today, accounting professionals, government and regulatory officials working together to enhance our understanding is a great example of this collaboration. So in all of this, IFAC's goal is not to explain exactly what to do, but to help identify the issues and questions that can help you analyze the needs that need to be addressed in your home jurisdiction and in your own workplace. So we're planning our first workshops on this 4-part roadmap in early 2025. So we cannot discuss a roadmap for sustainability disclosure and transformation without acknowledging the critical role and partnership of government and regulation. Sometimes our professional in other parts of the world may be somewhat adverse relationship with governments and regulators. But on sustainability, we need to be partners because the switch from voluntary to mandatory reporting and assurance that is taking place around the world is a very important inflection point, and we need to get it right. So as a profession, we need to offer our help, our expertise, and our advice on the importance of global standards and high-quality, consistent enforcement, the role of sustainability disclosure as change management, not compliance, the potential benefits of taking a phased or gradual approach to implementation of reporting and then assurance, and the hopeful role that regulators can play in the early days of mandatory requirements, especially by being flexible, so that preparers have incentive to continue to improve their disclosures over time, and by designing implementation and adoption steps that promote high-quality outcomes. So I'll conclude with a brief call to action. The accountancy profession has a very unique opportunity to shape how society understands and uses sustainability-related information to make informed decisions. The future of corporate reporting does hinge on sustainability disclosure. Sustainability starts inside of companies, building a global reporting system, trust and confidence through assurance, building capacity within our profession. These are the challenges and the opportunities that we are going to discuss for the rest of the day. So it's customary in my country to say, sit back and enjoy the show or enjoy the program. Today, I'm going to ask you to not sit back, but to lean forward together and to actively engage our minds in all these very important topics. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا للسيد ديفيد مادون على هذه الكلمة القيمة وهذا العرض المتميز. Thank you so much, Mr. David, for your informative presentation, and for sure the research is the best method to develop the societies. الحضور الكريم، الآن سوف تقدم لنا الآنسة لايزا ماك أندريو مسؤول الشؤون التنظيمية في منظمة المعايير الدولية عرضاً حول أهمية المعايير التنظيمية في تحقيق الاستدامة على المستوى الدولي، فلتتفضل مشكورة. And now I would like to invite Ms. Liza to address her presentation.
Your Excellencies, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure to be here in this exciting country and this very dynamic part of the world to present to you today. I would like to add my thanks to those offered by IFAC, to the Ministry, to EAAA, and indeed to IFAC for inviting the IFRS Foundation to be here today at this important conference. I was very pleased to hear earlier today the reinforcement of the commitment that we've been hearing clearly from the UAE about considering IFRS ISSB standards. You have been a leader in the accounting side of using international standards and adhering to bringing together the corporate reporting world and avoiding fragmentation, and we very much look forward to you continuing that on the sustainability side. So as we go into my presentation today, which is about latest progress and developments, luckily Lee and Asma and others gave you a nice recap of what's happened with the development of the IFRS Foundation. And to take forward the IFRS Foundation to create the ISSB, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. But I do think it's important for us to revisit why we have the ISSB. I think without question, we would say that capital formation, banking regulation, various aspects of the economy have benefited from the reduced fragmentation on the accounting side. We achieved that through the IASB, and leaders around the world, looking at the developments in sustainability reporting, realized we needed the same thing when it comes to sustainability. And as Asma summarized for us earlier today, that led to the creation of the ISSB. But fundamentally, what the ISSB is precisely about better information for better decisions. We are not about determining policy for government. That is your role. That's not our role. But when government decides that they want to take steps to advance sustainable issues, whether it's climate or other issues, the market needs information. And I liked very much how Her Excellency Almiri summarized this earlier today. When those decisions are made and companies are taking action, we need governance and we need transparency. And that is precisely what the ISSB standards are about. So let me, I won't read everything that's on the slides, but as you see, our concept is that the companies that are implementing policies, whether because government has decided and there are regulations around those policies, or whether voluntarily they see a business opportunity that they are pursuing in sustainability, those companies need to provide information to regulators, to investors, to the markets. And by following our standards, we believe that we can lead to that better information for better decisions. In order to achieve the global baseline, we can't do it alone, and that's why conferences such as these are extremely important. We were lucky enough, once we set our standards, to earn the endorsement of securities regulators around the world. IOSCO endorsed our standards as fit for purpose and subject to appropriate due process. Audit standard setters, as you'll hear later today, are doing their part to make sure that there are international standards for robust trust and confidence in the reporting based on our standards. But importantly, it's jurisdictions who have to decide whether those standards will be adopted or used. I'll go a little bit more into detail later on how we aim to do our part to support jurisdictions in those journeys. And finally, the audience in the room today, the market participants, whether you are an accountant in business or you're an accountant that's providing assurance services, you are the fabric that will make this possible. You are the ones who are reflecting the decisions of the companies in the accounts and making sure through your assurance reports that we have trust and confidence in them. So this global baseline that we aim to achieve on sustainability, that we did achieve in accounting and financial reporting, we will not achieve that unless we have the cooperation and coordination and healthy, robust dialogue of all of us in the infrastructure. Very importantly, and you heard this term earlier today, building blocks approach. We understand our role, which is our mission is specifically capital markets and users of general purpose financial reports, but there are many, many other policy initiatives connected to sustainability that we will not address in our standards because it's not our remit. It's not appropriate for us to extend beyond our remit. And that's why we recognize that there may be some disclosures that go beyond what we provide for in our standards, and that's okay. We want to provide the baseline. We always say the global baseline. Sometimes we say the passport to take around to different jurisdictions because that baseline is understood in every country. We translate the need in every country. But you can add, any jurisdiction can add the additional building blocks that they need to achieve their policy initiatives in their own jurisdiction. That is why we have been coordinating closely with various other international bodies, GRI, for example, that focuses on impact, sustainable impact. That is not in our remit, and we do not intend to expand our remit, but we know that governments that are considering impact disclosure, and we know that companies that want to make impact disclosure need to know that it's not going to be harder to do alongside the ISSB standards. So that's why we are committed to various partners, not just GRI, to continue the dialogue with them to make sure that the building blocks approach is as efficient as it can be. So our priorities, we were very busy. We came to be 3 years ago, and within 1.5 years, we produced 2 standards. We're just over a year into S1 and S2 being a reality, and we decided that the last thing that the market needed for us is to produce S3 and S4 and S5. What we need to do is make sure that we invest, all of us invest, in the implementation and adoption in a quality way, taking on the challenges, addressing the challenges so that we have success with S1 and S2 while we start research. Our work plan includes research on 2 other projects that we'll take our time with. So how are we going to go about doing our part in supporting those first two sides of my prior slide, implementation and adoption? What are we committed to do? I'm going to take you really quickly through each of these 4 pillars, but the IFRS Foundation, the trustees of our foundation, have supported us taking a 4-pillar approach to ensure we do our part. The first 2 of the pillars are actually built into our standards. So here you have the proportionality guidance and the guidelines that are in our standards to make it easier for companies the first time they adopt our standards, and going on past that, to not have to incur undue cost or burden in order to comply with our standards. So you'll see there are some areas where if you don't have the qualitative information, you don't have the skills, the competencies, and it would cost too much for you to get quantitative information, you are actually allowed to just provide qualitative disclosures. That is a underlying concept in our proportionality, is the company does not have to take on undue cost or burden to produce information that's not really readily accessible to them. So that's one aspect that's in our standards. The other aspect in our standards is in the first year of adoption, we offer certain reliefs. We understand the first year of the disclosures are going to be a challenge. We want to make it easier by having in the first year some of the difficult areas of disclosure to be deferred if companies want to defer those disclosures. So those first two areas, pillars of support, are integral to our actual standards. The other area for support is supporting regulators in jurisdictions. And we published back in May the inaugural jurisdictional guide for the adoption or other use of ISSB standards. And that guide, through that guide, what we intend to do is to be very transparent of how we look at what are the features of a regulatory approach. How does a jurisdiction go about considering how to use the ISSB standards? How do you embed them into law or regulation? Do you have dual reporting? Do you have reporting under ISSB plus something else? We have 11 different features that we describe in this jurisdictional guide that we hope help regulators as they think through how best to go about disclosure. But importantly, we also want to add transparency to the market. And so what we've indicated in the guide that we would do is for every jurisdiction, once they reach a decision on their roadmap for the adoption or other use, we will prepare a jurisdictional profile. We very much look forward to the day that we are able to work with you, regulators in this room, to develop the profiles for your jurisdictions. We will do that in collaboration with the regulators, and what we intend to do through these published profiles, we did this on the accounting side too, is to disclose where are you today? Because we understand in some jurisdictions, their first steps might not be their anticipated final step. For example, a jurisdiction might decide, I want to fully adopt, my target status is to fully adopt ISSB standards. But today I'm only ready to do the climate part of the standards. I'm not ready to do the other sustainability parts of the standards. So through our profiles, we would describe our most current up-to-date status, which is currently using the climate standards, and we would transparently disclose that you have committed to a target, you've stated your target, of fully adopting down the road. In this way, investors and users of the reported information will have a tool available to know where they are in each of the jurisdictions. Finally, we have what we call our regulatory implementation program. We are committed to working with partners around the world, whether that's development banks, whether that's professional bodies, in order to provide tools and resources so that capacity building, basically, and technical assistance around the world is assisted by access to tools about the technical aspects of our standards. We again published back in May the regulatory implementation program outline that has more details of how we're committed to go about that. All right, so where do we stand today? So my slides are already outdated. It seems like every day there's a new development, so the data that I have for you here today is already late. But back in May, when we published those two documents I went over, we announced the data here about the amount of coverage. We are now at 30 jurisdictions who have taken steps to adopt or otherwise use our standards. And you see the statistics there of how broad-based. And I want to pause on that for a minute because at the time we announced this, we were just shy of the 1-year anniversary of finalizing our standards. That's pretty fast. This is a dynamic space, and that's why it's really important that conferences like this happen, where again, government and the profession are coming together to talk about this very fast and evolving space. Because if we don't get it right, I'm really worried that the whole initiative will crater, and I think we can all agree this is an important initiative. All right, so I have a list of jurisdictions here. Again, it's outdated. On the Americas column, we can add Mexico. They recently made announcements. On the EMEA column, we can add Zambia and Zimbabwe. And certainly, I can't wait until we have some more jurisdictions from this region to add to the EMEA column in the months and years ahead. And finally, I'll close with this. The proper role in this initiative really is for government to decide on policy, for companies to decide on their operations, and for investors to decide where to put their money. And in order for us to get there, in order for us to avoid fragmentation, realize the benefits at minimal costs, in order to enable companies to discuss not only the risks around climate and other sustainability issues, but the opportunities. Again, I heard earlier from the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Economy talks about the solar energy initiatives here in this region. Those are business opportunities that investors want to know about. And through the disclosures in our standards, we provide the instrument to have that conversation about Not only the downside, not only where carbon taxes are going to change your profitability in the future, but also where you have sales opportunities, where you are driving your business and taking your business forward into the future. In order for all of that to become a reality, we need to work in partnership. We are committed to do our side of the slide here in delivering not only standards, but also education materials, guidance, having conversations as implementation happens and you realize your challenges and you need to know how actually is this supposed to work in the standards. We are committed to being there in partnership with you to do our part, but we also need partners in this room and around the world. We are very committed to working with you and remaining available. And again, I would like to extend my warm thanks for inviting us to be a part of this conversation, and the IFRS Foundation welcomes the opportunity to continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير للآنسة لايزا ماك أندريو مسؤول الشؤون التنظيمية في منظمة المعايير الدولية على هذا العرض المميز. Thank you so much, Ms. Liza, for your informative presentation, and it was very beneficial and rich of information. الآن ننتقل إلى الجلسة الحوارية التالية التي تحمل عنوان تبني مجلس معايير الاستدامة الدولية وبناء القدرات. في هذه الجلسة سنستمع إلى مداخلات من الجهات التنظيمية والخبراء في هذا المجال. ندعو مدير الجلسة السيد لي وايت ليتفضل بالبدء في هذه الجلسة الحوارية. Mr. Lee White, again the stage is yours, and best of luck with the first panel discussion.
If I could have our panelists come up and join me, please, that would be fantastic. Just move the furniture a little bit to get set up. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Hi, Aisha. Yeah. Talal. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, colleagues. David earlier and Liza just then set us up very well informed about the progress that's been happening. The purpose of this session is to delve a little bit deeper into what's happening in different parts in the region. And so we brought together this panel to really understand a little bit more of the thinking of what's occurring, why it's occurring, and some of the drivers leading towards the embracing of the global baseline. So Bashir, if I could come to you first, welcome to the panel. Thank you for your time. The DSFA oversees a large number of important financial services entities in the DIFC. Many of which are probably already reporting using some of the earlier guidance, TCFD, GRI, etc., monitoring emissions and other sustainability factors in their lending portfolios. I'd like you to share with us how you see the role of sustainability disclosure for the entities operating in the DFC and perhaps even the UAE more broadly as well, please.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Just to clarify the distinction between DIFC and DFSA. DIFC was established to promote the banking, asset management, insurance, and capital market industry, and to become the hub for international businesses, including the MENA region, Africa, and South Asia. Now, where that's the DIFC, DFSA is the independent financial regulator, providing regulatory services to these firms, and in order to promote more transparency, stability, and investor protection in the region. So that's the distinction between DFC and DFSA. So I'm speaking on behalf of the DFSA. Now, how DFSA operate with regard to sustainability reporting, perhaps this is good to understand a little bit of the background. We are not working in isolation because it's the countrywide initiative to ensure there is a proper sustainability reporting across all relevant firms and industries and sectors. So the DFSA is one of the key member of the UAE Sustainability Finance Working Group. Now, that consists of financial regulators across the nation. What we have done is, this was established a couple of years ago in 2019, and leading up to COP28, they have taken tremendous amount of work, putting together a lot of publications, and it culminated in three guidance principles in three main areas. One is the climate financial risk management, and then you have the sustainability, transparency, reporting, and also you've got the UAE taxonomy. So a number of guidelines were issued with respect to this, again to ensure there is a consistency in terms of developing a framework for sustainability reporting, especially amongst the financial sector. So that's where we are. So whether they have, I mean, these are all is published information. How much of this work have been translated other companies are actually adopting any form of disclosure, any form of reporting? Yes. I think one of the things is one of those standards that's been issued by GRI. I think that's been we have seen some significant traction in terms of adoption of those things. Now, coming back closer to the DFSA, so what we do from the DFSA's perspective is that, I mean, I lead the team managing the listed issuers. We encourage transparency and flexibility in terms of adopting any standards that would promote sustainability finance. What we have is we have quite a large, sizable debt issuers. And they have their own reporting regime which they've adopted, and they emanate from different jurisdictions. One of the things that we found that even the debt issuers amongst the sukuk issuers, they have also adopted some sort of a reporting on their sustainability KPIs. Now, in fact, if you look at today, the DFSA or DIFC hosts the largest ESG sukuk issues globally. And currently in total, I think we have both bonds and ESG sukuk, we have about 30 billion worth of ESG compliant debt issuers and sukuk issuers. So that's where we are right now. So we are overseeing we are therefore very committed to ensuring that we align all our efforts in terms of reporting with the national agenda.
Lovely, thank you very much. And in Bashir's remarks, he made reference specifically to the use of the GRI. And commonly that gets a little bit confused that, is it just ISSB or GRI, one or the other? And the answer is it very well can be both. And I know the IFRS Foundation, the ISSB and GRI are working very closely together to ensure there is a real seamless crossover between the investor focus and the broader impact as well. Thank you. Might come across to Isa next. Welcome, thank you for your time here. If I could take you to your home country of Turkey, they've made two very important policy decisions. One around the commitment to using and adopting S1 and S2, and also, excuse me, moving along the lines to the assurance, the adoptions of the assurance of those sustainability reports. Aisha, could you just share with us some of the considerations that you might be aware of that the policymakers were weighing up and thinking about before they took these decisions they took?
Thank you, Lee. As you mentioned, Turkey had a joint decision to be a quick starter. And during our discussions this week, I've been hearing that this is a bold and instant decision, which actually has a background because Turkey has been monitoring the global and regional developments on this agenda very closely for some time. mostly because of its economic impacts and trade impacts on the competitiveness, integration, and interdependencies of the companies or the overall economy when it comes to global supply chains or regional value chains, as well as foreign direct investment and access to finance. So this was on the government agenda for Ministry of Trade, Industry, the regulators of securities and banking, as well as the profession. The profession was also monitoring what was going on in our space. So there has been a four-phase approach, if I may say, with the coordination of Ministry of Trade, but accounting, audit, regulator, and the profession being part of it. So the first one was to make a decision. There was partnership building and awareness raising. So discussions were made as to what was needed, what was urgent, and which model to follow. Of course, our economy is very much integrated with the European Union. So there was their regulations, but we always have followed the international standards endorsed by also IOSCO and also supported by IFAC. So the decision was made to adopt S1 and S2 as early as possible, which was December 2023. They were adopted, and reporting will start this year, and assurance will follow next year. So it will again be in line with IASBA and IAASB standards. It's pretty quick. But quick means there is the risk of quality and implementation. So the regulator looked into who were already reporting. And we have seen that among the public interest entities and listed companies, the population was around 1,000 companies. And with the thresholds set for this year, approximately half of them will be reporting, doing statutory reporting in line with S1 and S2. But 1/3 of all companies were already doing some sort of reporting. So the thresholds were determined in such a way that we would have most of the companies, 85% of the companies were doing some sort of reporting, and half of them having some sort of assurance. So, but for the others and those who are not under statutory reporting framework, the second phase was introduced. I told a four-phase approach. The second phase was education, training, and capacity building through collaborations. And for that, the profession is doing its part to educate particularly the auditors, but on the reporting side, a curriculum was developed, and training organizations, universities were licensed to provide those trainings, and the Public Oversight Authority, the regulator, started a certification program. This certification will not be required to be a preparer, but it is to build capacity within the companies. And a certification, that is the third part, is to acknowledge actually the competencies and to provide motivation, incentivize participation. To support that, Ministry of Trade has providing supports and grants to exporters so that they receive these trainings and some consultancies to develop in-house capacity to implement sustainability-related initiatives, including reporting. This is an important part. And finally, the fourth phase will be assurance. And on the assurance part, the regulator will certify auditors to become assurance providers for sustainability. The capacity building on that part is done by the professional accountancy organization, the institution. They started their trainings. The success rate in the exams are quite low for preparers, for reporting, and for auditing. So it means that the exams are rigorous and we have a long way to go, but this is the action plan. But most importantly, it is to maintain the competitiveness, relevance, and economic power of the country. It was more a financial and economic decision, but we will see some spillover benefits, definitely. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you, Aisha. Couple of takeaways, and that was very thorough, so thank you so much for sharing all of that insight. If you wish to attract global investment, you need to start disclosing. That's what I heard in a very simple way. Thank you. I think the other takeaway is, and that's a very short time frame for when disclosure and assurance starts, I think we all need to remind ourselves in these areas where we're still learning that these first periods of reporting and then assurance following that reporting will still not be like what it is with financial reporting. It's at a different phase of maturity. But thank you so much in sharing those insights. Yara, welcome. Thank you for being on the panel as well. In the spirit of what I've been asking so far, perhaps if I could just ask for your thoughts from Saudi Arabia, but also from other parts around the Gulf region. What are they starting to think about on that journey towards mandatory sustainability reporting?
Thank you, Lee. First of all, I'd like to extend a thank you for the organizers for sending an invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today in this important event. As we've heard, sustainability reporting is definitely important, and it enhances transparency. And this way, it helps companies outline their strategy on how are they adopting sustainability measures, which builds a lot of trust with all stakeholders. And we've seen that there is this important need from investors, regulators, and even communities to look at this information. We've also heard, and through many surveys that were conducted, that 60% of consumers say that their related climate change concerns are increasing. So how can companies show that they're actually addressing these critical issues is through disclosing some of this information in their reporting or sustainability disclosures. So this also allows companies not only to provide the necessary information to investors, which is important, of course, for attracting long-term investments, but it also helps companies basically have the ability to assess their own risks and opportunities and to be able to measure them, because what gets measured basically gets managed. So the process of sustainability reporting forces companies to provide that type of information and help them in analyze and assess these critical ESG issues. So we've seen that voluntary reporting is increasing, and it's becoming more influencing to investment decision making. Another survey, we've seen that 91% of investors view it as a key trend, and 88% plan to boost allocation to sustainable assets. So this underscores this critical global shift to the investment landscape, and ESG factors are no longer a peripheral consideration. It's actually becoming more central to investment strategies. So what we've seen in Saudi through the past few years, there has been an increasing level of sustainability reporting, and we've exceeded more than 30% from the publicly listed companies, which is indicating a growing awareness and capacity and understanding of the importance of sustainability consideration. For now, I think there is this still voluntary thinking of reporting on sustainability, but nothing has been mandatory, which shows this cultural shift in Saudi Arabia. And businesses are recognizing that importance, which is essential. 30% is a good starting point, but we are aiming to, of course, increase the adoption of sustainability. So what we've done, we've developed a national corporate sustainability strategy that includes 6 strategic programs to enable and incentivize companies to start adopting sustainability measures. And one of the key critical initiatives that we are working on is developing our own national sustainability reporting standards. This will help companies understand what are the information that they need to disclose. And of course, we're doing it in alignment with internationally agreed upon standards. We're looking at ISSB, we're looking at GRI, and many others. But we need to also be able to help companies, first of all, support in achieving the national objectives, at the same time, provide the necessary information and be aligned with international organization and international standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yara. Good statistics. I always like some of the statistics coming through, and particularly the ones about the spike in the investment flows coming into Saudi. The way you just expressed that last piece from the focus of the balance of what the jurisdictional needs are and the international, we would transcribe as being utilising the building blocks approach, taking something that can be international and then tailoring it for your jurisdiction. So thank you, and I look forward to further updates on how that progress develops. So thank you very much. Abdul Qadir, welcome. Last year I had the pleasure of being here for COP28, and our research shows that there was a really positive spike in voluntary reporting aligned to the hosting of COP. But I'm going to ask you a more trickier question, and it was sort of touched a little bit on by Liza in some of her comments, that this approach by companies, are they seeing this as really in the spirit of changing the business model, looking at the risks and opportunities, access to capital, as we've been hearing from other panelists, or is it more a compliance obligation?
It's not working.
Yep.
You guys are still awake? Thank you very much, Lee. What is the risk that we are all facing today? The biggest risk that we are all facing today. I'm not expecting to get answers because it'll take a long time. But according to the World Economic Forum today, not surprisingly, change of weather is the biggest risk that's facing all of us. If you were in Dubai 4 months ago, you would really know that. Our roads became rivers. If you look around the world, we are facing a very, very severe challenge. Our weather is changing. Our planet is boiling. No doubt, we really need measures to stop this. So, if you cannot measure it, you can't do anything about it. So the accountancy and finance, the backbone of every company, need to make sure that those measures are clear for everyone in the organization. That goes up to the leaders of the country to realize if they don't do anything, our great-grandkids will not have a place to live on this earth. Now, those are not philanthropies. Now it's been proven they are facts. COP28 last year was in the UAE, gathered the top leaders of the world to talk about this particular standard we're talking about, directly or indirectly. For this laws are actually been going in. Next year, the UAE adopting the environmental law. It's coming in effect toward the 30th of August 25. To make sure when you have a law, everybody got to comply. I have heard the word about, yes, every country wants investment. Investors are not going to put money unless they get that proper assurance. And that must come from their finance and related disclosures you're talking about. And this is what we're seeing. But we have a small challenge. Any one of you using Series here? Or accountant don't like IT? I'll give you a small story. Before you wake up, if you have a wristwatch which is smart, will realize that you have a heart problem. And it will realize that you need to go to the hospital because it's very important. And it realizes that you have a meeting at 9 o'clock that you cannot attend to. All that while you're asleep. AI can make your appointment for the doctor, order you a cab, make your coffee, and cancel your meeting. This is the next thing we are facing. We are all here gathered to make sure what we do. What we have seen, you mentioned auditors are going to have to comply and do all this work. We're still behind. We have a long way to catch up. And the secret is we need to adapt technology to learn how we can apply all these standards very quickly in our organization. We've seen the government take tremendous leadership, and we've seen individuals like Dubai government, for example, took an initiative that not today, in December 21, they decided that not a single piece of paper will be dealt with. If you have an opportunity to go to the Dubai government with a piece of paper, they say sorry. Everything is online. It's not to remove the paper, which is to be environmental friendly, but to change the processes. And in our environmentally, well, what we have in here is so important that this know-how and knowledge, when we go outside into our own organization, is we start talking to each other, all the compliances that we have within an organization, and work toward one common goal. How can we become environmental conscious? Because if we don't act on it today, it was stated that the standard, 2 standards was developed within a year, S1 and S2. That's unheard of. Why? Because there is an urgency. Lee, we have a difference from the government, which is really active, but we're worried about the private side. Listed companies, very simple. You have regulator, they're going to force them. But the businesses outside, that they are looking at the bottom line for everything they want to add. We need to educate them because the standard so far is very friendly. And I believe within 3 years, they will be mandated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Abdul Kader, for that passionate and emotional call to action. Thank you so much, sir. Talal, welcome. Thank you for your time. I'm going to come to an area which I know many of us often ask ourselves. It's about the connectivity between financial reporting and sustainability reporting. And your organisation, the ADGM, has responsibilities looking at both. And then I'd like to take you to how you might be thinking how assurance is then delivered and whether you're seeing the assurance provider doing the work on financial reporting and sustainability in order to have sort of that broader side. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. And thank you very much for the opportunity. So at ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market, we have our own comprehensive ESG reporting framework. It's a comply or explain framework at the moment. And it brings in scope companies with over $68 million of revenue or with assets of $6 billion, assets under management of $6 billion or more. Now, when we say comply or explain, we are permitting the use of any globally recognized standard within ADGM. And if you can't comply with it, what we're expecting is an explanation from companies that's of sufficient quality to show why they have not been able to comply with the framework or with any recognized framework.
Yep.
Now, we also have, as the registrar of companies, all companies have to lodge accounts with us on an annual basis. And some, from the reports that we're already seeing coming in, are filing or lodging their sustainability information as part of these reports. Now, connectivity, coming back to your point, it's very, very important for us because this is what the investors want and this is what we as regulators are also looking at. How does the information that's being reported on sustainability marry up with the information in the financial statements? When we look at a set of financial statements, we're actually thinking about how does it marry up with the front end of the accounts, the back end, and any information in the sustainability reports. So that's on the connectivity. I think it's vital that the connection is strong and it reconciles back and it marries up with any information in the financial statements. On the assurance side, this space, I mean, it's still early stage for us.
Yep.
Yeah, reporting is still we're seeing it come in, and I think another couple of years we'll see more and more companies come into scope within this particular framework. And in due course, I think assurance will follow too. But assurance is important, and we fully recognize the need for insurance because looking at financial reporting, independent audit, as well as audit oversight, is collectively, with strong financial reporting, is what makes it meaningful and reliable. And I think this is the same that we'll see on the sustainability side.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Talal. It will be fascinating in the first years of the reporting to see whether the narrative that has been there through the financial reports, how that is complemented or not with what the narrative coming from the sustainability reporting. Hopefully it's all very complementary, but we shall see. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yara, may I come back to you, please? Saudi Arabia is a member of IOSCO, and as we heard earlier, IOSCO played a very important part in creating the momentum around S1 and S2 from the endorsement of those two standards to be fit for purpose. But getting down a level to your experience as a regulator, what are you seeing as some of the practical challenges and issues as this reporting regime starts to flow on? What are you thinking about?
I think, first of all, regulators must assess the current level of ecosystem preparedness to actually start reporting or mandate reporting. Yeah. And they need to ensure that companies have the necessary tools, the necessary resources, skill sets, expertise, and infrastructure. And I think that is something that today is considered a really large gap. And it requires a lot of involvement and partnerships between national stakeholders as well as international organizations to help bridge it, especially if we're looking at companies like SMEs. We need to support them to be able to move towards this shift before mandating anything. And I think this is going to be in complete support to address the challenges that they have in inadequate data collection or lack of trained employees. So within Saudi, what we've done as part of the national strategy that we've developed, there is a strategic program that is dedicated for capacity building. And what we wanted to do is, first of all, we've done the research and we identified the critical gaps. We understood where are the areas that require the most capacity building, training material, and resources to be deployed to these companies. And we created a program that helped companies be enrolled and get into conversations, hear from other companies, as well as get the necessary expertise from our partners. And what we've done, one of the flagship initiatives that we've launched this year is a Sustainability Champions program. We've selected the large listed companies that are best performing in sustainability, and they've committed to a public pledge where they are going to select at least 3 companies under their value chain to mentor them. And we've seen a lot of companies started reaching out and wanted to be part of that program because it was very dynamic, and companies, large companies were teaching the ones that are with them, the smaller ones wanted to learn more. So it was very much engaging, and we have 19 champions today and more than 70 companies that are enrolled within that program. And as the Ministry of Economy and Planning, what we've done to support the champions and the mentees, we've also developed training sessions around a monthly session for them to support them in 3 critical things. One is an introduction, first of all, to the importance of sustainability, materiality assessment, and baselining assessments. And what I believe, and that was mentioned also earlier today, what is important is not only for the companies, but also trainings for the regulators to always be up to date with the evolving, changing nature of what we see today and the understanding of sustainability. So what we would require from companies or from ISSB, IFAC, mainly are more robust frameworks and roadmaps that can take these businesses step by step to develop their sustainability reports, and more trainings around how can they better report on sustainability. One last thing, we require a more region-specific content. And I think each jurisdiction faces different challenges, and it requires to have its own region-specific content to be able to meet the international standards as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Yara. That was a very comprehensive response. I can certainly feel it's a very structured, phased approach, for a better way of saying it, but I'd also say congratulations on that program where you've now got up to 70 involved. It sounds very much like a great learning, and ideally, hopefully that then is able to be shared in other jurisdictions as well. So thank you very much. Aisha, if I could come to you next, just as a flow then from what Yara was saying, you gave us the timings for the introduction into Turkey in terms of both the reporting and the assurance side. So I can only feel that preparation is well underway already in Turkey. Could you just explain a little bit of what you're aware of in terms of preparation? How does it work in between regulators and the professional accountants as well, please?
Thank you, Lee, for the question. So As I said, it started with the government policy to keep the companies competitive, particularly with the EU market. This has resulted in an awareness, but also there was lack of coordination of efforts and duplication of efforts. That's what we have seen. Every ministry, every regulator and professions, not only the accounting profession, started to develop some training materials, curriculum, or certification training programs. But we really needed to be quick and targeted to coordinate these efforts, because for the private sector, it's also confusing where to start, how to build capacity, where to build capacity. So I think our regulator did a good job, first of all, signaling the way forward very early on, and also providing as a staged roadmap. And the profession was already getting prepared for it. Thanks to also to IFAC and Accountancy Europe, our global and regional bodies, there were some preparation and the dialogue started, and then the efforts are coordinated. Now there is a single curriculum that is provided by the regulator, that is delivered by certified training providers, single certification. But what the profession did further on was to engage with the regulator to see what was coming for assurance. That was particularly important on the assurance side. So there is a similar gap analysis, like Yara mentioned, has been made as to what the needs were in the initial professional development program and the CPD, Continuous Professional Development Program. And we are also closely monitoring as the profession, the education standards and the revision project, the additional projects there, particularly using the CPD to make sure that everyone is on the same page and ready to obtain the additional qualifications to provide timely the assurance that will be required. One final note on that, we also realized, based on some research and some anecdotal evidence, I would say, that even the financial reports are not used to a degree that is desired in decision making. So it was also important to raise awareness from an investor viewpoint, let it be individuals, educating the users, and probably we will be seeing sustainability literacy programs together with the securities regulators. And on top of that, there are initiatives also to cooperate with internal auditors to continue building this capacity on the corporate governance and preparer side as well. I hope this is useful. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much, Aisha. And I suppose if I heard a couple of key themes there, for all of us now, it's starting to take time to prepare, because you really need this investment in the preparation of the markets, of all the different participants, in order to deliver as successful an implementation and adoption as you can. And I think the phrase, everyone needs to get onto the same page, is exactly right. So thank you. Abdul Qadir, if I could come to you, sir, and just the segue from the last reflections from Aisha then, calling on internal audit to play its role within the transformation of the business. You're here today as the chairman of the internal auditors. So I would welcome your insights as to what you're seeing changing and the role of the internal auditor in an organisation.
We have two words in internal audit, in accounts, and all the compliances that we have. What are they? Everything we do is strictly confidential. That's not going to help us here. We need to jumpstart. And we need to cheat. What? Did I say cheat? We need to jumpstart our process. A normal organization, when we look at it as an internal audit, and a lot of people, of course, they love us, especially the accountant. Sometimes what we see it in different areas is, and I'll just use an example of the purchasing, because everybody loves to go and audit the purchasing. They leave, the compliance come and they meet them. After they leave, the government auditors go and meet them. After they leave, the fraud comes and meet them. And before, you have the government auditors coming and meeting them. So already they have something called audit fatigue. And in our transformation toward implementing our environmental change measures, we can't have what actually stated by Yara and think that we do a lot of duplication. We do a lot of repeat. We need to be very precise with what we really want from them. Internal audit can play a role where make sure that all these efforts are properly aligned. Because we are internal. Our cost is very important. So the other compliances cost to an organization. If we can have that overall, and it was mentioned, it's so easy to say we have to talk to each other. We have to communicate. But in reality, it's the most difficult thing in any organization. You mentioned that a lot of resources been duplicated in different places. We as internal audit can take that lead role and come with the best so we can complement to make sure we can jumpstart, minimize the resources, maximize the benefit. Moreover, I did say the word cheat. Look at the leading practices outside, whether it's in Turkey or in Saudi Arabia or in any of the other country, and adapt them. Rather than you start from the beginning. It's easy to go and give a job to a consultant. They'll recreate the thing for you again. But if you go and look at a best or a leading practice somewhere, and you spoke to the people and you talk to them and say, can I adopt this? He's not going to say no to you. Go ahead and do it. For us, as IIA UAE, we came up with, this was about 10 years ago, with an award in both governance, fraud, and IT, just to make sure people can bring in the best practices and share those practices with other people. And we've seen significant change, because these practices, instead of you doing one way of a risk assessment, if somebody can do it much better, use that practice. If somebody has found a better way of actually securing their system, other people can do it. Similarly, we've taken the initiative in ESG, where we can find some of the best practices and echo, because really the environmental ecosystem is so complicated. Somebody mentioned solar. Do you guys know what is the best or the most efficient solar panel available today? It's not more than 24.3%. And when you have a temperature of 45 degrees, you lose 6% before you start. So, we internal auditors can play that liaison. We take that role, and to make sure that those risks are identified in our organization, are common to all the departments. One challenge we have, it was mentioned, The biggest challenge we've seen is finding the right competent talent people who can help you. Because there are so few of them, especially in the environmental area, that you need to train and train and train. But you know, you can always cheat. See something good, come and apply it. To move, grow the right talent people within the organization, and that's the role that we see that we are actually doing right now. Because if organization at the level of the government can work with each other, I think the regulators, we have enough regulation, and people, whether they like it or not, they're going to apply it. Every single person in this room is responsible for the environment. And the tone at the top, if it's not in that line, believe me, that company is not going to be in existence. When I say you're responsible to take that environment with you, not only at the company, at your home, with the kids. It's an effort that we all need to work in, but the accountants have the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your wise counsel about communication is very important. Thank you, sir. Bashir, now back to you. When we had the first conversation with you, you made reference to the uptake of the use of GRI in your region. You know, without sort of trading one off against the other, I'd welcome your insights about the reporting which is investor focus and the reporting which is broader on impact, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, we did allude to GRI reporting. And what we see is that large companies, especially big companies, they would certainly want to showcase their commitments to ESG. So GRI is one of the methodology that they've been using. And we used to have one of our listed securities, like for example, our local authority on electricity and water. They have an incredible level of disclosures when it comes to GRI reporting. That's very commendable. The idea, then we see across the DIFC on the onshore, then we see, for example, Sustainability Excellence, which is a partner of GRI, is working very closely with some of the exchanges to provide some of the data that's in the reporting that help these companies to achieve a good degree of quality reporting when it comes to. Now, having said that, but the DFSA still continues to commit not just to one particular, aspects of the standards. We work very closely with the Network for Greening the Financial Systems. We work with the Insurance Sustainability Forum and also ISSB, to say the least. Now, coming back to ISSB, although as we heard this morning, His Excellency, but although the country has not officially adopted IFRS S1 and S2, we are committed towards working with the with the country in terms of ensuring that there is a quality of disclosure, not just on the impact, but also on the financials. Now, this my colleague is here, Naveed Lalani. He's here he can speak on behalf of the financial services and the firms that that are in the center. But from my perspective, on the listed issuer side, what we are seeing is that there's lots of as I said, we are committed to have a transparent and a flexible a regulatory approach that are based on international standard that promotes stability. At the adoption of IFRS S1 and S2, as far as the listed issues are concerned, are entirely voluntary at this stage.
Yeah.
Now, how do we translate this to our own issuers? Again, this is where we would have to have the dialogue. We would have to have the conversation with our listed issuers to understand what are their perspectives. I mean, they may have some point of view regarding the the data and analytics, for example. What about the Scope 3 emissions reporting? What about the biodiversity impact, the social governance? What sort of metrics are there? And if there are some metrics, how do you verify these kind of things? And you'd have to have that kind of conversation with our listed issuers or our firms before, to get a better understanding. What are the local challenges are, local constraints are, the impediments are. Now, again, there may be other broader issues. For example, adoption of IFRS S1 and S2. There may be some sort of we need to understand the crossroad between that kind of reporting as well as, reporting under the SSB, under EU SCS RSD. I mean, you could have, or even the GRI, so that there is no duplication of efforts. And how does it translate to the costs for these companies? These are the kind of vital discussions that we need to have, and we are committed to have, with our firms before, we take a broader view on these kind of things. Now, having said that, we will continue this conversation, and DIFC as a whole as well is committed towards, promoting, reporting in line with the national agenda. And yes, just by way of conclusion, I would like to say that in come December, the DIFC will be hosting its second edition of the forum on greening, and supporting the government's initiative transition to a green economy. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you for the commitment to have those consultations, understand why they're important and the implications that arise. This transformation can't be just pushed. You need to be able to persuade and bring people along. You raised some elements around, for a better way, the interoperability between different elements of reporting. As I said earlier, the GRI and the ISSB are working very closely on that aspect. You mentioned SASB, which we haven't spoken very much about, but the SASB now sits inside the ISSB, and that already some of the work that's occurred at the ISSB has been to internationalise the metrics, what SASB's produced, which is all industry specific, very valuable material. So thank you so much. Talal, in the last 5 minutes or so as we have, I want to come back to you around assurance. And, it might be obvious to many, but I think it's still worth exploring with you why you see the assurance element so effective and so important as we introduce these new forms of sustainability reporting.
So I think assurance is very important because it essentially makes the information credible and reliable. But of course, we need to see more uptake, and we're encouraging reporting to increase first. So I think, yeah, it will take some time, but it's key. Without assurance, I don't think we get the reliability or the credibility that investors and stakeholders are looking for in the information that's being published by corporations. Yeah.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're running out of time very quickly. I think we do have an opportunity to take a question. In doing that, may I ask that if you are going to ask the question, to just introduce yourself and to make it a very brief question and to identify who you may wish to ask on the panel, please. Down here, I think there should be a mic on your table, sir. If not, can we get a mic to this gentleman, please? Right, coming very, very shortly. Thank you, Dave.
Hi, this is Saad Munyar from CRO. My question to Yara, she mentioned that there's a need for localizing the sustainability standards. I would just want to understand the standards, the way in which they are developed, they are pretty comprehensive. Then why is there a need to localize the standards?
Please, Yara. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned, I think each jurisdiction, each country have different challenges. Localizing it doesn't mean that we don't meet the international standard. It's more on how do we bridge between our national priorities to international standards. And the way that we're doing that is, first of all, we're developing a sector agnostic guideline And once we complete that, we'll be having a sector-specific standard, which then would be aligned with the internationally agreed standard. And that's how we're approaching this matter.
Thank you very much, Yara. Thank you for the question, Saad. We will bring this session to a conclusion. What I would say is I go back to the words I heard from His Excellency earlier today about embracing S1 and S2. And I can hear as well the momentum that's developing in the region from different jurisdictional perspectives of how this information will be reported and eventually how it will be assured as well. The transformation is underway. Preparation, we heard, is incredibly important, and let's see what develops. So may I ask you in the traditional way to thank our panellists, please. Thank you. Thank you. And now if I can pass back to our moderator. Thank you. Oh, photo? Okay.
كل الشكر والتقدير لمدير هذه الجلسة مستر لي وايت، وكذلك المتحدثين الكرام على إثرائكم لهذا الموضوع الهام. حضورنا الكريم، ننتقل إلى عرض تقديمي أخير، وبعد ذلك أكيد بننتقل إلى وجبة الغداء، ولكن عرض مميز بإذن الله سوف يكون تحت عنوان الإفصاح عن الاستدامة في القطاع العام وفقاً لمجلس معايير المحاسبة الدولية للقطاع العام، بما في ذلك الاعتراف بالموارد الطبيعية. فليتفضل ديف وارن مدير مجلس معايير المحاسبة الدولية. And now I would like to invite Mr. Dave Warren to address his presentation.
Thank you very much for having me here today. Whenever I come to the region, I'm always impressed by the pace of change and inspired by the positive attitude that you foster towards change. This is something absolutely the IPSASB borrowed when they were developing their sustainability standards and trying to do it with haste. Thank you to the EAAA for hosting such a fabulous event, and thank you to the Ministry, the EAAA, and IFAC for organizing an event and inviting me. As I walk through what the IPSASB is proposing in its recently approved exposure draft that should be published in the next few weeks, I think it's really important when trying to understand what the IPSASB is proposing to go back and understand why the IPSASB first entered into this project. And the IPSASB's first public foray into climate-related disclosures really started with a World Bank report that was issued in January of 2022. And what this report did was really two things. One, it called on the IPSASB to lead a global consultation to determine which organization in the public sector should set sustainability reporting standards. But the reason they made this call was because what they had identified was, as the private sector at this time and continuing to this date was making progress on sustainable disclosures and was making these more publicly, the public sector was falling behind. And what they foresaw was the public sector would start to lose its access to capital markets. And I think Ms. Yara made this point in her comments that what you were seeing in Saudi was the sustainability disclosures were encouraging more investment in the private sector. And like I said, this was echoed in the World Bank report that there was going to be this loss of access to capital markets in the public sector, and there really was a need for sustainability disclosure in the public sector, and that was the ask of the IPSASB. About 4 months later, in May of 2022, the IPSASB issued its own consultation paper. This consultation paper was in response to the World Bank's call on the IPSASB, and what this consultation paper did was highlight that the IPSASB was willing to take on the mantle of developing sustainability standards in the public sector, that it needed to be done with haste, and that it would begin with climate. Now, in response to this consultation, what the IPSASB heard was overwhelming support that it was the appropriate entity to lead on sustainability disclosure requirements and the development of those requirements in the public sector. But a couple points that really stood out. The first was, and this kind of came from two different perspectives. One is what a number of our constituents indicated to us is that we should really consider what was developed in the private sector. There was lots of support for what the ISSB did in consolidating consolidating private sector guidance and having really one framework that the private sector could apply. And our constituents said that's a good base to start with. Don't forget about what's done there. Now, the other side to that argument was our constituents also reminded us that there are some unique aspects in the public sector that needed to be considered. And this goes back to one of the comments that Liza made, that in the public sector there was an expectation that the impacts that the public sector had on the environment would be something that the IPSASB should consider and want to layer on in its guidance. The other point that the IPSASB heard, and it came through loud and clear, that while there was significant support for the IPSASB to lead on the development of sustainability reporting guidance in the public sector, what we heard was the IPSASB needed to ensure it had the appropriate knowledge base to do that. Now, the reason we had support is the IPSASB has been developing public sector standards for about 25 years now. We have the experience, we know the public sector, but that experience really is in financial reporting. So the IPSASB needed to credentialize itself. And it was really done in a few really important ways. I'll spend quite a bit of time on the left-hand side of this slide because this really was innovative for the IPSASB and goes to one of Lee's earlier points about IFAC's power of convening groups globally. And what you'll see on the left-hand side was a group that was convened by the IPSASB called the Sustainability Reference Group. And what this group did was, it was a number of public sector climate reporting experts. And that's really key because this was the first group that was assembled that was public sector specific and climate reporting experts. And that really is, I'll say, the power of the IPSASB, and we really leaned on IFAC for that support to get this group of individuals together. And what this group of individuals was able to do was provide the IPSASB with advice as it was developing its first climate-related disclosure, right now exposure draft. And what this group was able to do was, when the IPSASB ran into a challenging issue, the Sustainability Reference Group came in and provided the IPSASB advice. It provided direction, it provided expertise on what they were seeing in the public sector as it related to climate-related disclosures. After the Sustainability Reference Group provided advice and the IPSASB looked at recommendations, the information then went to a topic working group. And what this topic working group did was it took the Sustainability Reference Group advice and really worked that into a principle. The topic working group was made up of 6 individuals. These were standard setters from around the world and a couple jurisdictions that were already applying a climate reporting framework. And then finally, on the far right of this standard, and this is really key for the IPSASB as well, this group is being established in Q4 of 2024 or early 2025, and we're calling it the Sustainability Implementation Forum. And what this forum is doing is it is going to take aspects of the exposure draft that should be released in the next couple of weeks, and it's going to pilot certain aspects of that. And that's going to be really important information for the IPSASB as the exposure draft closes and we start to finalize the development of a standard, because we'll take that information in developing a final pronouncement and make sure it works for the public sector. Right now, we have a number of jurisdictions that have put up their hand and said they want to pilot aspects of the exposure draft. If there's anyone in this room that would also like to volunteer and contribute your time and efforts and indicate to the IPSASB what works and doesn't work, I'd be more than happy to catch up with you at one of the breaks and find a way for you to get your feedback as well. What this next slide does is take everything I've talked about so far and highlight the proposals that the IPSASB has developed in this exposure draft. I'll start at the very top of this slide in the gray box. And what's really interesting about the public sector is when the public sector goes out and it identifies agreements it wants to sign up to, whether it's the Paris Agreement or UN SDGs, it will make a commitment to achieve those goals. So it might make a commitment that it will cut its greenhouse gases by 50% by 2030. But what's unique about the public sector is not only is it committing on behalf of itself, but it's also committing on behalf of the broader economy. And that's really unique to the public sector. Private sector entities don't do that in the same way. And that was really key to the IPSASB, and that's where the IPSASB really focused on developing guidance. It focused on these two lenses, the government's own commitment to itself, and then the government's commitment to the broader economy. So when I talk about the government's commitment to its own operations, that's the top left of the circle, the public corporations. And what the IPSASB decided there was that for a government's own operations, and when I say own operations, think about everyday activities or day-to-day activities of a public sector entity. So the Ministry of Transport trying to provide public transportation services to its citizens, the risks and opportunities associated with that, that's what I'm focusing on when I talk about the government's own operations. What the IPSASB decided for these operations is the disclosures that citizens would want, users would want, would be consistent with those disclosure requirements in IFRS S2. And that's because IFRS S2 focuses on disclosing risks and opportunities that will impact the future cash flows of an entity. And those same risks and opportunities will also impact the service delivery of the public sector entity. So going back to my example on the delivery of transit services, if you're to focus on the risks and opportunities that are going to impact the cash flows of delivering public transit, those are the same risks and opportunities related to the continued service delivery. And as a result, because those same user needs align in the public and private sector, for own operations, the IPSASB is proposing that we align with IFRS S2 for own operations. Now, as I move to the second perspective and the second commitment that the government's making, and that's a commitment to meet an international agreement as it relates to the broader economy. And in this case, think of the Ministry of Energy committing to move away from energy production from coal and move to production from solar energy. Those commitments impact the broader economy and really change and influence how the economy will work. So when we're in this space, the IPSASB decided that it needed public sector specific guidance. And it really wanted to focus on the outcomes of those programs. So the IPSASB is looking to require public sector entities that are responsible for the outcomes of climate-related public policy programs to require the disclosures of the risks associated with delivering on those outcomes and what those outcomes are. So this slide provides in a little more detail what I just spoke about on the previous slide as it relates to the circles. What I would focus on here is the entity's own operations, as I mentioned, are aligned with IFRS S2. The IPSASB expects that every public sector entity that adopts its standard will have to apply the guidance as it relates to own operations. Every public sector entity is going to have its own operations. However, the right-hand side of this slide, the public policy programs, this is the public sector guidance that's unique to the public sector. The IPSASB expects this will only apply to a limited number of public sector entities because it's only those entities that have sovereign powers, those entities that have the ability to regulate, tax, subsidize, or set up some kind of fiscal policy program to influence the broader economy to act in a certain way. So again, it's those entities that are responsible for the outcomes of public policy programs. And I don't know whether I have a specific number of entities of how broadly public policy programs will apply to, but it is going to be very specific to the public sector and will be a much smaller number of entities as compared to own operations. So this slide goes through a good example that really illustrates the difference between own operations and public policy programs. And what you'll see from an own operations perspective, if the Ministry of Transport decides to, for its own operations, replace its entire fleet with electric vehicles, this will impact its own operations, and as a result would have to apply the requirements that are aligned with IFRS S2. But if the Ministry of the Environment decided to enact a broader policy across the economy that said that by 2030, individuals and corporations could only buy electric vehicles, that would have two impacts. It would have an impact on the Ministry of the Environment, because when it was replacing its own vehicles, it would have to apply the disclosure requirements on its own operations. But it also has an impact on the broader economy, and as a result would also need to disclose the outcomes of those public policy programs on households, other public sector entities, and corporations. As I wrap things up, I'll just show you a timeline of where the IPSASB is expecting to be in about a year. As I mentioned a couple weeks ago in Brussels, the IPSASB approved an exposure draft on its climate-related disclosure standard. We're expecting that to be out for comment until the end of February, and then depending on the comments, we're targeting to have a final standard approved by the end of 2025. I was very encouraged yesterday. The EAAA supported the IPSASB in having a regional roundtable right here in this room, and we received really excellent feedback. And what I would say is I'd really encourage you to pick up a pen and respond in paper to us as well by February 28th, because your responses can only make the final pronouncement stronger. So I really encourage you to do that, and thank you very much for your time today. I hope you found this informative. Thank you.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير للسيد ديف وارن على هذا العرض التقديمي حول الإفصاح عن الاستدامة في القطاع العام. الحضور الكريم، الآن ندعوكم لتناول وجبة الغداء، وعندكم ساعة واحدة وبعد ذلك بنكمل برامج أكيد هذا المؤتمر، وعليكم بألف عافية.
Check.
check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 more. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey.
الحضور الكريم، ندعوكم للتوجه إلى القاعة والتفضل بالدخول للبدء في الجلسات القادمة لهذا اليوم. حياكم الله. نتشرف بوجودكم في القاعة بحيث نبتدي فعاليات ونستكمل جلسات هذا المؤتمر.
Hey, 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 hey. Can I keep? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey.
أناديهم.
Hey, hey. Check, 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 check. Hey. Check, check. Check.
حياكم الله. نتشرف بوجودكم في القاعة بحيث نبتدي الجلسة القادمة إن شاء الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكم وحياكم الله أكيد في مؤتمر الاستدامة للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، المحاسبة والتقارير المالية. نعود ونواصل هذا المؤتمر بالجلسات المختلفة والخطابات الملهمة والمعلومات المثرية والمفيدة، واللي بإذن الله سوف تقدم لنا أكيد نتائج مبهرة بإذن الله في نهاية هذا المؤتمر. نشكر كل القائمين والمتعاونين وكافة الحضور اللي أكيد من بداية هذا اليوم، بداية هذا الصباح هم موجودين ومندمجين أكيد بالجلسات والمواضيع النقاشية المختلفة. نواصل جلساتنا أكيد والعروض التقديمية لمتحدثينا الكرام. أكيد حضورنا الكريم، جلستنا أو خلينا نقول عرضنا القادم سوف يكون تحت عنوان توجهات الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين في مجال تقارير الاستدامة في المنطقة. وأكيد ندعو السيد ديفيد مادون مدير الاستدامة في الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. Mr. David, the stage is yours, please.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you for sticking with us. We have a lot of good programming to follow this afternoon. You know, this morning was all about the first step in high-quality sustainability information, the use of high-quality ISSB standards. So I'd now like to broaden our discussion about sustainability reporting and to set the scene for the next couple of agenda items in our program by bringing you up to date on some research that IFAC does called our State of Play. I said earlier, I like research. We believe that research and data provides our profession, policymakers, other decision makers with the information, the facts to make evidence-based discussions and decisions. So the State of Play in sustainability reporting and assurance has been a 4-year initiative that examines reporting and assurance of sustainability information by the largest stock exchange listed companies across the G20 countries, plus Singapore and Hong Kong. In February, so earlier this year, we published our latest report from fiscal 2022, which is actually the latest year, the most recent year, for which we can find publicly available information on sustainability for all 1,400 companies that we individually review. So let's start with a scorecard for what's going on in the G20. So I'd like you to focus on the numbers in the purple boxes, but also acknowledge the 4-year trend that is emerging in these data. We see a lot of sustainability reporting, 98% of companies providing some information. It would be 99% if we excluded Argentina and Russia from these calculations. But we find a lot less assurance. It's hovering just above 70%. So assurance follows and depends on high-quality reporting, so that gap makes sense. And we are seeing a clear upward trend from 51% of companies obtaining some assurance when we started this in 2019 up to that 69% number in 2022. South Korea, France, Italy, and Spain have among the highest rates of assurance in our study. Note that audit firms conducted 58% of sustainability assurance globally in the G20 in 2022. So that means 40% of sustainability assurance is being provided by consultants, engineers, or other professional service organizations that are outside of the accountancy profession. The assurance we find, 80%, is limited in nature, not reasonable assurance, which is what we have for financial audit. And I believe we need regulation to drive the evolution from limited to reasonable assurance with respect to sustainability, and that's necessary if sustainability information is going to truly be on par, on a level playing field in decision-making with financial information. Finally, note that there's a big difference between accountants who use IAASB standards for assurance versus consultants who do not. So that's at 92 versus 38% at the bottom right of this chart. So this gap needs to close now that we have ISSA 5000, which will replace ISAE 3000 as well as ISAE 3410 for sustainability assurance and greenhouse gas emission verification. So this is all great data. But today, in recognition of being here in the MENA region and acknowledging the size of the economies here in the Middle East and Northern Africa, as well as many countries in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, we are publishing today another report, a complementary report to this flagship G20 report. And this report examines 20 smaller economies, smaller and developing economies, 15 of which have a GDP of about or less than $500 billion. So together between these two reports, we're now examining nearly 2,000 companies from 42 jurisdictions. So let's take a look at a scorecard for beyond the G20. We still see a lot of reporting, 95%. But we observe significantly less assurance. Less than 50% of these companies are obtaining assurance on at least some of what they report. So that's a much bigger gap between reporting and assurance here than it was on the prior slide for the G20 jurisdictions. But like the G20, it's still limited assurance that's being obtained. And the gap between accountants using standards of the IAASB and consultants who are not is also still significant. So the next slide takes a look at reporting on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis from the G20. The real story here, I think, is where companies are reporting their sustainability information. Green on this chart indicates the use of integrated reports for reporting on sustainability. And I've highlighted a few jurisdictions, going from left to right: Brazil, France, Spain, South Africa, Turkey, India, Japan. This is where we are seeing integrated reporting gaining momentum year over year in our 2019 to 2022 analysis. There were also increases in annual reports. That's what's shown in green. If you look at the horizontal graph at the top, we see a 27 percentage point decrease in the use of standalone sustainability reports. The holdout jurisdictions are the US, Canada, China, and South Korea, but it seems that companies are co-locating, putting their sustainability information closer to their financial information, whether it's in an annual report or in an integrated report, and we think that this is an important trend. So having two sets of data allows us to take a more focused look at specific regions. So for example, we try to understand what's going on in the MENA region by reviewing 175 companies from Egypt, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the UAE. So we see the same trend away from standalone sustainability reports and towards reporting on sustainability in integrated or annual reports. We found meaningful increases in the rate of voluntary reporting in 2022 in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. The use of annual reports appears to be the dominant preference in the region, but I mentioned earlier that Turkey is a country where integrated reporting is increasing in popularity, and we saw a 20 percentage point surge in 2022 in the use of integrated reports from the companies in the UAE. So now we're going to switch to assurance and focus on the G20 countries first. So this is what 69% average assurance rate looks like jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Note the gray coloring and the highlighting in the bar chart, which highlights some of the jurisdictions where assurance is below that 69% average. In contrast to that, almost all of the South Korean companies that we review on the far right obtained assurance. They're at a 96% assurance rate. And the rate of assurance, looking from left to right, in Brazil, Canada, the US, in the EU, UK, and Japan, is also above that 69% average. Taking a more regional view, we see that sustainability assurance is an emerging practice here in the MENA region. On average, 25% of companies we reviewed also obtained some sustainability, had some of their information assured. In spite of very high reporting levels in Morocco, there's no assurance. The spike in voluntary reporting in Saudi Arabia and the UAE was not accompanied by an uptick in assurance. So we saw the rate of assurance go below 10% in both of those countries because of the increase in reporting. Only Turkey has showed improvement from 33% assurance in 2019 to 61% assurance on this graph in 2022. So now who is providing the assurance? We see again that there are significant differences between jurisdictions. On this graph, blue indicates the percentage of engagements conducted by accountancy firms. The gray indicates the use of consultancy or other types of professional service providers. So you can see on this graph there were 6 G20 jurisdictions in 2022 where over half, more than 50% of assurance was provided by other service providers. So that happened in the US, the UK, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Japan, and South Korea. Our data from beyond the G20 would add 6 more jurisdictions to this list of countries where more or most of the assurance is being conducted outside of the accountancy profession. So the use of other service providers is particularly noticeable in the Asia-Pacific region on the far right on this graph. But in the EU, we see that the accountancy profession is meeting the challenge of sustainability assurance. Take a look at France, Italy, Germany, and Spain. Another important point, it's not on this graph, but just note that in the G20, the majority of the time, 73% of the time, the same accountancy firm provides both the financial and the sustainability assurance. So taking a closer look at the MENA region, once again, we see in our overview of 5 jurisdictions, variability, a lot of variability between countries. It appears that consultants provide assurance in Egypt, and it was half consultants, half accountants in the UAE, while professional accountants did most of the engagements in Saudi Arabia and Turkey. So I'd like to offer 2 observations about this. I mentioned that Turkey is a country where assurance has been on the rise. It's also a jurisdiction where 69% of engagements were done by accountants in 2021, but down to 57% on this graph. The UK, Japan, and South Africa are other examples where we find that when companies obtain assurance for the first time, they oftentimes do it just on greenhouse emissions data, and they turn to consultants for that verification. So a change is going to take place in Turkey because we heard that only the professional accountants on the panel this morning will be permitted to provide sustainability assurance once assurance becomes mandatory using ISA 5000 in Turkey. A second qualifier I want to mention is that we have low levels of assurance here in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. So we have a very small sample set, and so there's a volatility in these numbers. So as I said, assurance practice is still emerging in the region. So it's important to be aware of the global trends as we begin and you begin to shape policy and have discussions about the future of assurance in your countries. These last 2 slides also support the profession-agnostic approach that has been taken by both the IAASB and the ISBA in their sustainability standard setting work. We'll talk about that in a panel later on. But the existence of other service providers in the assurance ecosystem is a reality, but it does have implications for how engagements are performed. For example, half of UAE engagements were done by accountants using IAASB standards, resulting in limited assurance opinions. The other half were done by consultants using a different standard called AA 1000, resulting in moderate assurance opinions. So not consistency across the board in the type or level of assurance that companies are delivering to investors. None of the assurance in Egypt use IASB standards, but 100% of the engagements in Saudi Arabia did. So what I'm trying to illustrate here is that who provides assurance is determined by companies and regulators, and it has outcomes or difference in outcomes in terms of what investors and other stakeholders get from that assurance. So this is particularly important as reporting and assurance becomes mandatory. So last year, we published a special report that looked really closely at who's providing assurance, using what standards, and how different practitioners apply assurance standards like the IAASB's ISA 3000. We did this as a proxy for what the world might look like when ISA 5000 starts being used. And this graph summarizes what we found. Firm assurance reports stated that the engagement was conducted in accordance with the IAASB standard, which is what the standard requires, 97% of the time, versus 64% of the time was that representation made in the assurance report provided by a consultancy firm. A specific code or standard of ethics for independence was cited 1/3 of the time by other service providers, 91% of the time by accountants. Quality controls were cited 43% of the time by other service providers, 94% of the time by accountancy firms. In terms of the scope of the engagement, about 60% of consultancy engagements were limited to one topic, greenhouse gas-related metrics. 80% of accountancy firm engagements conducted broader scope, not single topic reviews. So these data sets are from our G20 state of play, not from the broader G20 plus additional 20 jurisdictions. But I think the point is clear that there are meaningful differences in the scope, level, and application of assurance standards between accountancy professionals and consultants. So we need to talk about consistent oversight and enforcement that delivers high-quality outcomes regardless of who the sustainability assurance practitioner is. We need to engage with our clients to make sure they understand these differences. And as a profession, we need to do our highest possible quality work as more and more assurance is being provided to demonstrate how we will bring trust and confidence to sustainability information the same way that we do for financial information. So one final topic from our state of play research addresses corporate governance, and this is a new area for us looking at in this year's report. We examined company documents to understand who has oversight of sustainability as a strategic topic, as a matter of reporting, and as a matter of external assurance. So the data from the 1,400 G20 companies that we reviewed tells us that most, 83%, address sustainability as a strategic issue. Only a little more than half, 56%, designate board oversight over sustainability reporting. So think about that, the reporting of the other 44% of companies. And only 22% of companies designate that there's board oversight of sustainability assurance. So I think we all agree on the importance of board oversight in financial disclosure. And it's pretty clear that we need the same thing for sustainability disclosure, but that best practices are still emerging on this front. So I'll conclude just by highlighting that the state of play, which is now a series of research, has become a foundation for IFAC's sustainability thought leadership and our engagement with stakeholders around the world. It helps us set the scene for discussions like the ones we're having today. And we're now going to take a deeper look, much deeper look into assurance with a presentation from the IAASB on their new standard, as well as a panel discussion that will follow. So thank you for listening.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير للسيد ديفيد مادون على هذا العرض القيم. الآن ننتقل إلى عرض آخر من تقديم السيد مارون بعنوان تعريف معيار ISSA 5000. سوف نتعرف أكيد على هذا العرض، فليتفضل السيد مارون. Please welcome to the stage.
So thank you very much, and we'll be spending just a few minutes having a look at some of the provisions of our new assurance standard dealing specifically with sustainability reporting. And it's fantastic following after David. He's done most of the heavy lifting for me. He's giving you a good sense of the context in which we're working, and really it's just now to touch briefly on the need for assuring this type of information and how practically we might actually do that. So specifically dealing with the standard ISA 5000 and how the standard sort of envisages assurance providers covering these sustainability reports in general. The standard has been on a really long history. Those of you in the forum of firm discussion yesterday, apologies up front for a bit of duplication here. But in a nutshell, the standard has gone through a really rigorous process of stakeholder engagement. This was a case of not only asking people to write comment letters, as is usually the case with standard setters, but actually going and talking to stakeholders literally on every continent barring one. And the aim for that, or the rationale for that, was to try and get as much feedback as possible leading up to the development of our final standard. So, I mean, just taking you briefly through the timeline, we ended up by December 2023 with almost 143 comment letters on the document and over 40 different engagements at different events with different stakeholders to inform the final standard, which received unanimous approval from the board at our meeting now in September. So we're envisaging this standard becoming effective for years commencing during 2026, following final approval by the Public Interest Oversight Board. What exactly does this standard envisage? Well, it's designed to apply very broadly to any type of sustainability information, irrespective of which framework is being used to prepare it. So the standard is not there to tell you how to prepare your sustainability report. We leave that up to the GRI, the ISSB, other standard setters to develop guidelines for preparers. 5,000 is about the assurance provider and helping the assurance provider express an opinion on that report, irrespective of what the preparer has used to put the report together. It's designed to cater for limited and reasonable assurance. The logic for all of that has been made clear in David's presentation. We really need to make sure that we can cater for both levels of assurance, depending on different jurisdictional requirements, and underpinned, of course, by a commitment both to ethics and quality management, and the need to apply to a whole host of different assurance providers, both accountants and non-accountants. It covers greenhouse gas emissions, but again, as David has mentioned, sustainability is not only about greenhouse gases. Yes, if you're reporting on greenhouse gases, 5,000 is certainly relevant, but if the report is broader than that, 5,000 will also be applicable. So it's really designed to be a flexible, all-encompassing assurance standard. We've covered most of the issues raised by our stakeholder community, specifically the need to be professionally neutral, specifically the need to focus on greenhouse gases, the need to cover materiality and different ways of thinking about materiality when we prepare these documents, the need to deal with fraud and compliance with laws and regulations as part of the broader assurance process, and the need to make sure that the standard is sufficiently rigorous and demanding when it comes to both an ethical point of view, making sure that we have compliance with ethical standards, good systems of quality management, and of course suitable work effort leading up to the acceptance of the engagement. Transparency in the assurance report has been key in this process. We listen very carefully to feedback from investors and creditors to make sure that the assurance reports provide us with the essential information required. Again, we focused on the issue of limited versus reasonable assurance, and we've catered for connectivity between financial and extra-financial information, with a strong focus on risk assessment and the usual ingredients that you would find in an assurance engagement. And that's really important because this standard is building on really well-accepted, well-tested, well-tried assurance methodologies rather than reinventing everything from scratch. And that's really designed to enable application as quick as practically be possible. There's significant detail on how to deal with components and value chains. We recognize the fact that sustainability reporting can become complex as it absorbs entities throughout the value chain, some of which might be subsidiaries or under control of the entity doing the reporting, but some of which may not. And so there was a clear need for additional guidance on how to cater for these expanded reporting requirements and the whole range of different jurisdictional settings which could apply from country to country. Finally, we focus significantly on certain inherent limitations. We remind both practitioners and users of the fact that these assurance engagements can be complex, that there can be inherent limitations in the way they are performed, especially during the first few years in which these engagements are being completed. We also remind people that those inherent limitations don't detract from the fact that you as the assurance provider will need to collect sufficient appropriate evidence in order to back up the opinion that you eventually reach on that sustainability information. And then finally, we just reiterate the fact that the standard is designed to be applied to both assurance and non-assurance providers. It's not only designed to be used by accountants. Both accountants and non-accountants should be enabled to provide assurance on these types of reports. We leave it to each jurisdiction to decide on the identity or the people who are tasked with actually assuring these sustainability reports. Final approval pending, the standard should be effective for years commencing on or after the 15th of December 2026. But of course, we do encourage and permit early adoption, again, depending on the jurisdictional needs and the assessment of their assurance markets. And that, of course, is a very high-level overview of how this standard is designed to apply. Additional resources are being developed by the board to assist with application. This material is largely educative. It's not designed to be authoritative in any way, just a set of examples and further illustrations of how the standard could actually be applied in different settings. This material is still under development. It'll be subject to a final board review and will also be released during 2025, so next calendar year, in time to facilitate the potential early adoption of the standard. And that more or less covers the key requirements of the standard and how the assurance leg sort of fits on with what David was sharing with us in the first part of his presentation. Thank you very much.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير للسيد وارن مارون. Thank you so much for your informative presentation. I think you should remain on the stage because you will participate with the second panel discussion. And now I would like to invite Ms. Christine Albrecht to start with her panel discussion. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'll kick us off, and then come on up. Thank you. That was no. Go right ahead. Come on up, everyone. I just have a few remarks, and then we'll get started. So, high-quality assurance of sustainability information is a key component of corporate reporting ecosystem to support high-quality sustainability disclosures and underpin investor confidence in sustainability reporting. The development of a global assurance framework incorporating the IAASB's new International Standard on Sustainability Assurance, ISA 5000, which is what Warren was just talking about, and IASB's forthcoming International Ethics Standards and Sustainability Assurance, including International Independent Standards, ISA, which is what John will talk about, will be key to establishing this global baseline underpinning high-quality sustainability assurance. Today, this panel will give us an opportunity to reflect on the roles of assurance practitioners and assurance regulators, and discuss how sustainability assurance can be the enabler to underpin the quality of sustainability-related disclosures and trust and confidence in the quality and reliability of this information. The panel will also reflect on and discuss the main challenges for the implementation of a global framework and how to address the potential expectations gap in relation to what sustainability-related assurance can deliver. So if we reflect back to the IOSCO report from March of 2023, their report on the development and promotion of a global assurance framework for sustainability reporting, stakeholders expressed a strong support for IOSCO to play a key role in coordinating and promoting a global consistency and assurance for sustainability-related information. Those same stakeholders encouraged further engagement and capacity building across the ecosystem. In this report, IOSCO often used the phrase or the term Global Assurance Framework to refer jointly to the assurance and ethics, including independent standards for sustainability reporting and sustainability-related corporate reporting. IOSCO has actively been involved and engaged with the international assurance and ethics, including independent standard setters, IAASB and IASBA, throughout the development of their standards. IOSCO has also observed growing demand among investors for high-quality assurance over some sustainability-related information to enhance the reliability of corporate reporting. Investors typically see reasonable assurance as the long-term target, especially in respect of metrics such as those as greenhouse gas emissions. However, many think that limited assurance may be the more realistic objective in the short term. Investors see consistent and comparable application of assurance and ethics standards for sustainability-related information as key to supporting high-quality assurance engagements. And as we just saw from David Madden in the State of Play, we see that upward momentum, in reporting, but a need to transition to mandatory reporting on ISSB, based on ISSB standards. So we have the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, or what we call CSRD, in the EU that's quickly approaching, with 2022 being the first year of reporting for companies, and mandatory limited assurance for the first set of companies. So I'm pleased to have two gentlemen representing the International Audit and Ethics Standards Setting Boards. We have Hanadi representing the PAO ICAEW here in the Middle East region. And last but certainly not least, my friend and fellow Forum of Firms member, Paul, who will be presenting the assurance practitioner's perspective. Let's get started. I have to. Okay. Is this on now? Okay. Excellent. So, John, we will start with you, and we'll talk about ISBA and sustainability. So, ethical and independence considerations are at the heart of audit and assurance quality. So, can you please elaborate on how ISBA is addressing these considerations in the context of sustainability assurance project, including the proposed work on the use of experts, which is going to be particularly relevant in this field?
Okay, thank you. So without ethics and independence, there's no underlying foundation to trustworthy sustainability reporting and assurance. So this means setting clear requirements for the behaviours and actions expected of preparers and assurance practitioners. So the ISBA has been busy developing the International Ethics Standards for Sustainability Assurance, or IESA that we've been calling it. And this is the third pillar of the global sustainability standards infrastructure. So this is to complete the trilogy of standards for reporting, assurance, and for the ethics. We expect to finalise these standards by December this year, and this responds to a call from IOSCO for these standards to be ready for the end 2024 reporting periods. So the IESA will be in a new Part 5 of the ISBA code. So it's going to apply to all sustainability assurance practitioners, regardless of their professional background. It will be equivalent to the ethics and independence standards for audits. So this is quite important because it recognises that there is that same high level of public interest in sustainability information prepared under general purpose frameworks such as the ISSB standards, but also where they're publicly disclosed or they're required by law. It will cover both limited and reasonable assurance engagements. It's also framework neutral, but it's also fully interoperable with the ISSA 5000. In fact, the ISSA 5000 requires assurance practitioners to comply with the IESA as the baseline ethics and independence standards. The ISBA has recognised that the first sustainability assurance engagements for jurisdictions where they've mandated assurance, so countries like within the EU and in Australia, that these will be for the largest entities, and invariably these will relate to groups. So the IESA contains robust requirements around group sustainability engagements, including in relation to the value chain as well. So the IESA also addresses other critical topics, such as responding to non-compliance with laws and regulations, or NOCLAR, pressure to act unethically, conflicts of interest, also inducements. It also addresses threats to independence relating to things like fees, long association, and also the provision of non-assurance services. The IASBA has also been working on a complementary set of standards, which is using the work of an external expert, and these are also expected to be released, to be finalised in December. So this standard establishes an ethical framework to guide sustainability assurance practitioners in evaluating whether an external expert has the necessary competence, capabilities, and objectivity in order to use that expert's work for the intended purposes. This will be especially relevant in relation to sustainability in terms of the wide range of subject matters that will be undertaken and being reported on, and whether the assurance practitioner might need to use external experts. In developing the ISA, the IASBA is engaged in very close and robust coordination with the IAASB. The reason being is just to make sure that both standards are fully aligned on matters such as definitions of key terms and concepts, also around the group sustainability assurance engagements, the value chain components, using the work of another practitioner, and also around the effective dates. Also, the IASBA also recognises there is quite a lot involved with this package of standards, especially as the landscape of sustainability continues to evolve. So we've made sure to address concerns that we've received through the exposure period around complexity and proportionality, especially in the area of the value chain. Accordingly, we'll dedicate an area or a strategic focus on implementation support through the development of non-authoritative material and other initiatives once we've finalised the standards in January, or once they're published.
Thank you, John. And certainly the Forum of Firms have been actively engaged with the IAASB and IASBA throughout their process. So we really appreciate that active engagement throughout your process, and think you're doing such a great job coming up with those very difficult standards, challenging process. So, I'll turn to Paul now. So first-time assurance. Paul, you and Forvis Mazar are part of the first wave of mandatory assurance providers, both in the UK and EU. And you and I obviously discuss regularly the challenges, as this is a very fast-moving environment that we're in. And I often say that we're building the plane as we're flying it. So it's been really challenging. So I got a series of questions here for you. So what are some of the key focus areas in discussions between management and the sustainability assurance provider? How are companies approaching and preparing for this first-time reporting and assurance under CSRD, or Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive requirements? And what are some of the early challenges that you're seeing for first-time assurance efforts?
Yeah, thanks very much, Christine. And hopefully we do a better job than Boeing currently do when it comes to building that plane while we fly it. So, before going on to the three questions, I think I just wanted to sort of stress, picking up on a point that David made this morning around the importance of getting the regulations right. I think it's clear that we do need regulation to drive sustainability reporting and assurance, but I think it's about getting a balance right between the urgency to get something done, but doing it in the right way and getting the right balance of what's realistic, what's achievable, and when, without leaving it for too long. I think about 10 years ago, I moved into technical roles in an audit firm, and one of the things I learned very quickly was there's only one thing better than a quick answer, and that's the right answer. So I think this is probably quite a good example of get it right, the phased approach that David talked about this morning. And certainly what we're finding in most jurisdictions is that that's happening. Similarly with assurance, most jurisdictions are given a bit of time. So saying to companies, well, you start reporting in 26, say, but we don't want assurance until 2028. And as Christine said, we're heavily involved as a firm in CSRD and the assurance that's going on in Europe. And I think early indications, and it's perhaps not a surprise, is it's going to be a real challenge for everybody. The European reporting standards are much more in depth than the IFRS standards. So, you know, we often talk about there's more than 1,000 data points that might be reported. Now, they're not going to apply to any single company, but we've got some of our clients with over 600 data points that they have to put in to their sustainability report and that we then provide assurance over. So I think there's big issues around getting that balance right and the phased approach. And I think clarity, and Christine will smile in a minute, clarity over exactly what it is you want when you do the regulations. For example, in Europe, did they want a compliance framework or did they want a fair presentation framework? We still don't know, really, and it's varying in Europe as well, because you've got 27 different countries doing it potentially 27 different ways. So that is just the importance for the regulators in the room. Please do make sure you take your time. I get the urgency to get this done, but let's get it right and do it in a fair and balanced way. So moving on to the questions that you did ask. How are companies approaching and preparing for first-time reporting? I think a lot of it started off in CSRD with the largest listed companies, so they were quite organised as much as they could be. So they all pretty much set up, you know, CSRD readiness programs 2 years ago or 18 months ago, starting with a gap analysis. What information do they have? And then thinking about the materiality assessment, which in the EU is not only just financial materiality, but also the impact materiality, so the impact that the entity might have on the environment and social and so on. So they've been doing that for a while. They've used project teams led either by a corporate sustainability team or increasingly, it seems, led unsurprisingly by the finance team, because the need for systems, processes and controls is huge for the sustainability information. Interestingly, I say interestingly, but in terms of the appointments of assurance providers, the evidence that we've got is more than 75% have appointed their financial statements auditor. It's probably not a great surprise. Possibly what might be a surprise is that it's not 100%, because the obvious thing to do might be to appoint your statutory auditor. In France, they have joint audit, and what we are finding is that not always are both auditors providing the sustainability assurance. They might just appoint one firm to do the sustainability assurance. In terms of the key focus areas that we're talking with management about, I mean, one is the whole, what sort of framework should we be using and what sort of opinion will you give? Talking about our role in the materiality assessment. So there's, again, in Europe, we need to assess compliance with the materiality assessment, but there's a question around, well, are you assessing our process for that, or are you assessing the outcomes and actually agreeing with the outcomes of the materiality assessment? And I suspect different firms may take different views on that, but we're saying, well, we have to conclude on the compliance piece, but actually we do need to consider at least the other bit in terms of what comes out of it. There's a lot of talk about what about when we've not got the information. So you think about the amount of information, even in the ISSB standards, what if we can't get it all? If we can't get that data, if we disclose it in the report, what does that mean for the audit or the assurance reports? Publication of non-material information. So under CSRD, you're only supposed to report material information, but there are other stakeholders who are saying, well, actually, we want this information, ratings agencies, for example, but it's not material in terms of the materiality assessment. Is it allowed for them to put it into the CSRD report? Because it's quite a strict rule. And I think that's the other point, the distinction really between the European standards and the ISSB. Very rules-based in Europe, much more principles-based from the ISSB. And in terms of the challenges, it's almost data. So the availability and collection of data is huge. So many indicators, over 1,000 data points. Many of them are new. And the classic example that is often rolled out in Europe is Philips, the manufacturer, who've been having assurance on their sustainability report for 10 years. Did their gap analysis against the CSRD, and they were only fully compliant with about 20% of the indicators, and partially compliant with another 30. So a company that's been doing this for 10 years was finding it a real struggle. Reliability of the information that you do get, so if you can get data, is it coming from proper data sources, systems, are there good processes and controls over it? If you're using external data, how are you getting assurance that that's relevant? Scope 3 carbon emissions, I think, goes without saying. When you're trying to do Scope 3, how much can you use estimates, and importantly from our perspective, I think the extent of the disclosure, that helps us with the assurance. If you disclose, or if the company discloses, the extent of the uncertainty, that does make the assurance process much better. And then the final point actually happened, I think I saw it on the plane on the way here, was when the European Commission, having set a very rules-based set of standards at the last minute, there was a European Commissioner said the other day, you can be proportionate, don't over comply, I think was the phrase, be proportionate and pragmatic in applying it right at the last minute as companies are finally doing it. So again, a plea to the regulators, if we get this right straight off, we can avoid those complications.
Thanks, Paul. So much there. But I think that the one thing that is so shocking every time I hear it is that a company that has been doing this for 10 years under CSRD has only 20% of the data that they need under the new reporting framework. So, okay, so Hanadi, let's turn to education and upskilling. So ICAEW has many members in the UK and globally, and as Paul has just explained, the CSRD and its reporting and assurance requirements are reaching many companies outside of the EU and with EU operations. So how do you see the role that PAOs are playing in training and upskilling so that the accountancy profession can rise to the challenge? I mean, many of the speakers this morning were talking about, like, this is critical that we get this right. So we need to meet the opportunity of providing sustainability assurance under CSRD and other frameworks today and globally as reporting with assurance becomes mandatory practice.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying with us after lunch. Maybe I'll start with a positive note that I think sustainability reporting and assurance create a great opportunity for the accounting profession in terms of its attractiveness. We've been hearing a lot about the attractiveness of the profession, but this is something that relates to the younger talents. So on a positive side, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Now, in terms of PAO, I think most importantly is to keep their members up to date with the new developments, with the new requirements of the standards as and when they develop and get applied. But it's also an opportunity to look at the competency frameworks of our offering and updated just to keep the sustainability built in our learning, not as a plus. So at ICW, we're doing a lot in that space in terms of training material. We have created an assurance, a sustainability assurance hub to make sure our members are well equipped to start delivering on the CSRD and potentially, eventually as well, the ISSA 5000. We're creating a series of learning material, be it on the sustainability reporting or the assurance part of it. Now, a second very important role for PAO is the policy engagement and the collaboration with other bodies, with government. We've heard throughout the day that this is a collaborative and a collective concern. So platforms, forum like this one are great opportunity to share best practices, good practices, concerns. So more on that involvement and engagement, I think, is crucial. A third aspect is ethics and the importance of ethics in this whole process, because sustainability and ethics go hand in hand. And because of the subjective nature of the sustainability data, so having an ethical framework is very important. And sustainability assurance is not just informs capital allocation or capital investment, it's also about the consumer perception, the employee engagement, so making sure that ethical framework, adopting and adhering by it is extremely crucial. So lots to do with the PAO globally, locally, but also lots of opportunities to work collaboratively together.
Thank you, Hanadi. Lots of different pieces that you weaved in there. I loved it. You talked about attractiveness of the profession, what it means for the economy, and then obviously the key piece is the training of all of our people and ethics, which is great. Okay, Warren, coming to you now. So role and challenge for regulators. So obviously you've just finished the massive effort of completing your work on ISA 5000. Which is the IAASB Sustainability Assurance Standard. So congratulations. That was no doubt a massive Herculean effort. But no matter how good of a job the standard setters have done here, we need regulators to support the consistent implementation by companies. So we are fortunate to have a number of ministries here today. So what do you think are the key issues that local regulators need to consider in the implementation of new reporting and assurance requirements? And what role do you think regulators can play in supporting the work of ISSB, IAASB, and IASBA so that sustainability disclosure will be a success?
So, I mean, yeah. So I think that's an unfairly difficult question. Compared to the other three, which are much easier. It's probably because I'm an academic, so I get the hard question at the end. I think really to sort of capture the 2 or 3 most important aspects of it. I think the first is to say, as a sort of a regulatory community, the need for that global baseline is fundamentally important. I think from a user's perspective, if we think about all of these different users, investors, creditors, various stakeholders who are working through those 1,000-odd data points, it can be incredibly frustrating when the data is not consistent, or where the data is consistent, the disclosure items are consistent, but it's being compiled differently. And so you have to go through this cleanup exercise before you can start the analysis. So hopefully a standard like 5000 from the assurance point of view gives us a consistency in terms of how the assurance is being provided, and then in terms of the reporting standards, ultimately working towards a consistency in terms of how we actually put these documents together. So to put it as simply as possible, we really need to be comparable, consistent, and logical when it comes to how do we compile the stuff, nice technical term, and how do we check this stuff to make sure it's valid, reliable, and complete. So that's, I think, step number 1. Step number 2, I would say, is probably that focus on sort of ethics and quality management that we've been hearing consistently. I think it's quite obvious that you need to have a combination of highly competent people doing these engagements, whether it's at the preparer level or at the assurance level, and that these people need to be ethical while they discharge their functions. And again, you sort of want to put it simply and say, well, this information, this sustainability information actually matters to capital markets. We've got formal academic research that shows that this information is value relevant. And it also matters to a whole host of other really important stakeholders, tax collectors, governments, NGOs, trade unions, and so on. So it's fundamentally important that the information be compiled by somebody who knows what's going on, and that information is compiled by, or is assured by somebody who also has the necessary expertise to evaluate it. So we would expect regulators to be involved in monitoring that. And at the same time, it doesn't help if you're the most, or you're the smartest guy in the room, but you're fundamentally untrustworthy. That, I suppose, just makes you very dangerous. And I suppose it's necessary for regulators to be having that monitoring role to make sure that these ethical requirements are in place. So that also makes sense. But perhaps the most important ingredient, I think, at this stage is pragmatism. Because what we must remember is that this sustainability reporting and the assurance of the sustainability reporting is incredibly new. So yesterday in our Forum of Firm discussions, I mentioned the fact that, what we understand today as an income statement and a balance sheet took us about 600 years to get right. 600 years later, we've got a very long set of documents called IFRS or US GAAP or your national standard equivalent that tells you what the income statement and the balance sheet looks like. And we're quite comfortable doing that after 600 years. Sustainability reporting, we've been experimenting with for about 30 years. So 30 out of 600 is not a lot. We're relatively new in this. I would say it's embryonic. The European Union, I think, has taken the courageous step of developing a very comprehensive reporting requirement and mandating it. But it's the first time anybody's ever done that. From a voluntary reporting environment, even in countries like South Africa, where we've had voluntary reporting for a long time, again, only the last 20 years that companies have been doing this. There isn't a lot of experience in terms of what these reports should look like, and more importantly, what does the system on the back end need to look like in order to enable all of this wonderful 1,000 items of data to be included in the document. So it's really important from a regulatory point of view that we don't sort of take a punitive approach from day one and sort of see this as an exercise in compliance. You know, that disclosure requirement wasn't complied with, that specific assurance compliant wasn't complied with. Let's see what fines and penalties can now be imposed. I'm not saying that we allow people to do a poor quality work when they prepare reports or assure reports, absolutely not. But we also need to make sure that people feel empowered to experiment with these reporting frameworks, to not over-comply, to use your terminology, to think about the best way to prepare and present the information to users, and to experiment with the development of assurance methodologies that get the job done as efficiently and as effectively as possible. And I think the regulators need to play a very strong educative role. Maybe that's my academic bias coming through, but a very strong educative role. Yes, by all means regulate, by all means verify that the information is being presented correctly, that the assurance engagements are being executed appropriately. But remember that everybody is learning how to do this, and regulators are really well placed to empower the profession, both from the preparer point of view and from the assurance point of view, to make sure that you end up with a really high quality product that differentiates your jurisdiction from others.
And we have a question a little bit later on, which we'll touch on this, but I think you're right. I think that we often talk about it as a journey, but I do think that we will get better as the years go by, because we are in a learning process. And you talk about 30 years, which I know that it's been around for 30 years, but I think it's been done in different parts of organizations and not by financial reporting people. And now I think it's really getting housed in the financial reporting side of the house. And so now it's being done with controls and processes that are typically done in a financial reporting context. So, all right, so Paul, coming back to you. So now we're going to talk about the difference or the transition from limited to reasonable assurance, which, we're not getting very far on that. But while the numbers from IFAC's State of Play research tell us that 80% of the assurance of sustainability today is limited, we are beginning to transition towards mandatory reporting and then mandatory assurance. Can you see the risk that sustainability information will not get to the same rigor of financial reporting and audits? And how can we facilitate a smooth transition to reasonable assurance that meets the expectations of all stakeholders? And what needs to happen within companies to get ready for reasonable assurance? And is it likely that we will see requirements stay at limited assurance for sustainability disclosures? Because I tend to think that that's what's going to happen.
Thanks for that, Christine. And Warren thought he had the hardest question, so I'll deal with limited to reasonable assurance as well as I can. Again, a bit like last time, just some general comments first. I think, again, we talked about a phased approach, and I think the phased approach from starting with limited assurance makes eminent sense to move to reasonable assurance at some point in the future to be defined. And the assurance levels is a complicated field, and I think a couple of years ago we had a presentation at the Forum of Firms where, and I think it was David actually on one of his presentations on the State of Play, where he talked about AA 1000 and that there's a moderate assurance available, and I kind of looked at my colleagues around the table and were like, what's moderate assurance then? Because we only have two. So I think there is a need for that global baseline. So we know if we get 5,000 in place, everybody hopefully uses 5,000, and then we are then just dealing with limited assurance and reasonable assurance And I say just limited and reasonable assurance. So in terms of limited assurance, for those who may be less familiar, I think we've got quite a mixed audience today. Limited assurance is it's effectively a negative opinion. It's what we're saying: we do some stuff, to use Warren's phrase, we do some stuff and nothing has come to our attention that anything's wrong. So it's not a positive affirmation that that it's true and fair like it would be in a reasonable assurance opinion. So it's that level of opinion that's given. But I think the challenge to the whole profession and the whole reporting ecosystem is getting stakeholders to understand what that means. Because I think at the moment a lot of users won't understand it. And I think using the phrase sustainability audit, it's a personal bugbear of mine. It's sustainability assurance, because audit is very specific. Audit is very specific to reasonable assurance and financial statements. And I have this battle in Europe constantly saying, please just call it assurance. I think I'm losing it. But so I think it might seem pedantic, but it's quite an important point. In terms of the difference, though, I think it's a lower level of work, but not none. I did hear somebody in a European conference say, but now when I do limited assurance, I just have a chat with management. Does this mean I have to do more? Well, yes, I think you probably have to do more than just talk to management, but it's not as much as you would do during a financial statements audit. There's no requirement, for example, to do substantive testing or controls testing and things like that. So I think the first question you asked is, do you see a risk that sustainability information won't get to the same rigor? And yes, I think absolutely. For a while, I think it's got to be a while until we get there, that all these 1,000 data points in the EU and whatever other standards people use, it's going to take a long time to get the ESG information to that same level as financial statements. I think that's just it's just a fact. We talk often, but it's critical to get there. I think that's the important point. We have to get to a point where this information is just as reliable and it's got subject to reasonable assurance as the financial statements. But there's often the question about when will we get to reasonable assurance? And I joke, and it's now 4 years and 18 days until I retire, and I often joke, will we get reasonable assurance before I retire? I hope that somebody will sign a reasonable assurance opinion before I go, but we've got 4 years and 18 days, not 600 years, so we better get a move on. So I think reasonable assurance, I think earlier on somebody said that investors see reasonable assurance as a long-term target, and I think that's the way to see it. I don't think we should rush to get to reasonable assurance, and certainly I've heard many people in Europe across the ecosystem saying to get to reasonable assurance in 2028, that's going to be difficult and may not be achievable. In terms of facilitating the smooth transition to reasonable assurance over that less than 4 years and 18 days. I think a lot of it is about the education piece, the upskilling that Hanadi was talking about, capacity building across the whole ecosystem. So again, it's not just about preparers, it's not just about assurance providers, it's about regulators, and it's also about educating the investors and all the other stakeholders. I think there's a real need for us to get a clear message across to everybody who might read one of these reports. And if you think about who does read it, financial statements, investors read it, regulators read it, that's probably about it. Everybody is going to want to read the sustainability report. So we do need to get that education piece out to the wider world, because I think there's a huge opportunity, sustainability assurance, as Hanadi said. I think it's also a risk to us, because there will be much more profile, particularly where we start qualifying opinions, which again, in Europe, we're expecting lots of qualified opinions. What does that mean? Nobody's used to a qualified opinion in financial statements. So there are all sorts of challenges around that transition. And in terms of how companies can get there, I mean, a lot of the things that Warren talked about really are relevant in terms of the systems, processes, the controls, the data, that consistency piece. I was chatting to somebody yesterday in the Forum of Firms event, and he said, well, when it comes to social, how do you get consistent data in a worldwide group where culturally things are very different? Health and safety laws are very different. There's all those factors in a group context as to how can you get consistent data, and then there's that data manipulation piece to get to a single number that's published, and that's going to be a challenge for the companies and the assurance providers. So I think they're probably the biggest things. I think the other thing then is getting ready for assurance. So we have a client in the UK, not full sustainability reporting, but asked us to look at some indicators. And when we asked for evidence, they said, can you not just take our word for it? So the sustainability team clearly not used to the challenge and rigor of an audit. So I think getting companies ready to have that level of assurance will also be a challenge.
Okay, well, 418 days, I'm not sure we'll get there. But in the US, I think the first time that they get to reasonable assurance is 2033. So I'm not sure I will be retired by then, but we'll find out. Hanadi, so from a MENA perspective, so what are your thoughts on the path from where we are today, which, I mean, David reported varying places, as well as any advice that you might offer the policymakers here today in the MENA region, where sustainability assurance practice is still emerging with the benefit of what's happening in the EU?
So I think we're still at an early stage, early phase in the Middle East, and it's important to recognize that reporting precedes assurance. So we need to make sure regulators need to make sure that we have a solid sustainability reporting framework before we move to the assurance. And we've seen in many jurisdictions, David showed the data, it is a phased approach. So I think it's important to make sure we have the reporting framework in place, because otherwise we risk to create probably a culture of compliance, while the objective really is to move forward. It's a learning, it's a knowledge journey. So we need regulators have to make sure like we move away from that compliance culture. Once we have the reporting framework in place, then we can start with the assurance, limited at the first stage, but definitely aiming for the reasonable assurance, just because of the importance of the sustainability information, not just for the investors, but also for the public. So we are also, because we've heard many jurisdictions talking about diverging a little bit from the IASBA, the IFRS S1 and S2. We recommend that there'll be as little divergence as possible, just because it's a global aspiration. Just also, as you said, it's about comparable reporting, so we cannot achieve that comparable ambition without a common benchmark.
That's so important to have ISSB standards S1 and S2 adopted as is. I mean, you know, Liza describes it as, you know, you can take the benchmark and then add on, but I think it's just, you know, if you have your choice, that would be my choice. So John, greenwashing, I'm not sure, sorry translators, if that's a word that you can translate, but greenwashing, we can come up with other ways of describing it, fraud, maybe misleading information, reporting information. So, so Paul was talking about, you know, limited versus reasonable assurance, and we're talking about the transition from limited to reasonable assurance is really about increasing user confidence in information. So given the amount of forward-looking information and the narrative nature of sustainability information and the desire to look good from a sustainability perspective, the issue of misleading or what we call greenwashing of information is a challenge to trust and confidence in what information investors and other stakeholders receive. How do you see the role of the ethics code and ISA evolving to address these concerns about greenwashing and ensuring the reliability of sustainability information for stakeholders?
Yes, I totally agree. Greenwashing is probably one of the most critical issues in sustainability reporting, and as you mentioned, it's essentially a form of fraud, just like any misleading financial reporting. It actually covers a range of different behaviours, so it can be in relation to omitting information or misrepresenting or falsifying the information with the intent to mislead. Sometimes companies will actually purposefully omit to put information about their sustainability activities to avoid scrutiny on those activities. And in some instances, it might actually be unintentional or actually stem from excessive optimism as well. So the IASB is actually addressing greenwashing in two fronts. So first of all, through the ethics standards that relate to sustainability reporting, and that's the recognition that the preparers are actually the first line of defence against greenwashing. And then we're also addressing it through the ISA as well, through the sustainability standards too. So on the reporting side, we're looking or targeting at the professional accountant's behaviour and mindset and the behaviours that might lead to that greenwashing. So for example, it might be preparing sustainability information in a manner to mislead others about how well an organisation is achieving its sustainability goals. Or it could be, for example, selecting, omitting or obscuring opportunities, risks or impacts in order to misrepresent that information. From the assurance side, through the ISA, we're targeting integrity, objectivity and independence, which are critical aspects around identifying and responding to greenwashing. So, for example, the ethics standard in the new ISA, they will apply to all professional services that are provided by a practitioner to the client, so not just the sustainability assurance engagement. So this is important for a couple of reasons, but firstly because the greenwashing might potentially occur in the context of other sustainability information the client might be preparing, and the practitioner may be providing advisory work on that. But then also because their behaviour regarding the other services could impact their objectivity and independence on the sustainability assurance engagement. At a fundamental level, the ISA requires the practitioner to have an inquiring mind and not to accept information on face value. It also requires the practitioner to have the strength of character to be able to stand their ground and challenge management's assertions as well. So these are critical issues given, as mentioned earlier, around the greater subjectivity and the forward-looking nature of sustainability information. The ISA also deals with pressure that the practitioner might face. So the client themselves might be faced with a great deal of pressure to meet sustainability goals, and then in turn that might result in significant pressure onto the practitioner. So the ISA provides comprehensive guidance on pressure and includes a number of examples around pressure where it might be that the client is requiring or asking them not to inquire about strategy-related assumptions that are used in forward-looking information, or it might be pressure to overlook potential breaches of environmental laws or regulations. The practitioner might also face a conflict of interest, and that might impair their ability to identify and challenge the client on greenwashing issues. And of course, there's also the comprehensive suite of independent standards in the ISA, and they're designed to protect the independent mindset of the practitioner when they're carrying out the sustainability assurance engagement.
Thanks, John. I mean, it's a real, as an assurance provider, it's a real risk for us, and obviously for investors, it's a real thing to be on the lookout for. So we're at our time, but this is one of the most important things that I think we should cover on this panel. So I'm going to, sorry, Chair, go ahead and ask the question to Warren, because I think that this is critical for us to cover, which is investor reactions to imperfect reporting and what to expect, because, you know, Paul mentioned it briefly, that the reporting that we're going to see coming out of sustainability reporting is not like what we're going to see, at least initially, for financial statement reporting, and that we've talked about the journey, but assurance providers have standards. We cannot be on a journey. We have standards that we have to apply. So we are going to see modified conclusions. We're going to see different types of reports coming out of this. So as assurance becomes mandatory, how do you think investors and other stakeholders should react to assurance reports that are qualified or not clean, reflecting the evolving nature of sustainability reporting, and how can assurance practitioners, regulators, companies, et cetera, help manage these expectations during this transition period to avoid a new expectation gap?
Yeah. And to be honest with you, I'm not actually sure how big that part of the gap is. Because when we reached out to investors, when we were developing the standards, and also from the research we've been doing as independent academics, what becomes quite clear is that these investors are not fools. They have a very good understanding of how companies work and how they report and sustainability-related issues. So the fact that reports, audit reports or assurance reports may be modified in some way, it's not really a surprise to them, because they know, as well as we do, that we had 600 years to get the financial statements right, so that's why most audit reports are clean. Interestingly, one investor, paraphrasing only slightly, said he would be surprised if the bulk of the reports weren't modified, and might be disappointed if they weren't modified, because maybe that meant the assurance provider was too light. So that's an interesting perspective. I think what's key is to make sure that our regulatory community and our professional accounting community and even the standard setter don't overreact to the initial set of modified opinions and misinterpret that as the indication of some sort of pervasive systemic problem. I think that those modification of opinions will be confirming what intuitively we understand. It's an emerging process. We don't have all the answers. There will be experimentation and mistakes as we go forward. And that's how those modified opinions are manifesting what that outcome is. I don't think that we should see them as a negative to which we should react. I think we need to take a breath. Sure, 5 or 6 years down the line, you're still having a bulk of modified opinions. That's a problem. But initially, I think we just need to take life in its stride.
And I know that IFAC has done a lot on that communication, and so has the Forum of Firms. So we're trying to get that messaging out. I know that we've already started that process. So please welcome, help me thank my panelists here. I think it's been a great discussion, and hopefully you appreciated it as well. Thank you.
كل الشكر والتقدير للسيدة كريستين ألبرشت على إدارتها الجميلة لهذه الجلسة الحوارية وكذلك متحدثينها الكرام. Thank you so much, Miss Christine. And ننتقل إلى الجلسة الأخرى كذلك تحت عنوان توظيف الاستثمارات في تحقيق الاستدامة، وسوف يدير هذه الجلسة الحوارية السيد ديفيد مادون. Mr. David, please welcome to the stage to start your panel discussion, please.
Hello again. So just to make a brief transition here, right? So we spent time talking about how to get high quality disclosure through reporting with ISSB standards. We've just had a session on how to bring trust and confidence to that information with high quality sustainability assurance. And now we're going to transition to a conversation about capacity building within the profession, but capacity building within the entire ecosystem that supports high quality information. We know what that looks like for financial information. We want to talk about what that looks like for sustainability information as well. So we thought it'd be interesting to bring an investor perspective, and we'll talk a little bit more about this once I sit down. So I'm going to ask two of my investment colleagues, if I can call them my colleagues, to join me up on stage here. We're going to get some perspective from the preparers and the capacity building that they have to do, and we're going to have a discussion about what's going on in the boardroom and some other factors as well. That's going to round out our discussion on capacity building today, all right? So we'll start out with our next discussion from the investor perspective. Okay. All right. So Neil and Ben, you are both investment analysts, investment professionals for Riyadh Bank and Mahabala. I'm sure I mispronounced that, Ben. I congratulate you for taking up the challenge of coming and talking in front of these many accountants. I think it must be quite intimidating, but we promise to be a behaved bunch and not heckle you or cause you any anxiety here. If I could put all of ourselves that are in the audience who have accountancy, you know, if that's what we do for a living, we could just think about what we do for a living. If we create the numbers inside of companies, management accounting, that helps management make decisions about how to run our company. If we create the information that goes out in financial statements or in sustainability reporting, that helps investors and other stakeholders understand what a company is up to. And if we provide confidence and trust and confidence through assurance or audit in the communications that companies put out, our work as a profession is really critically linked to the work of investment professionals like yourself who are trying to make buy and sell decisions or asset allocation decisions, whether it's on financial information or on sustainability information. So I often say to my colleagues at IFAC, you know, as a profession, we are really in the investor protection business. And I'd like everyone in the audience to kind of take that mind frame for the next 28 minutes as we have this discussion here. So I think you're going to enjoy what they both have to say. I hope you enjoy sharing your perspectives with us all. We have a number of topics to cover, but maybe before we dive too deeply, if you could each just take turns, spend a couple of minutes explaining who your employers are, what you do for a living, what sort of investments does your bank or your asset manager invest in, what's your investment strategy, and then transition a little bit into like how is sustainability, why is sustainability becoming part of the critical information that you're relying on.
So nice to meet all of you. Thanks, David. So Ben Lemire, VP Responsible Investing at Mubadala. For those not familiar, Mubadala is the sovereign wealth fund that invests on behalf of the government of Abu Dhabi. We have just over 300 billion USD in assets under management, invest across asset classes and geographies, predominantly a private markets investor, and really look at responsible investing as a core part of our DNA, a core part of our inception as a company at Mubadala. When we think about responsible investing as well, we look at it kind of through three foundational pillars. One is deploying our capital purposefully. The second is strengthening and driving change and transformational change at our portfolio companies. And the third is really convening with like-minded partners and peers to catalyze action and impact. We do invest predominantly in the private markets, as mentioned, but we look at some mega trends and some of the global challenges facing the world, and that really is where we target a lot of our capital. So thinking about things like the energy transition, climate change, the transition to net zero, digital connectivity and healthcare. Those are three of the kind of core focus areas of our investment mandate. When it comes to thinking about sustainability information and how we use that, we, at the responsible investing function, while we're not deploying capital in the responsible investing group, we support all of our investment teams in terms of integrating sustainability or ESG information throughout the investment life cycle. So we really do work as internal advisors and support our teams when it comes to making those important investment decisions. So that can be ongoing due diligence throughout the holding period and even through exit of an investment. So really a crucial part of our function within Mubadala is to support the investment teams and use sustainability data information to make better informed decisions and deploy our capital appropriately.
Thanks, Ben.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be with you. Also, kind thanks to our hosts, EAAA, for their fantastic hospitality. My name is Neil Atkinson. I'm the head of sustainability for Riyadh Bank. For those of you that are not familiar, Riyadh Bank is the third largest Saudi bank. It operates as a universal bank, which means it provides the full suite of services across all segments, so retail banking from individual through to SMEs, investment banking and brokerage, corporate banking, so current accounts, credit, deposits, loans, and then treasury investments, so money market, trading and treasury services. We are fully committed to digital banking, and we provide a full suite of Islamic banking products across all of those segments. For us as a bank, sustainability is a very simple proposition. It is core to our strategy. It is a strategic commercial concern, and therefore we are looking at sustainability within the bank on two sides of the coin, and I think this is very much aligned with the standards that we've heard throughout today. What are the risks? And so what are the exposures to our portfolio? And what are the opportunities? And where are the market conditions such that we can exploit them to our advantage? Key focus for us is about enterprise value and how we deliver that long-lasting return to not just our shareholders, but our wider stakeholders as well.
So I think it's interesting when standard setters talk about risk and opportunity assessment and talk about the value of the information they're trying to set standards to provide. I think it's a whole different meaning when we hear you guys saying that it actually does matter and that it's a core part of your investment strategy going forward. So let's talk about the quality of what you have to work with, right? So there has been a tremendous amount of development, right? The ISSB initiative, which has brought together the SASB, the TCFD, the CDSB, as well as integrated reporting. You've got the initiative in Europe with the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. That's a tremendous amount of progress. But when you go both go back to your office this evening, you're still going to be reading voluntary information. So I think investors have been on this sustainability information journey longer than most of us in the room. So what's kind of I'll start with you, Neil. Give us your assessment, your frustration. What are the issues with the quality of information you have today to work with?
From my perspective, it's not a frustration. It's just a reality that sustainability data is still in many markets, not just emerging markets and developing markets, it is a challenge. It is not the level of quality or accuracy that we would like to see and that we do see on the financial side, but it's getting there quickly. It is nonetheless sufficient and adequate for us internally to analyze and understand better our portfolio. So the reality is, I think we are on a trajectory where data is going to improve, which means the accuracy of our forecasting and our understanding and our disclosures will improve. But I think as long as there's recognition about the level of data quality and availability, I don't see that as an impediment. I think many of the standard bearers recognize that. So if I think about PCAF, who the standard looks at carbon accounting, they have 5 classifications that provide graduations for that data that clearly signal the degree of accuracy and the quality of that data. So for me, this is not an inhibiting factor. It's just a reality that it is not as good as we would like, but it would get better. The key aspect, I think, here is that from an investor perspective, the response, I can't disclose because I don't have good enough data, is not going to be acceptable. The reality is that there are sufficient proxy data sources available to all of us, whether you work in the public or the private sphere, such that you can utilize with necessary caveats, such that investors will recognize them. The reality is, in my perspective, and keen that Ben will, I'm sure, provide a perspective here, is that there is a penalty in not disclosing from investors. So investors have very sophisticated data on every company in every sector. And the reality is that if I, as a company, do not report, then investors will still conduct their own analysis, and they will likely penalize me for the fact that I haven't reported, and it's likely in the first place that those calculations will be more conservative. So it is inherently in my interest to report, regardless of the quality of data, as long as I'm transparent about those limitations.
Interesting perspective. Disclose or lose. You didn't say it quite that way. All right, so Ben, weigh in on this in terms of, quality and quantity of data. What still needs to happen? You said to me when we were talking, less is more. Maybe that's part of what you can elaborate on.
For sure, yeah. I'll pick up on that. So less is more in terms of, the investor lens. We really want to look at just that information that's decision useful, that's hyper material and laser focused for that investment opportunity. We don't need the noise. I'm thinking back, 15 years ago when I started, and you saw some GRI reports that were 400 pages with, 30 pages of data tables. We don't need that information to make informed investment decisions. We need information about what's material to the success of that business. And we need information that allows us to assess the maturity of that company's management systems and their capabilities to capitalize on the opportunities that sustainability presents, more so than just managing the risk. I think as practitioners, we're always thinking about the risk first and foremost, which is important. But as an investor, we also have to look at the tailwinds in certain industries, the opportunities that are presenting themselves, and what sustainability data reported by companies, and particularly in the private markets, we can actively engage with them to tease out some of that data, but what data can help support a better investment thesis and a better investment decision at the end of the day. So I'd say quality is important. We have the unique position being predominantly a private markets investor where we can go directly to the company and have those conversations and discuss things and get the qualitative context on how they're managing important sustainability issues, but less is more. ISSB, the tailwinds we have in the industry now for coalescing around international standards are really important for global capital allocators. We don't like having disparate standards throughout the world that we have to learn about and adhere to. So I think it's trending in the right direction, and we're looking forward to seeing where it goes over the next few years.
And just to pick up on that, I think there's also a corporate side of that lens, which is exactly mirrored. We as corporates, if we have multinational presence in different jurisdictions, don't want to be reporting against different regimes. So having that harmonization that is occurring globally helps us as well. It means there's less time and effort that we have to focus on this as well.
So a question, I'll ask you first, Neil, but Ben, jump in as well. So what is the trend? And I guess maybe at the end of that question, and what's in my mind really is capital starting to change its allocation, looking for adjustment to a low carbon transition? Do you see that happening, or what is the pace of that change?
So I think it's a great question. And I guess let me try and frame that at a global, then a regional, and then from a corporate individual perspective. So from a global perspective, there's consistent sizing that indicates for the 2050 net zero targets, it will require $6.5 trillion per annum to achieve those goals. In the Middle East region, that looks like $4.7 trillion between now and 2050, so that's a total. You can look at market conditions, and you can look in the region at the renewable energy supply, the cost of which has radically gone down. The supply has increased in the last 4 years, well, from 2017 to 22, by 62%. There's now over 30,000 megawatt hours worth of capacity in the region. If you look at onshore wind auctions, prices per megawatt of hour in 2018 was $120. It's now 28. That's a reduction of 75% in just 5 years. So the trends, I think, are inevitable. The markets are responding to that. If I reflect on our banking experience, so we issued our second sustainability sukuk just this last month, $750 million. It's our second one in 3 years. Both of those issuances were oversubscribed by 4 times. So the market is there. And the reality is that we as a company, to Ben's point, are focused predominantly on what are the opportunities for us? How do we exploit that? How do we exploit those growths, whether that's new sustainability markets, or how do we double down on existing ones? Moreover, how do we help what are regarded as brown sectors to transition to greener sectors? So that transition finance is really important. I guess finally, if I look at, again, the Middle East and capital markets, for sustainable finance volumes, 2017, $1 billion, 1% of the total market. Come forward 5 years, 2023, it's grown 84% per annum. It's now in the region of 39 billion. So the market trends are very clear.
I can pick up on that. Fully agree. I think low carbon transition, net zero as a core investment theme for us at Mubadala. We were the first sovereign wealth fund in the GCC to make a confirmed net zero commitment by 2050. That's in line with the government of Abu Dhabi's commitment, the UAE's commitment, and it really is imperative to our investment thesis moving forward. We're deploying capital in that arena actively. It really is, a core focus of our investment process moving forward to look at climate risks throughout the investment lifecycle, both on the decarbonization side, but also on the climate physical risk side. I think, for an investor, looking at the opportunities there is the right lens. And when I go back to kind of the core mandate of Mubadala, strong risk-adjusted returns for current and future generations, if we really want to think about those future generations, we have to start thinking about that energy transition and that economically rational transition to low carbon. So it's a really important focus area for us.
So I think you're being really clear that capital is moving according to this. And that's really the motivation, I think, for companies. That's why we see perhaps so much voluntary disclosure by the largest stock exchange listed companies, because they're reacting to and believing that capital flows are changing as a result of these factors and the information that investors need to make the right capital allocation decisions. It's also an opportunity, I think you're saying, for countries. So it's something that companies are reacting to, and it's something that countries need to react to as well.
Yeah, if I may, just to build on that, absolutely. So if you look at both the sovereign and also down at the real economy, the reality is that sustainability performance equals financial performance, and therefore for both sovereigns and corporates, the cost of capital and the availability of capital are both related to sustainability performance. Better your sustainability performance, the lower the cost of capital and the greater availability of capital. Again, just going back to Arthur Cook, 4 times oversubscribed, both issuances. I think that's quite a powerful message.
So in 2010, when I joined the IFRS Foundation, the world was having a conversation about adopting IASB financial reporting standards and the impact that would have on opening up your markets to capital. And I think, 15 years later, we're having the same conversation, but it's sustainability information. It's about keeping your markets open because the aperture is going to close if your companies are not disclosing sustainability information. All right, so we have to transition to assurance. You're not going to talk to this crowd without talking about assurance. So I'll start by asking you, Neil. So how do you think about the role of assurance in sustainability information? In financial reporting, I hope we all agree that assurance brings trust and confidence in financial numbers is what our capital markets trade on. Is that what we need for sustainability information as well, or can there be kind of a difference here?
Well, I think there's a fundamental mind shift that's required. We've been talking lots about sustainability, non-financial. We've been contrasting with financial. I think the change here is people need to recognize that sustainability information is becoming financial. So fundamentally, and when Ben talks about wanting to understand, when he talks about less is more, he wants to know about the management decisions that are having an impact on corporate plans and corporate strategy. We're not talking about side of desk activities here. We're talking about how is sustainability demonstrably core to a business? how does it reflect their understanding of market conditions, and how are they managing their business accordingly? So for me, increasingly, and I think we are seeing this fundamentally in the S1, S2, the key concerns and those standards are enterprise value, financial impact. So what we're talking about here is about financial numbers. And so to your point, yes, absolutely, we will over time see the same level of assurance being applied for sustainability information. Again, just a flag, I think that is an artificial line into reasonable, if not full audit. And I think essentially what the world needs are more carbon-aware accountants, speaking to this crowd. And again, what Ben and I are talking about here is only one aspect of sustainability. Essentially, we're talking about the environment, and even within the environment, we're talking about one specific area, which is about climate. We've got biodiversity coming down the line. In the region, we've got water scarcity, and that's without even considering the social elements. So yes, is it inevitable? Is it necessary? In both cases, yes.
Well, you've probably made some friends in the room, so that was a good choice. So Ben, you heard in the prior panel, we had a couple questions, a little bit of conversation about greenwashing. Again, whether in financial information, there's no greenwashing. It's either accurate information, or there was a mistake, or it was fraudulent, right? We've created this term greenwashing because the information is more forward-looking, more narrative, it's not required. So we have information that could be misleading, to use a more generic term. So is audit the cure for that? How do you think about the role of assurance in trying to get us out of misleading to truthful information?
I think it's part of the solution, but I don't think it's going to solve all of the greenwashing concerns. When you think about kind of, is every marketing and communication statement from a company assured by, a professional? Likely not. Are the financial statements and some of the sustainability data points starting to be and progressing in that direction? I think assurance has been and will continue to be part of the greenwashing mitigation solution. I think regulation's starting to come into play. I'm thinking of a market like Canada now, just had Bill C-59 come into force. That has provisions built into the Competition Act now in Canada, where a company will be held liable for any greenwashing conducted if they can't support those through assurance, through third-party verification, essentially. So there's a real teeth to greenwashing. I think regulation could be part of that, tandem solution. Assurance will, of course, continue to be part of the policing of greenwashing, but I think there's more to it, and investors are keenly aware just how greenwashing has become more prevalent, and now we're even starting to see green hushing within the industry where
you have to define what that is.
Yeah, so companies who are conducting themselves, above board and appropriately and doing well on sustainability considerations are hesitant to put forward those claims because of the concern that they might be seen as greenwashing type claims. So they're keeping those to themselves and not disclosing to the public and often to investors who might consider that material information to inform decisions. So I think there has to be a balance, and I think assurance will be part of that solution. But it's an interesting stage within the landscape right now where we're pivoting back and forth between green hushing, greenwashing, and where we need to land will be somewhere in the middle for sure.
And I think as we get out of voluntary and into mandatory, and we have proper materiality assessments about what is required to be disclosed and assured, I think we kind of start to solve some of the silliness problems that you're just describing happening. All right, so I have a couple quick lightning round questions here. I think I know how I want both of you to answer, but let's see if you answer differently. All right, so I think you're going to say assurance should be required, mandatory. Nodding heads? Okay, all right. What about the scope of that assurance? Does it need to be across all the sustainability information? That's what's happening in the ESRS right now. Is that a phased approach? What's your in the United States, it's just going to be greenhouse gas information if the SEC rule moves forward. That is ultimately assured at a reasonable level. What's your thought about the scope of what needs to be assured?
So my sense is that I think it should start with carbon, as I probably showed my hand already. but I think it should cover scopes 1, 2, and 3 across the greenhouse gas protocol. I think in the same way that IPSAS-B have taken a view of developing their policy, they focus on S2 rather than S1 to start with. I think exactly the same approach for assurance.
I think the phased approach is probably the correct angle. I think we heard a timeline of 4 years and 18 days or something along those lines until somebody retires. Maybe that's the reasonable assurance time frame. I think it is an important component of the total mix of information that's coming to the investor community. In terms of what should be assured, I think it should be those KPIs, that information that's material to the success of that business from an investor perspective. It could be occupational health and safety data in addition to climate data that's imperative to the success of that business. It might be human capital data. There could be different degrees of assurance depending on the sector and the geography and just the risk posed by certain sustainability considerations. So I think it's complex. I think it will play out in a phased approach ultimately. I think what will be important is having an international codified standard that we can all look to and have faith in. ISAE, you were talking about that earlier, David, in terms of the adoption and the just the prevalence of that and assuring data in accordance. So I think that's the right direction to travel.
To build on that, I think the shortfall here is not so much standards. I think it is capacity and knowledge within assurers and accountants, and I think that's the catch-up. So if there was a call to arms that was required here, I think that is to this audience that you are now in a position where you need to catch up, that investors are already scrutinizing this information in detail, and that's the place where you need to be as soon as possible.
So answer this next question cautiously. Who should provide or be required to provide assurance? Now, the data shows it's a 60-40 world. It's 60% accountants, it's 40% other service providers, so it's not a monopoly here in terms of what the market has provided so far. But what are your thoughts going forward?
Integrated reporting is the trajectory that I think that ISSB has rightly set, in which case I would want the same firm, the same organization that is auditing my current annual report to audit the same report that now is going to have a specific chapter that lays out explicitly my sustainability performance.
Agreed, and I think in terms of who exactly is performing that, I think the capabilities and the accreditation is key. Having knowledge of the standards is key. So I think one of the data points you shared earlier, David, was 97% of the accounting communities is assuring in accordance with ISAE, but only 64% of the consulting community. So if that were 97, I would say, okay, it's not as big a deal who's doing it, but it's not, right? Like it's not quite at the level of rigor from the consulting community. So I think to this audience, it's a tip of the hat in terms of taking the right approach and the right level of rigor to that assurance process.
All right, so the next panel that comes up here is going to spend some time talking about corporate governance. I wanted to give you guys an opportunity to weigh in on that as well. So I think we all get it in financial disclosure. Corporate governance, board oversight, the audit committee, all those functions are integral into the quality of financial information that companies put out and investors have to rely on. It seems an easy parallel to draw to sustainability information as well. I don't know if you've got a sense for that, as investors, but think about what I said about oversight of sustainability as a strategic matter, as a reporting matter, as an assurance matter. Do you think the audit committee is the place for all of this on boards? I don't think it's clear that that's the case on sustainability. So I'm just curious if you have some thoughts on that last topic.
Sure. Yeah, I think like a lot of things, it depends. It could be the audit committee. It might be something a little bit more strategic in terms of if sustainability is a real value creation opportunity for that company. Should it only be discussed at the audit committee? I think it should go beyond the audit committee in terms of galvanizing that and building that capacity at the board table. With Mubadala, we're a private markets investor, often have seats on boards, often are actively engaged with governance considerations, and we're seeing it play out in different, different landscapes differently, and within industries and geographies, there's different appetite for where that ESG expertise, where that committee might sit within the governance structure, but it is very important. I think we had this discussion a bit earlier, David. I think the training, the capacity building of the governance function, the professionals that are sitting on that board is crucial as well to build that fluency, build that understanding of material, environmental, social governance considerations for the company. So more so build the capacity, put it on the committee that's fit for purpose for that industry, for that company, as opposed to just saying it should always be on the audit committee and that's where it should live.
I'll probably be slightly more direct. I think that placing this board concern within an audit committee doesn't signal that it's core to the business. I think there is a progression that's required here. I would offer that because knowledge and training and capacity building is a challenge for every organization, actually potentially considering establishing a standalone board committee where you bring on board an independent non-exec or at least an advisor to help a small core of board members to scrutinize people like me. I think that is probably the right starting point. And then over time, you might then incorporate that committee into a broader committee, whether that's risk or a strategy committee is probably the trajectory. But ultimately, I think it doesn't signal the right things to put it in audit. But this is very much a question that investors ask. Where does it sit? Who's responsible? Who's trained? And more specifically, all ESG rating agencies ask exactly the same question. So this is a very important aspect when investors come to assess our performance.
Well, I think this is kind of the outer frontier of the discussion about sustainability disclosure and how we get it to be comparable to financial information. So we are out of time. I could have continued this for another half an hour. I want to thank you both for really engaging in interesting discussion. If we could please thank our two guests. So we're going to continue our discussion about capacity building by bringing up another slide here. Not the break slide, this slide. So this slide attempts to summarize the integrated package of standards that are being developed for adoption by regulators. So we see here the relationship between reporting standards, the ISSB, assurance standards, the IAASB, and ethics and independence standards by IASBA. So I'd like to quote the chair of IASBA, who typically points out whenever she's speaking that ISSB and IAASB standards are best able to deliver high-quality sustainability information when the professionals who are using those standards in preparing disclosures and in assuring disclosures do so with integrity, when they are acting with ethics and independence. And that's why IASBA is positioned in this graphic as kind of the foundation that supports both high-quality sustainability reporting and assurance. So I also want to remind you of the data that I presented from the state of play, which was about the kind of variability in oversight of boards of the strategic importance of sustainability, reporting of sustainability, and the assurance of sustainability. And we just touched on that in this last question to our two investor colleagues as well. So with that as background, our next panel is going to explore capacity building beyond the standard setting process. So we're going to have a short introductory video from one of IESBA's board members, who is also an academic accounting leader in the accountancy profession at the American University in Beirut. And while that video is being played, and if we can play the video, I'd like to invite the next group of panelists to please come up to the stage. So if we can please play the video. Let's give us a minute here. If you come up to the stage, maybe that will get the video going. Do you think that might work?
By today's standards, in order to maintain the social license to operate, a business, large, small, or anything in between, increasingly needs to embrace practices that are sustainable. Additionally, and equally important, is the need to demonstrate, document, and communicate. In other words, report on these practices and this evolving reality. In other words, you need to let the world know what you're doing so that you may engender the desired reactions from the markets, financial markets, consumer markets. The board of directors has an important role to play here. The depth of a board's appreciation of ESG matters will reflect on the decisions it takes, the kind of guidance and oversight it provides, how it selects and retains senior management, and how it monitors and evaluates their performance. Make no mistake, a board's collective capacity to identify relevant sustainability issues and risks, to have meaningful discussions about them, and to respond appropriately to them will weigh in on the business strategy, the operating model, the objectives, and the extent to which these drive sustainable value creation. The obvious question is therefore, how do we build the board's collective capacity? The answer is three-pronged. First, identify the relevant ESG-related competencies needed on the board given the company's context, including its industry and risk profile. Second, perform a gap analysis between the competencies needed and those available. Third, close the gaps. This is done by reconsidering board composition and skill set, namely bringing in new directors with the required expertise and by conducting regular training for board members. In my professional opinion, one cannot overstate the benefits that accrue from having in place a set training program for board members. It constitutes a systematic approach to ensuring the board's collective continuous learning in relevant areas, and very importantly, to building efficient and effective board dynamics towards mainstreaming the sustainability lens across board functions and decisions, business strategy, operations, reporting, and very importantly, ethical culture. In this respect, the IESBA Code also provides a solid foundation for boards to develop or strengthen their governance codes and mechanisms regarding sustainability reporting. This is important because what we are seeing currently is the perfect context for the perfect storm: an intensive call for extensive sustainability information, business opportunities related to sustainability, untested data sources, lack of experience from preparers, assurers, regulators, and investors, and complexity of the topic combined with a strong appetite for sustainable products and practices. Now, while boards have the responsibility to steer organizations towards sustainable value creation and resilience, it is the management team that will lead that charge. Again, that implies that management personnel across the company should comprehend and be able to address the issues and related risks with a view to apply the sustainability lens across their activities, conversations, and decision-making. To this end, it is the responsibility of educational institutions, such as mine, to ensure that the supply of such talent is available, and particularly with regard to collecting and reporting sustainability information, be it for management decision-making or external reporting. Now again, the question is how? IFAC's International Panel on Accountancy Education is tackling this question through its Sustainability Reporting Project, which will result in revisions to its international education standards. Through the extensive information gathering and consultation process for the project, the following two key themes have arisen. One, sustainability reporting is not a standalone topic and needs to be embedded across curricula, including accounting, and recognizing its impact on most of our traditional accountancy subjects, such as financial accounting, management accounting, audit, and financial management. Second theme, educational institutions should aim to enhance the professional skills and business acumen of their accountants, as well as graduates across disciplines, towards 1, working in multidisciplinary teams, 2, making decisions amidst uncertainty and decisions that need to be informed by a wide range of information sources. Third, understanding the connections between sustainability and financial information. Embedding sustainability into curricula is going to be difficult, for sure, but it is a challenge that we cannot afford to avoid. It will only be through broad cooperation between academia, professional accountancy organizations, or PAOs, firms, and other employers that we will ensure that the emerging practice of sustainability reporting and assurance is embedded in our teaching in a relevant and practical way. Finally, I would be remiss not to emphasize the critical role that PAOs have to play in this regard. First, and as aforementioned, PAOs should support educational systems' sustainability efforts, be it to develop the right curricula, to teach, and to provide relevant opportunities for internships and research. Secondly, and with respect to sustainability reporting and assurance specifically, while universities lay the foundation for the required knowledge of aspiring accountants, it is up to PAOs to have in place the professional requirements which ensure that this knowledge is continuously refreshed and updated so as to match evolving needs and complexities. In conclusion, the significant global push towards sustainable business and sustainability reporting should be underpinned by relevant capacities and competencies, starting with the board all the way through the organizational hierarchy. Education, by means of initial professional development and subsequent training programs, is core to these capacity building efforts.
Well, thanks to our colleague Rania for providing those video remarks. She was not able to travel to be with us today, so we're glad that we were able to get her insights. I think touching on two important areas, right? First, well, I'm going to do them in reverse order. Talking about education, which is a capacity building challenge for all of us, right? In the boardroom, all the way through to how to prepare information if you're working at a company. But she did start talking about what happens or needs to happen in the boardroom. And Sharon, I know that that's one of your areas of expertise. When Sharon starts talking, you go, well, she's from Australia. Well, why is she up on this panel? But she's not. She's 20 years in the Middle East region and does a lot of board advisory and company work. So she brings some pretty valuable insights for us. So what's your assessment of the maturity level, of the understanding of sustainability in the boardroom, and what sorts of things need to happen?
Right, there we are, should be right. Thanks, David. And it's very interesting. I will say that in the last 2 to 3 years, we've actually seen a rather rapid change in the boardrooms. But let's be honest, most surveys that we see say that the interest in sustainability is driven by compliance still. So no matter whether we're looking at surveys by the Institutes of Directors, the investor relations, so this is still driving. Now, in an effort to actually support that, early last year we saw that 29 standards were agreed across the GCC. So we are slowly seeing also some alignment, which will also help with the analysis by the investment community. However, it was 29 when we compare against 1,000 for SASB, but it was a start. The boards, I think, you normally do see the usual range of reaction. You'll see the people that believe it very strongly, that it presents either opportunity or risk. You will have those who are happy to talk about it, and then you will have the people who will actively challenge it in the board. And frankly, I think that also keeps the process honest, because if there are people who challenge it, that also means that we need to come up with good economic, commercial, sustainable reasons for actually adopting this. The challenge, of course, is that if we choose 29 criteria, that may be suitable for a bank, but it may not be suitable for an oil and gas company. So we always have this issue about materiality as well. The boards are also very aware that to date, most sustainability is voluntary. However, we now see Oman in 2024. It's the first year where it is mandatory for all listed companies to report against these 29. And in fact, Oman added one extra. They added a 30th one, which was basically investment in the community. So from 2024, we expect to see all companies in Oman. The rest of the GCC, now admittedly, this came out in early 2023, which was before the ISSB, IFRS 1 and 2 came out. So we see that the boards are actively waiting to see what the government and the regulators would like to do with S1 and S2 before they probably take the next material step. We have seen a massive increase in sustainability reporting against GRI. So I think the GRI is most definitely the most prevalent model for reporting in this part of the world. And the big companies have also started looking at SASB. So if you have a look at a lot of the larger banks, they will actively have GRI, SASB, UNGC, SDGs, together with the local goals that we have with the plans for 2040, 2050, etc. We also see, of course, with boards, some boards are very good at identifying the opportunities. We've had recent IPOs of infrastructure and utility companies, and so they've also been very active in putting in place a lot of the sustainability criteria and reporting because they see this as being beneficial to the community. So they say, look, we're trying to attract community investment. This is good because this is infrastructure. So there is actually an impact on the community. So we also believe it is correct to report on a sustainability basis there. And so, you know, the DIWA is a good example of that in Dubai. The tricky bit is to get the capability on the board. We're here to talk about governance. So we see a range of different ways that the companies are dealing with this. Some of them are creating a specific sustainability department. They're creating a sustainability committee. Others are combining sustainability with, say, nomination remuneration because that committee is a little bit light. So they see that sustainability is good to add to that. But I think there will be a change. And once we know how S1 and S2 will be adopted, once we start seeing a requirement for assurance, we will see a debate within the boards, and it may be that they then split the responsibility. So we will have the assurance and the internal control framework for sustainability in the audit committee. We'll have the strategy and the risk and other elements in another committee. My fear is that we silo sustainability, and that has been happening in a lot of the companies. They have a sustainability department here, but it kind of talks to the finance department and the sales department and some of the others, but it's a bit of a data collection department rather than being integrated with all of the strategic decision making. So what we might see is actually that we want to integrate it, don't we? As accountants, we want to integrate the thinking. So we want to see actually that sustainability is just automatically included within the strategy, the enterprise risk, the nominations, remuneration, of course, which is going to be one of the changes with S1 and S2. I think the only other point really is about how to get appropriate skill on the board as well. And so what we've seen, the boards have been talking about the type of training that they're doing. I saw an excellent example, like we often look at some of the banks, and I'll name drop Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank, for example, is very good at telling us the types of topics that the boards are trained in, and also the topics that they do a deep dive in. So what we'd like to see, I think, is that the boards actually start giving us more information, saying, for our comfort and assurance, yes, we are actually looking at this, and we are also doing deep dives into particular topics. So we might see a little bit more of this. But it is a challenge. It is a challenge to either get new directors, maybe with more specific sustainability knowledge, and then also with the current directors, they already come with a lot of knowledge, but making sure that everybody brings this together in an integrated board.
Yeah, so thank you for those observations. I mean, I pick up on your point that mandatory requirements for reporting and assurance is going to drive this home in boardrooms as well, right? So that momentum for mandatory requirements has an impact throughout the ecosystem for sustainability disclosure. And it seems like you agree more than you disagree with our prior two investment guests in terms of, like, it may not be all in the audit committee. There's diversity about sustainability, and it's going to have more than one home, rightfully so, I think you're suggesting in the boardroom. So David, switching to you, you have a particular lens on life. I mean, you work for EY, but what I mean by that is you're a technical advisor to the IASBA, so you think a lot about ethical issues in general. Maybe you want to share with us, but applying it to the board and to the corporate culture of companies as well. The IASA standard, the work in general that IASBA is doing on sustainability, it's a heavy lift, it's a complicated topic. And there is a new IASBA adoption and implementation working group that's been set up that you have some familiarity with, that I think is necessary to kind of help bring the global community along with what IASBA is doing in the sustainability space. So give us some of your observations.
Sure. Thank you, David. Am I on? No? Let me check. Is that better now? Yep. Yeah, thanks, David. Maybe I just open with a little bit of Sharon. Sharon, you're 20 years. I'm 25 years in this region as well, so hopefully I bring a little bit of flavour from this region too. I've been a technical advisor for the last 8 years with the Standards Board. And, the IASBA code has been around for 40 years, and of course it's forever evolving. It has evolved of late, and we've just come straight back from Paris now, where we were at the IASA task force meeting. I think we're closer to that standard, so for final draft for board approval in December, so I'm pretty happy about the progress that we've made on that. I liked your graphic, David. I would love it, however, if the green was encompassing everything, right? Now, what I mean by that is that, ethics is pervasive throughout the entire ecosystem, or it should be. at least. And if it's taken on board in the correct manner, you would essentially have a risk culture that sits outside firm culture or organization culture or the entire ecosystem, which drives essentially doing the right thing. And that is what ethics is. Ethics is, in itself, simply put, as enabling making the right decisions. And enabling others to have trust in the outcome of decisions that are made and reporting that is done. And so that's kind of the backdrop to really what I want to go on to and explain now as well. Sustainability, of course, is at the forefront of most of those stakeholders within that ecosystem. And as they think about how they're expected to play their part, obviously in communicating their information, but also how it is that they're kept honest in looking at the monitoring of the targets that they're trying to achieve as they everyone knows, of course, is always under scrutiny, and the public interest demand for both qualitative and quantitative assertions are all under the same level of scrutiny as well. The ISBA's Co's newly proposed framework neutral provisions, I'll maybe explain that a little bit later as well in the context of profession agnostic, for sustainability reporting governs and will guardrail the entire ecosystem, I think, for sustainability information reporting. And they are much anticipated, and we hope to get that approved in December, as I mentioned as well. But really, at the heart and core of this is really driving professional behavior, it's driving professional competence and due care, objectivity and integrity. That's at the core of our new ISs, from reporting all the way through to assurance. It was nice to see some of your earlier comments, David, in and around the MENA region. It does look like integrated reporting is on the up here, and there's the enhanced role of the finance function, their role, of course, in ESG data ownership. Perhaps that's been pushed, S1 and S2, and of course CSRD requirements. A lot of MENA entities have divisions, of course, in EU, and that's kind of certainly perhaps pushing the approach for integrated reporting here. ESG ratings, of course, take a critical view, not only for commitments, but follow on as well to their achievements as well. And that's important, right? So you don't just leave the information out there. You are held accountable to those targets that you also claim. Other things, of course, are happening in this region as well. We're hosting big events like COP28. Perhaps that's driving the whole integrated reporting as well. There's lots of joint regulatory initiatives, I know, that are going on in various jurisdictions across the GCC and the neighbouring countries. And task forces are being set up, I think. And it's important that these things do get some momentum behind them. I think what needs to be embraced, absolutely, is the promotion of consistent, comparable and reliable information, safeguarded and anchored in strong ethical behaviour. And the need for the ethical requirements must be at the same level for the reporting requirements for themselves. If you do not have that, if you don't have that in the same par, then you're going to have to deal with a very pervasive greenwashing as it goes on within the ecosystem. Greenwashing or misleading information, sustainability information, is governed by boards, right? The governance have to take ownership of this at the board level, just the same as they do for financial disclosures. There's probably more risk of greenwashing, green hushing, or simply just over-optimistic reporting, which all equal, of course, misrepresentation and presentation of misleading information, which can be characterized, as John had said earlier, as fraud. There's a greater risk globally in sustainability and, of course, sustainability reporting and, of course, in MENA, because there's a patchwork at the moment of inconsistent reporting, some of it required, some of it voluntary, some of it very, very limited in the insurance space. But moreover, there's additional room for artful and discretionary reporting because, of course, the qualitative nature of sustainability information is also present. So, how can the code of ethics help? I think this is an important thing. Professional accountants exercise professional judgment within a questioning mindset. That's all promoted throughout the code. We're held accountable to the code through our various POAs and our regulators and national standard setters and, of course, our firms. Professional competence is at the core, due care and integrity, which enables professional accountants to stop, identify, evaluate and address risks before taking actions without understanding what those risks are. Essentially, any kind of risk management are the brakes on an organization before it goes too fast forward. It also prohibits professional accountants from yielding to pressure and to act ethically. This helps minimize greenwashing, of course, and the IASBA's sustainability reporting related proposals include new examples of greenwashing. They illustrate how sustainability information might be intentionally prepared or misrepresented. They demonstrate, of course, as well how to exercise discretion, but also in that discretion in itself might be misused or misled or mislead others. John, I think, mentioned this already. The first line of the ecosystem, of course, first line of defense of the ecosystem are the preparers of sustainability information, okay, and the governance boards. And managers should recognize this. I think they should ease up on pressure from, or pressurized tone at the top to over-report, over-optimistically. Instead, encourage that challenges and issues are also reported alongside the optimistic nature of this. But then track and monitor against the targets that you set. Embrace that there are capacity and knowledge issues currently, shortfalls, I guess, but upskill and embed sustainability throughout the organization. You know, it's one thing just to have a function, but to embed it through the entire organization with champions, people who understand the issues, then you get somewhere closer to a sustainability-based risk culture within an organization. Bring it to life, if you like. And I think that's what you can do with the code. You can make it pervasive throughout the organization by embracing the code. Create policies and procedures that empower and encourage employees to communicate ethics issues, and think about company-wide ethics and code of conduct policies as well at the same time. Put these in place, make them owned, but moreover, all of this, think about tone at the top. Think about how you embed ethics into the tone at the top, because if that happens, you will fast forward quite some ways where people follow on with that type of approach. Corporate boards, standard setters, regulators should all recognize by now, I think, the need for mandatory, wider, and more consistent reporting, less limited and reasonable insurance, and ultimately adoption and implementation. And the IASBA, going to your second pronged question here, David. The IASBA has recognized that there is capacity issue, not just in this marketplace, but also across the world. And so we've committed to a new work stream, or working group, if you like, that will look at adoption and implementation, not just of sustainability in the IASs, but for all of the matters that are within the code. But we're starting with sustainability because we understand that's the prevalent concern for our stakeholders out there. And throughout all of this, hopefully, we create a better global playing field, level global playing field, where non-practitioners, non-PA practitioners can also contribute to this ecosystem as well, as we upskill and create knowledge within the marketplaces.
We couldn't get away from that word greenwashing again. And I think you've kind of highlighted again how that is a board problem. And I go back, you make me think of that statistic that 56% of company boards are looking at sustainability disclosure as a reporting issue, and what are the other 44% doing? So I think you've really kind of made the case for how ethics needs to. We're not going to redo the graphic, David, okay? The graphic is what the graphic is. But I think you've made the case for why ethics belongs around the entire ecosystem. All right, so Tim, turning to you, you're based in Germany. You're in the thick of things with what's going on with reporting and assurance in the European Union. Paul, your colleague from Mazars, was on a panel earlier today talking about the challenges that companies are having. So, engagement partners are having conversations with audit committees or boards of directors about sustainability assurance. Maybe you've got some insights as to what some of those conversations look like, what some of the issues are that are disclosed, but you also bring your firm perspective in terms of, where are the dips in the capacity in the ecosystem, and maybe you want to share some insights as to what the profession, particularly the larger firms, are doing to fill in those gaps.
Sure. No, happy, David, to share some insights and experiences from the European Union. As you can imagine, this is the #1 topic at the moment. So wherever you go, it's CSRD, CSRD, and CSRD, and implementation. And it's probably one of the biggest learning, change management, and capacity building exercise that we might witness in our life. Although I wish everyone a long and happy life, but I mean, nevertheless, it's a massive project, and the broader scope of reporting and the first reporting in the EU, that's what, especially the first reporting, is of great concern, of course, to the companies, the preparers, those charged with governance, and the assurance providers. And I think here we as a profession play a critical role in facilitating a dialogue in this regard in the ecosystem, and that is what is happening in discussions within the boardroom, in discussions with regulators, in discussions with the users, and in this regard, I think we should really use the unique insights that we have as a profession, being at the intersection between all these players in the ecosystem to manage these expectations. I mean, as Christine said earlier, for the preparers and for us, it's like really building a plane while it's in the air. And why is that? Especially in Europe, that even though the European Union has set a legal framework, it still has to be implemented into the local laws of each of the 27 member states. So that sounds like a technical exercise, but it took the member states years to conclude this, and some have not even done it yet. So out of the 27 member states, only 15 have concluded this exercise. This creates a lot of uncertainty, of course, in the market, because you don't actually know what are the processes and the requirements also in some regards with regard to those charged with governance, the assurance providers, the regulators, who are the competent authorities at the end, and how can you build capacities if you don't know what you have to do. So that's the starting point. That's a big challenge, I would say, for all the players at the moment. And that's again where we try to come in and where we try to help and facilitate a dialogue on these matters. So let me just give you a few examples of what we do in this regard. So we, together with other large networks, have a group, it's called the European Contact Group, that is in a dialogue with the EU institutions, the European Commission, but also the business community. And together, for instance, with Accountants Europe, the European umbrella organizations of the professional bodies, we are facilitating practice forums together with all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, addressing some of the burning questions. It's a lot about what Paul said earlier. It's also about explaining, to start with, what's the difference between limited assurance and reasonable assurance. What can you expect to see in the assurance reports? Also, of course, managing the situation that you might see more qualifications. That is, of course, something that people should not overreact to, but it might happen. So that's also important. And just to help also to get an understanding of, and maybe to contextualize also the situation under which the first round of reports has been prepared, the European Contact Group actually only a couple of days ago published a paper, a very short paper, which, however, some impactful considerations for companies about what they could say in their statements about these special circumstances, including also the fact that while this report has been prepared, some of the guidelines and some of the laws have not even been written. Yeah? So, and of course, all the other challenges that we heard earlier today for the preparers. So if this is done by the preparers, they issue statements along those lines, this is something that the assurance providers could pick up, and in order to reinforce this, come, for instance, with an emphasis of meta paragraph or something in this along that line. So this is one example. The extraterritorial implications is another aspect where we try to help and where we try to facilitate, because we get questions from clients, we get questions from boardrooms outside of the EU, what's happening there, what can we do in terms of preparing and planning for the consolidation of for a consolidated sustainability report, starting with the preparers, but also the regulators. So keeping up this dialogue is really important to level set the expectations and manage these expectations in a proper way. But I mean, we shouldn't lose sight of what this is all about, and I think it was mentioned earlier also by the investors. It's about the access to capital, it's about good. They urged for a whole government approach in tackling this, and that included also an ask for mandatory disclosures and mandatory assurance. So it underscores only that this is the future of corporate reporting and assurance. Yeah? And then clearly, when you come back to the topic of capacity building, you have to invest now. I mean, what we are doing is, like others in this area, investing a lot in people and investing a lot in technology to support this journey. When we talking about investment in people, it's of course also hiring new people, but I think the biggest thing that we have to do is upskilling our workforce in this regard. So when we have 400,000 people, technically you would have to upskill 400,000 people, because all of them, when we talk about corporate reporting, will at some point maybe have to do and to deal with sustainability related matters in their work. So yeah, a lot still to be done. The first years are the challenging ones, but if you do it properly and slowly and in a phased-in approach, then it should be fine at the end, hopefully.
I think, as an audit profession, sometimes there's a narrative around, everybody knows what financial audit is, and it becomes a bit of a commodity. And I think everything you've said is sort of demonstrating the challenge that everyone is having when we talk about sustainability disclosure being the future of corporate reporting. And really, it's an opportunity for the accountancy profession to shine and be the kind of advisor, business advisor, that we always knew that we were. And I think that's the spirit in which we have to be talking to companies, to regulators, and I think we have a ton of value to add as a profession in this journey. So Sharon, back, we're a little tight on time. I'm curious what you think 2 or 3 of the top risk issues are that you're hearing in boardrooms, because if you're hearing it in boardrooms, those are the things that I think regulators and policymakers need to be aware of as well. Because if those conversations are the early conversations in boards, that's where the friction or tension points are. And I think that's important insight for regulators and policymakers to have.
I mean, there's 2 big ones that come straight to mind. First, with disclosure, directors are concerned about making forward-looking statements. So if you look at the traditional accounting and financial audit account, you're talking about the past. You don't really have a lot of forward-looking statements in there except for the ongoing concern, obviously. But when you're asking a board now to look forward and make a climate change statement, and S2 is asking you to now make estimations about capital expenditure, OpEx. We're tying bonuses to these statements, so that means that management is going to be held to account in the public arena. Directors are concerned about their liability. What happens in another 5 years? If I say something now, what will happen in 5 years if something completely different happens? So, and this liability question is across the world. I'm not just talking Middle East here. We're having the same discussion in Australia, in Africa, in Europe. The second one is, you talk about risk, but is the risk. So we are talking about risks that, look, I mean, a mining company or an extractives company is used to talking about environmental risk. Whereas a bank is going to have a completely different perspective of environmental risks, and they're going to be looking at it from a portfolio perspective as well. So a lot of the boards are saying, look, I have a risk of choosing the right risk. I also have a risk of the materiality. And I bear the risk that I might think something is material, but my investors don't. Perhaps we miss something that then comes to light later. And I also bear the risk, and this goes to one of the previous panels, is that I over-report or I over-measure on things which are not material. And so I drown my audience with data and they don't get the important risks. So the board has the role of the control, the reporting, and the strategy, and they have to choose the right risks.
No, thanks for those insights. So David, I'm going to turn to you and maybe give you the last question of the session here. You know, IASB's been in the spotlight because they've created a profession-agnostic standard. We all know that the IAASB did exactly the same thing, not just with ISSA 5000, but with ISA 3000, years ago. But there's a capacity building element to this, right? Because there are consultants who are experts in sustainability, so they're part of the capacity that maybe the profession needs to get. And also, are consultants going to be able to do the work of an ISSA 5000 engagement, right? If hopefully that becomes the global baseline for all practitioners to use for sustainability assurance. So just give us a few, insights about the profession-agnostic approach and the challenges and what needs to happen there to build capacity in that sector of the ecosystem.
No, thank you, Dave. I think I'm out again. Yep. Thank you, David. I'm out. So I'll try and keep this as short and sweet as possible. So IASB's approach is really designed to answer what's happening in the marketplace right now, okay? And of course the direction of travel that the ISAs were taking to. And there's been a lot of coordination on that to produce something which is profession agnostic. Your facts that you presented earlier on today, say it all, right? I think you said over 40% of sustainability assurance practitioners are not from firms, not from audit firms. And the UAE, I think it's closer to 50%. I think I saw on one of your slides. In Saudi Arabia, it's a bit less at 20%. But I also heard in Egypt that 100% of this work is being done by other than firms. And so this is kind of the approach that we've taken in to make this available to the entire marketplace, to regulators, to national standard setters, and the boards, of course, to adopt this regardless of who you are and what you're governing in the sustainability space. And it has been recognized, of course, that non-PAs have a very important role to play here where reporting is concerned, where a capacity is trying to be achieved. Without the non-PAs, this work cannot be done. And this is fundamentally very, very important work for the common good, for all of humanity, right? Regardless of where you sit in the world. And so we need everyone at the table to work together on this issue and ultimately solve it, and solve it as quickly as we possibly can. So I think the IASBA, IASAS, and ISA 5000, they provide that opportunity to raise the bar, not just on reporting and assurance, but also from an ethics perspective. And I think the interplay between all of these things are ultimately very important when we think about the outcomes and the trust in the outcomes that can be achieved as well. So I think not much left to say other than, my call to everyone here is to lead in this space, adopt and implement the ISAs in conjunction with the ISA 5000. Think about ethics, think about independence in the whole ecosystem that we spoke about, and think about how information reporting and assurance could be better for everyone, the common good.
All right, well, in thanking our panel, before we conclude entirely, I think I need to mention that, my colleague Donna Jensen, who has been tirelessly working behind the scenes for months to put this whole organization together, she lost her voice in the last 24 hours. She was supposed to be moderating this panel, so I'd like to acknowledge her hard work and her partnership with EAAA in putting this all together, and wish that she was in this chair instead of me moderating it. But thanks to our panel, thanks to Donna.
جزيل الشكر والتقدير أكيد على القائمين في هذه الجلسة على معلوماتهم القيمة اللي أكيد طرحوها أثناء هذه الجلسة. Thank you so much Mr. David. الآن ننتقل إلى المقابلة الأخرى تحت عنوان مع وجهة نظر المدير المالي، وسوف يقدم هذه الجلسة السيد كوش أهوجة، رئيس منطقة أوراسا والشرق الأوسط في جمعية المحاسبين القانونيين المعتمدين. Mr. Kosh, please, the stage is yours. Group photo. Let's take a group photo, please. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Working? Yeah. Bikash, good evening. I think for the last few sessions, we've all been discussing a lot about sustainability, and I think that, Bikash, they're requesting you to move closer, sure, if you don't mind. Musical chairs. And, as a practitioner, as a person who's been there at Olam, at the helm of affairs, and leading this piece, the idea is to know your experiences. And so I'll dive straight in, maybe just to open with a question that how do companies like yours, like Olam Agri, prepare for the upcoming sustainability reporting requirements? What are some of the things that you're doing?
Sure. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to IFAC and EAAA for hosting this great event. The way it has been organized, the themes, the topics, the esteemed speakers that we have heard, I think it was a fantastic opportunity for all of us to witness this event. Just as a background, I come from Olam Group. Olam Group is in food and agribusiness. We are headquartered and listed in Singapore. It's a Fortune 500 company. We have a presence in over 75 countries. We are in a very peculiar situation. So as agri, as an industry, so while on one side, we are victim of climate change. So we regularly see floods, drought, heat waves, which has a huge impact on the yield and the crop. And we often see that the crops are completely get wiped out, the productivity is lower. But on the other hand, agri is also the culprit for the climate change. More than 24% of the greenhouse gas emissions comes from agri-industry. So we are in an industry which is in a very like a peculiar situation. So we have to balance it well. Now, talking about the sustainability journey from OLAM. So the finance created a separate team to focus on sustainability during the last 5 to 6 years. So as finance, I think the first approach for us was to establish traceability, which is probably the most difficult task in establishing the supply chain related compliances and also understanding and assessing the carbon footprint. So we worked on developing our in-house traceability system, which works in every country with every region, every single supplier that we have. And then we map their farms through geotagging, and we understand those suppliers about their livelihood, the sources of income that they have, the crops that they do, the farming practices that they have, the equipment that they use in the supply chain. So we have a full traceability that we have established in most of the countries and the region. So that was the step one. Second, what we did is we chose those professionals as part of the Finance for Sustainability team who are not just qualified, but also has a passion for sustainability and climate, because that I feel is very, very important. You have to be passionate about nature, climate, and sustainability. So we handpicked people from our existing team, and we also had a couple of experts from outside. Then we tried to understand first, as part of the control and compliance role, we wanted to understand those standards, regulations, and today there are 2,300 plus climate-related rules and regulations. And then we had TCFD, then IFRS S1, S2, then we had CSRD and various evolving regulations. So we also first wanted to understand those standards and regulations well. Post that, we wanted to develop another system which can help us on the risk management, on the scenario modeling, and understanding the value at risk over the decades coming from the physical risk modeling, transition risk modeling, establishing internal carbon pricing. So we also invested in a software to have that solution. And third, we invested further in another software which helps us in the sustainability reporting and the entire ESG reporting. So whichever framework or the standards that we use, whether it's a GRI or SASB or TCFD, the software has the flexibility to pick and choose those line items and comply and report. This was the internal preparation. Before then, we engaged one of the big four to come and assess what we have been doing and also do a peer benchmarking compared to other global companies to understand the gaps. And then they helped us in terms of improving for completeness and full compliance. I think this has been the journey for the last 4 or 5 years. What we have also done that we have been proactive. And like the forums like this always provides opportunity to understand what is going to come. Like we now discuss about nature and TNFD. Similarly, we understood that the TCFD reporting is going to come. So before it was made mandatory in 2023 in Singapore by SGX, we had started preparing and reporting on TCFD much earlier. So when it was implemented, we were fully ready. And with the help of the external advisors and the consultants, our quality also improved.
Thanks, Bikash. I think that's a very detailed roadmap and a practical roadmap. And you talked about, how the team who's working on the sustainability piece was carved out of the finance team. And, that begs the question that as a CFO, how do you see this role of the CFO evolving regarding sustainability reporting assurance? Do you see it as a role where you're co-piloting this? And why do you think that finance needs to be in the lead?
So if you look at the traditional role of finance, finance plays broadly 4 roles. The first, which is the bread and butter, which is the control, compliance, reporting, investing in tools, technology, IT system, efficiency, outsourcing. This is the first bucket of the role, which is the controllership. And also understanding the regulations, the standards. This ensures that the organizations are protected from any reputational or controllable losses. That's the first role. The second role is more about the performance manager, where the CFOs ensure that we keep the organization on track against all the targets and the plan. The third role is about the co-strategist or the co-pilot, where we jointly work with the business team and other functions to grow and develop the business and create a competitive advantage for the business. And the fourth one is the value creation or the value manager that we call it, where we can independently create impact on the bottom line, whether it is by impacting the tax rate or managing the currency effects, reducing the interest rate, driving the cost-saving initiatives. So these are the four broad buckets of the roles. Now, if you look at on the sustainability framework, the various things that we have to do, the first we have to do is we have to understand the regulations, which is the controllership. We have to manage the data, which is also again part of the controllership. We have to look at reporting, which we are very comfortable with on the reporting. We have to then look at technology. We all have been working with various technology and tools, so we are very comfortable with that. Developing the decarbonization plan along with other functions and the sustainability team, which also includes the understanding on the capital budgeting and how to evaluate those projects. So I think the various roles that is there, or the sustainable financing, sustainability-related bonds, the transfer pricing now is coming as where we are trying to include the markup for our sustainability initiative. So if you look at treasury, if you look at compliance, if you look at technology, if you look at taxation, finance has a critical role to understand. So we feel that there is no other function better than finance who is in a position to lead this initiative much better than anybody else.
I think one of the earlier panelists who was there, I think Neil, he also spoke about sustainability reporting is now, akin to financial reporting. But, that begs the question, while we talked about the strategy and how we have gone about it, my next question is, what about the mindset? Why is it important for companies to adopt an integrated mindset when doing this? So what has been the journey in terms of the thought process and when it comes to sustainability and financial control?
So mindset, everyone can define integrated mindset very differently. The way I have understood integrated mindset and the way we practice integrated mindset in the company is starting from understanding that ESG and sustainability is no longer a separate activity, but it's an integrated part of the corporate strategy. So when we make the strategy for next 3 years or 6 years, we evaluate a strategy from various lenses. We first look at it basis the capital, that where should I allocate the capital so that I have a healthy portfolio return. We look at it more from, say, the team perspective, that where I'm going to deploy my team members. We look at it from the geographical concentration point of view, that how should I balance the portfolio across the geography, across the different BUs, right? However, now, when we look at the corporate strategy or develop the corporate strategy, we should also look at it from the sustainability point of view. That if I have an expansion of a business or new product line or new geography, whether it is going to increase my carbon footprint. And by just changing some of the trade flows, it can have an impact on the carbon footprint. So we have to integrate all the ESG related factors into the corporate strategy. That is going to be very sustainable. So that's the first part of the integrated. When we say integrated mindset, bringing ESG as part of the corporate strategy. The second, we say that how do we work with all the business units and different other central functions and identify how we are going to jointly deliver to the organization and the different stakeholders rather than looking at our own specific deliverables for the function. So bringing that integration is also important. Third is about the connectivity. I think one of the panelists talked about it, is about the connectivity between the financial data and the non-financial data. Both of them have to talk to each other. Yeah? And fourth is understanding the value creation logic. Till, I will say, early 1990, before the globalization and liberalization happened, almost 80 to 85% of the fair value of the organization or the companies were sitting on the balance sheet. Only 10 to 15% were sitting as part of the intangible. Today, the situation is very different, right? Only 10 to 15% of the tangible assets are in the balance sheet, 80-85% or even more are off the balance sheet. So it's important to understand the other sources of capital, whether it's the social capital, human capital, natural capital, manufactured capital, IP capital. We need to understand those understandings. So how do we understand the value orientation and the sources of value creation is also part of the integrated mindset.
Fantastic. And one of the things when it comes to reporting, and we talked about assurance earlier, there is also the level of capacity building because you're going down right to the last mile. When you talked about that, how are some of our producers and in most of the countries, you have down the line data. How do you ensure the accuracy and reliability of the data that is being collected for the purpose of sustainability reporting?
Yeah. So the first I talked about the traceability related software. That really helps us to go down to the last chain, to the supplier level and collecting those data. So in our database, we have gone up to that level. That is one. Second, we also work with the IT team to ensure that the transaction data, which is recorded in our ERP system, SAP or Oracle, is also integrated with the ESG reports. So the ESG tool that we are now implementing will ensure that the transactional data in the SAP is directly integrated with the ESG software, reporting software. Third, obviously there is always, it's going to be a journey, it's not going to be that easy. There will be some inaccuracy causing more by the understanding of the people and the teams on the ground, but it's a continuous process to educate them, train them, to ensure that continuously we are reducing the data inaccuracy. We are working with our customers, our suppliers, to ensure that they fully understand their role. We have developed our supplier code. We have trained the suppliers on the supplier code in terms of their obligations and responsibilities. So we are working with the various stakeholders, but probably I will say that it's a journey. But each year we are improving on our data accuracy.
From data, we'll move to talent. That, the internal capacity to capture data is one piece, but there's also the point of building talent and, what are some of the steps that Olam Agri is taking in order to build the talent pipeline? How do you think what professional qualifications can support and what emphasis do you place on them?
So as I said that the first important thing is that people should be passionate about sustainability. You cannot just think of hiring somebody and training it. If it doesn't come from his heart, it's very difficult to get the desired outcome. So what I personally do is, first I look at the individual purpose with the corporate purpose. So individual purpose, we call it a small p. It should fully align with the organizational purpose, which we call it big P. So there has to be an alignment between a small p and the big P. Once that is done, then obviously we will develop the talents, we will provide them the opportunity to learn. We rotate those people also to different functions that is important for their understanding on the sustainability and the climate. We also ask them to do certain courses, and in fact last week I've also personally myself completed a course on ESG investing. So it's a continuous process, evolving process. The rules and regulations are continuously evolving, so it's important that we always unlearn, relearn. This process has to continuously going up. But now, as I said that within finance, we have created a niche finance for sustainability team. They work with the advisors, they work with our peers. So we have also created an industry forum. So as I was talking about this software on the traceability, we asked our other industry players also to join us. And we formed a company called Tract. The website is there, is on the public domain. We invited all the global leaders, our peers, also to come and unite with us in this global initiative.
mentioned interestingly about a course that you have done about looking at investing. You know, one of the things is also when companies are engaging with regulators and investors and other stakeholders to align on sustainability goals, how do companies effectively engage with them? What are some of the things that you do to effectively engage with these groups?
Yeah, so starting first with the regulators. So any standard or the framework that is implemented, it is a process. I think we learned that there is a first exposure draft, then there is a consultation period, then there is a field testing, all that happens. So that is the time where we engage with the regulators, regulator also engage with us. So now as we are discussing about, just for example, for TNFD, we have been actively discussed with the regulators and we are part of the working group. So we understand the thought process. We also have the opportunity to share our inputs with them. And probably once all that is completed, we are fully part of that journey before it is implemented by the regulator. So it's a very, very win-win for both the organizations, companies, and the regulator and the other stakeholders. So that is one way of engaging and understanding better, preparing ourselves well ahead of time. That's for the regulator. If you look at the investors, one is the assurance. It definitely plays a critical role that brings credibility, confidence, and trust with them. So like on carbon footprint, we also got one of the big fours to come and do a limited review of the carbon footprint. That gives certain level of comfort to the investors about the carbon footprint, about the other practices. And also about how do we communicate, regularly engage with the investors, how do we communicate our story to them, listen to them, and implement whatever is required. I think that will really help to build the credibility and confidence with them.
Thanks, Vikash. And, you know, I'll try and wind up soon, but in terms of future looking, what do you see as the next major development in sustainability reporting? And you've got extensive experience both globally and in MENA. So what are some of your thoughts on what the future on sustainability reporting will look like?
So if I look at the role of finance first, I talked about the 4 roles, which is the controllership, performance manager, core strategist or core pilot, and the value manager. I do see that the role of a CFO also is evolving in line with the global changes that is happening. And I see that now going forward, there are 5 roles that is going to come into effect. The first is controllership will always be there. So we call it assurance advocate, ensuring that all the compliance, controls, everything is there. The second role is about business transformer. The business models are rapidly changing with the geopolitical conflicts, with the macro changes, Fed rate changes, supply chain disruption. So I think the only constant now is the volatility. So how we are agile, understands the business as well to make it agile and sustainable. Like for example, like in India, the rice export of non-basmati export was banned. Now any business who is only dependent on rice business will be out of the market. So how do we understand and make the business more agile? And third, I will probably say is the sustainability ambassador. Each finance member have to be a sustainability ambassador. They need to understand sustainability well. They have to be the ambassador for sustainability. And there are 2 other roles, I will not talk much about it, which is about the data and digital and understanding the global landscape. So I do see that going forward, the ESG will become more and more relevant and important, and businesses will start realizing that it's actually a competitive advantage. It's for our value creation. It's not a compliance burden. Second, I see that emergence of technology and digital and AI will really help us in our ESG implementation journey. And third, I see that the standards will come, like we have seen S1 and S2, probably S3, S4, S5, S5, all that will come, and that will remove the ambiguities, bring the standardization, so that the pair benchmarking across industries, within an industry, and reasonable assurance, all that will be possible.
Thank you, Vikash. I think that that's a great point that you made right at the end in terms of the value creation that we can get out of this entire process, not looking at it only from the perspective of something that we need to do, but from the perspective of something which is the best way to run our businesses for the long term and create value. Thank you, Bikash.
Thank you,
really
sir.
appreciate your time and sharing your insights and views with us.
Thank you.
شكرا أكيد على هذه المقابلة القيمة سيد كوش. Thank you so much Mr. Kosh for your amazing interview. Thank you. شكرا. Thank you بيكاش. ننتقل إلى الجلسة الحوارية الأخيرة التي سوف تكون تحت عنوان دور مهنة المحاسبة في تحول مجتمع الأعمال، وسوف يدير هذه الجلسة السيد لي وايت. Mr. Lee White, please welcome to the stage to conclude this amazing panel discussion with the amazing also title.
Thank you. If our panelists could come, please, that would be very helpful. Thank you. I should indicate our slide informs us that our colleague Tim from EY was going to join this panel as well. I've kindly asked him, given how much he shared of his experiences on the last or the panel before last, that we would actually just step him down at this point and we will continue. Very conscious it's been a very long day, rich discussions, but there are limits, so we will move ahead as swiftly as we can. Good afternoon. Sammy, if we could come to you first. Welcome to the panel. We did have some conversation earlier today about your about Saudi Arabia and the uptake of reporting that's occurring there. But I'd welcome your insights if there were certain steps that you believe policymakers or regulators should take at this step to advance the momentum around the reporting of sustainability, please.
So, first of all, thank you, Lee, for the invitation to the conference. And let me start by saying thank you as well for the Ministry of Commerce and for the Emirates Association of Accountants and Auditors, the IFAC, and all the other sponsors and attendees here today. It's always great to have all stakeholders from various backgrounds coming all together, sitting in the same room, exchanging thoughts and ideas.
It is.
Going back to your question with regard to disclosures in general at Saudi Arabia and the rest of the region, and more specifically for sustainability disclosures, I would say that usually the main driver or the main stakeholder behind any set of disclosure requirements is the investor. Because we all need to satisfy and serve the investor need at the end of the day. And this being the case, if we look at the exchange markets in Saudi Arabia and UAE and the rest of the Gulf region, alhamdulillah, we are keeping to witness good performing markets with good, steady performing indices supported by a good, stable economy that continues to grow from year to year. Now, this being the case, it means that more investors locally and globally, they continue to express more interest and more appetite to come and participate and to become part of the local market. Now, what does this mean to us? It means that we need to serve the investor needs. We need to give them what they're looking for in terms of disclosure and reporting. Now, are they looking for sustainability disclosures? When we speak of institutional investors globally and locally, yes, there is an ask, there is a demand for such disclosures. When we speak of retail investors, I guess the awareness has to be addressed in that area with regard to how beneficial the sustainability disclosures would be for retail investors. Now, how does this interact with the accounting profession? I guess the beauty of this story comes into two folds. Number one, when we speak of the accounting profession, it's a profession with a global flavor. So we speak international accounting standards, international auditing standards, international sustainability standards. We also speak of international organizations like IFAC, FER, IOSCO. This all works for the benefit of the investor. This means that the investor does not have to be very concerned about the quality of the standards of the framework supporting the disclosures being provided to the investor at the end of the day. So an investor in the UK or in Europe can rest assured, when they make their investments in the Middle East, that the disclosures are supported by the same code that's being applied somewhere else in the world, with definitely with some amendments to fulfill the needs of the local needs of the local jurisdictions and the culture of the local jurisdictions as well. So this is number one. Number two, I guess the other beauty in this story is that when we speak of accountants, we speak of a group of experienced professionals. And why do I say this? Not because I'm an accountant, but I say this because we experienced this before. We experienced it when we adopted the IFRS, when we adopted the accounting standards. And it's very important that we benefit from the experience that we've been through before. We analyze all the advantages and all the challenges that we've been through. I remember when we adopted the IFRS, for example, in Saudi Arabia, now with the support of SUKBA, Dr. Ahmad, we've done rounds and rounds of roundtable discussions. And in those roundtable discussions, we had stakeholders from all various backgrounds, like auditors, issuers, lawyers, accountants, regulators. Everybody was sitting there on the same table, analyzing the IFRS standards and making sure that they will fulfill the needs of the investors globally and locally. Also, when we adopted the standards, we made sure to give some lead time, for the main stakeholders, which were auditors and preparers at that time, to comprehend and understand the standards and start living up to the expectation of the standard. And this is the same thing that we are trying to do with the sustainability standard as of the moment. So now we are giving some space for various issuers to start experimenting with the sustainability standards on voluntarily basis. Saudi Exchange Tadawul issued the ESG disclosure guidance, encouraging various issuers to start living up to such expectation in the sustainability arena. At the same time, we're also constituting a team by the leadership of the Ministry of Economy as well, and I guess also SUKBA is there, CMA is there, and various other stakeholders are there to start analyzing the international sustainability standards and checking the harmony between such standards and the requirements of the investors globally and locally. So I would say, in a nutshell, Lee, in an answer to your question, my suggestion there would be three things. First of all, we need to identify the needs of the investors, and then we need to identify the mechanism by how such needs will be fulfilled, and then we need to make sure that we make a gradual movement in that journey to make sure that we have a balanced approach between the speed and the pace with how fast we want those disclosures to start appearing, and also from the other side, how good of a quality we are trying to achieve to provide the investors with good information that can help them in making good investment decisions.
Very good. Thank you, Sammy. And I should say, first of all, as well, thank you for your outstanding service on the IAASB as well, sir. If I play back the 3 points you raised, there is interconnectivity between those points. The response to the investors, this is an investor-led transformation. In effect, it was key to what started this transformation. And then you found the balance around pace and rigour. And if we think of the last 18 months or so, Sammy, it's just been turbocharged. And so I think we can find that balance, but it does need those first steps to be taken pretty quickly around the globe, and then the transitions, the staged approach can take. Would you feel that's a fair reflection of your remarks?
Definitely. I mean, as everybody mentioned, it has to be a phased approach.
Yep.
It concerns us sometimes as regulator when we look at the moment and we find some issuers who decided to adopt the international sustainability standards, and then somehow they managed to get a reasonable assurance over that with zero qualifications, zero issues in there. It's like, how can this be achieved, you know? It's like it had been mentioned, I guess, in some of the other sessions. It's not like with the financial statements. With the financial statements, we already had been very used to this, and we know exactly what we're looking for. But with sustainability, it's still, you know, a journey at its initial steps. So we expect some challenges. We expect some issues in the assurance reports. We expect some qualifications, and this would not be shameful at the beginning. You know, we should.
We're all learning.
Yeah, we should expect that exactly. And hopefully this will keep to continue to improve as we go.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hashim, welcome to the panel as well. You would have heard earlier about where developments are, particularly around the UAE. I'm trying to zoom in here around the steps or the key issues from your perspective that you see on the progress towards the mandatory reporting. Is there insights and advice you could share from your perspective, please?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طبعا يسعدني تواجدي معكم. أحب أشكر سعادة سيف محمد بن عابد المهير رئيس مجلس إدارة جمعية الإمارات للمحاسبين والمدققين، والأخ عبد الرحمن الزروري رئيس المؤتمر على منحهم لي الثقة في أن أكون جزء من نقاش اليوم، حيث ندرس يعني بشكل جماعي دور مهنة المحاسبة في تشكيل مستقبل الاستدامة. طبعا نحن هنا كمحاسبين ليس هدفنا يعني مناقشة الأرقام، وإنما يعني نطلع إلى الدور الاستراتيجي اللي نلعبها كمحاسبين في تشكيل ممارسة الأعمال المستدامة. طبعا ردا على سؤال السيد لي حول يعني دورة تلعب دولة الإمارات في مسألة الاستدامة. في دولة الإمارات هناك الإفصاح التطوعي للشركات ارتفعت من 30% إلى 45%، وهذا إفصاح تطوعي فيما يخص sustainability metrics. وطبعا هذا رقم كبير وخصوصا غير إلزامي. طبعا احنا عندنا في دولة الإمارات الشركات المدرجة في الأوراق المالية، سواء في ADX اللي هو سوق أبو ظبي للأوراق المالية، وسوق دبي المالي، وناسداك دبي، عليها ال ESG reporting. هذا شيء إلزامي. أما بالنسبة للشركات اللي هي موجودة في ADGM، أيضا ADGM سوق أبو ظبي العالمي، أبو ظبي جلوبال ماركت، فالشركات اللي التيرن اوفر مالها أكثر عن 65 مليون دولار عليها أن تقوم بإفصاحات ESG. طبعا هذه كلها خطوات يعني تعكس مدى يعني دور اللي تلعب دولة الإمارات في هذه المسألة. في أمر آخر طبعا في مسألة التمويل الأخضر والاستدامة المالية، قامت دولة الإمارات يعني من تخصيص 15 مليار دولار يعني في السندات الخضراء. وطبعا هذا الأمر يعني يعمل على تشجيع الشركات بتخفيض الانبعاثات الكربونية، حيث أن الشركات اللي يكون عندها اللي ينخفض عندها الانبعاثات يتم خفض الريتنج اللي هو الانترست ريت عليها. وهذا طبعا كل شيء إيجابي. من ضمن الأشياء اللي هي الإيجابية طبعا قامت بعض المبادرات مثل شركة دبي إلكتريسيتي أند ووتر اللي هو الديوا بطرح بعض البرامج يعني البروجرامز في يعني للكربون اكاونتنج اوفسيتنج. وطبعا مثل ما قلنا يعني الخطوات في السندات والاشياء تقريبا تحدثنا عنها. في امر اخر طبعا مهم جدا، وهي طبعا نطلع عليه الشهر القادم، وقبول عضوية جمعية الإمارات المحاسبين المدقين في الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين. هذا لا شك أن سيجعل مننا نحن أن نواكب أحدث التغيرات والحركة الجلوبال موفمنت يعني في مسألة الاستدامة. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and yes, it will be an important step next month, and that's the benefit of being a member of IFAC. So thank you very much, Mr. Sham. My good friend, Dr. Ahmed, welcome. Welcome. SOCPA's been a very successful membership body. Here is a time of great change, great transformation. You're leading it. Where are you seeing the key challenges, and where are you putting your priorities and responses to those challenges?
Thank you very much. أولاً أحب أشكر حكومة دولة الإمارات العربية والجمعية بقيادة الأخ سيف على تنظيم وحسن الضيافة والتقدير والكرم، فشكرا لكم ومبروك نجاح هذا المؤتمر. Actually, to answer the questions, as a professional accounting organizations, we have an important role in preparing our young boys and girls for the futures. And when we look at these standards, I don't want to speak about the IFRS standards anymore. I would like to speak only about sustainability standards, because this is the time, and this is the time that we should prepare ourselves for implementing the standards. When it comes for the role of the professional accounting organization in this matter, it's not easy role actually. We need to consider the following difficulties. First, the standards is in English, it's not in Arabic. So we did, as SOCPA, we got the right to translate these standards into Arabic, and we did the translation, and it's been published with the IFRS Foundation website. Second, we need to work on our accounting system and education systems, actually, to prepare our students to be ready to the market, to implement the standards. Because no matter what we say, that we will adopt these standards, but we don't have the right people to implement the standards. We don't have the right people to audit these reports. That's a problem, really. Anybody can say, I am adopting the standards, but actually they are not doing it the right way, and nobody is checking on their implementation. This is another difficulties. So the third difficulties is the cooperation between countries. We are very glad that at the GCC and neighboring Arabic countries, we initiated what they call a regional partnership for sustainability reporting awareness. And this is under the UNCTAD, and I am very happy and glad that I am also the chairman of this regional partnership. So what we need for these three difficulties I can see, which is, I call it capacity building, awareness, because I believe these standards is being prepared by the best people. So our role here as a professional accounting organization is to help implementing these standards by providing the sources, the training, and the awareness for those who are going to be the implementers, and those are going to be the auditors of the assurance bodies who are going to assure these financial, sustainability reporting beside the financial reporting. So in that domain, we need to get together as a professional organization in the regions to prepare these steps, these initiatives, training, exams, translations, and I don't want to forget also, whenever there is a drafted standard, we need to also participate, because we want to be part of the decision. We don't want to be anymore, we are just receiving whatever is being written in other part of the world. And this is the things that I think this is our role as a professional account organizations.
Thank you very much. So let me play back a little bit. Clear messaging around education and training, and then you see that as a really important part of the preparation right at this time. Finishing up on the influence of the voice from the region, and they are international standards, and therefore you need to make sure that all regions are heard and brought forward. So I can only encourage yourself and SOPA, there's like sitting next to you here, there's a board member from the region to make sure that there is always that voice of SOPA heard as well. So thank you. I am very conscious of the time. We've had a very long day. I'd like to just come to a swift, quick question for each of you, and I'll come back to you in the first instance, Sammy, and just go along the line. But you gentlemen have been listening to a lot of what's been discussed during the course of the day, through the reporting, through the assurance, challenges around the whole transformation. How are you feeling at the end of today in terms of the success of where this transformation is heading? And it could be from a regional perspective, but also feeling how that then fits in a global perspective. Sammy, please.
Sure. I would say this is a critical moment for accountants. Accountants are getting rebirth today. Because they've been through their experience with the financial statements for a long time, and now it's a totally new world, where they should really benefit from all the advantages and the challenges that they've been through before when it comes to this new world of sustainability. And they should benefit from that in various ways. So, for example, just like Dr. Ahmed mentioned, when it comes to competency, it's the time to prepare now. It's the time to start arranging and coordinating with all various stakeholders, including, just like it had been mentioned in one of the sessions, with the education authorities, coordinating with the auditors, with the issuers, and all various stakeholders to make sure that competency is developed. It's also important to avoid the previous challenges that had been experienced in the past. Accountants always choose to complain about the level of the benefits and fees and charges that they get at the end of the day. Well, this is a green field now. It's your opportunity now to look at that so that you don't come and complain about it again in the future. I think it's very important what we are doing here today. Again, it's very important that we continue doing these events.
Yep.
And coming all together, exchange our thoughts and ideas. It's also very important that we consider the relevant stories out there in the market. So sustainability is very relevant, AI is very relevant, the attractiveness of the profession is very relevant, and I think there is an expected role for the IFAC in the future to make sure that the licensing and the registration criteria applied by various members are also up to the expectation, because as we continue to witness, the world is changing, and the competency and the abilities of professionals and accountants taking care of these kind of tasks need to develop up to the expectation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Very broad response. Thank you for the encouragement for these types of events to continue. I think your remarks, you wouldn't have seen it, but your remarks around the fees, I think my friend here was certainly agreeing with you. So, Dr. Ahmed, if I could go with the same question to you, sir. How are you feeling?
I will, start with what Sammy says at the end. Role of IFAC, and I know they are doing it, or they are going to do it, to set up and to add one statement of obligation for membership is to look at these organization in matter of their role in sustainability reporting, either implementation or adoptions of it. This is very good move. I know IFAC is now in doing it. I would like also to speak a little bit about the technology, how we can use technology in that areas. I know there are some software now in the market, but I'm not sure are they you know, complying with the standards, because I have seen it with the last year with the GTX. They were you know, talking about software for sustainability reporting, but I'm not sure if it's up to date or to call it to standard that we can use it. And this is another issue: who's going to be validate these softwares? Is it on the, you know, on the associations obligations, or SOCBA, for example? Do they have to go for the market and looking at these software to check if they are up to the date for the standards, or to in line with the standards? And because we know that with technology, rubbish in, rubbish out, and this is a problem. So I think this is where we should also look at it from a professional account organization, to think out of the box, not only to keep only looking at to care about only members. We need to think about our community. We need to look at our the best for our community, for the public interest. We as organization, we don't need to be only for our members. We need to balance between our members and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Same question, sir.
Okay, sir. I would just like to recall a few information, then I will end. In 2022, as per IFAC, the investment in sustainable assets was $43 trillion, and increased. I mean, it's being increased now. That shows the vital role of accountants should be played in this matter for sustainable data. 85% of investors, they take their decision based on ESG for their investment decision. That's also how important is the degree of assurance. I believe the IFRS S1 and S2 and ISA 5000 moving in the right direction toward sustainable accounting, as accounting was always a pillar for financial reporting. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you very much. And can I please ask you to thank our panelists? Thank you. Pardon? Yeah, I can do that very quickly. Yep. Did they want a photo? Yep. Yeah. Yep. Lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
يعطيكم العافية أكيد على هذه الجلسة الجميلة، ما قصرتوا. شكرا لكم.
Come to the conclusion of the day. It has been, I can tell, a long day for many of us. Thank you so much for your attendance. Let me reassure you, this is not going to be an event that happens only once in this region. We need to plan out how to make sure there's a regularity of engagement. But we would welcome to hear any feedback. We've tried to construct an agenda that covers all aspects to do with this transformation around sustainability. We've tried to make sure it really feels like a regional event based here in Dubai. But we at IFAC would welcome any feedback that you have. Let me conclude by thanking my colleagues David and Donna for just making all of this happen and come together. Thank you so much for what both of you have been able to do. Thank you.
فرحانين لأن وصلنا للختام ولا لإنجاز هذا المؤتمر؟ شو رأيكم؟ لإنجاز هذا المؤتمر، نحن استفدنا كلنا من المواضيع والنقاشات اللي تم طرحها اليوم، وعلى مدار اليوم صراحة ما قصروا كل المتحدثين وكل مدراء الجلسات الحوارية، ولكم جميعا حضورنا الكريم. يعني ما شاء الله أصبحنا وياكم وأمسينا بحضوركم الطيب والجميل، وإن شاء الله دائما تجمعنا هذه المؤتمرات الجميلة. الحين نقدر نقول وصلنا لفقرة التكريم. راضين؟ نكرم منا؟ أكيد. طبعا نحن ندعو رئيس مجلس الإدارة في جمعية الإمارات المحاسبين والمدققين سعادة سيف محمد المهيري، وكذلك ندعو رئيس الاتحاد الدولي للمحاسبين سعادة أسماء رسموكي لتكريم أكيد المشاركين والمتحدثين في هذا المؤتمر.
منو؟ خلاص ما عادي.
Mr. Lee White, please welcome to the stage. Mr. David Madon. Mr. Dave Warren. Mr. Dev. Okay. Mr. Zreif Lodin. Mr. Ross Smith. Miss Liza Mack. Miss Aisha Tonabulo. السيد طلال صمد. بس إذا ما عليكم أمر الخلفية الموسيقية لأن وقت الأذان حاليا. السيد طلال. السيد بشير أحمد. مستر وارن مارون. مس كريستين ألبرخت. Miss Kristen. بالنيابة عنها. Mr. John Red. Mr. John Red. Mr. Paul Wainwright. السيدة هنادي خليفة. السيد or Mr. Neil Ankison. Mr. Benjamin Crisford. Miss دانا عقيل. من الجنود المجهولين في هذا المؤتمر صراحة ما قصرت. على فكرة أن هي مريضة اليوم ولا أن هي بتكون لها يعني جلسة حوارية كانت بتكون مودريتر بس اعتذرت بسبب مرضها. Hope you will get well soon إن شاء الله Miss دانا. Miss Sharon. Mr. David Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Kosh Ahoja. Mr. Bekash Barsad. Mr. Bekash, please welcome. Mr. Sami Shurafa. السيد سامي نتشرف فيك. مرحبا. Mr. Tim Folkman. Please welcome. تكريم جمعية المحاسبين والمراجعين الكويتية. يقولون في هدية متبادلة بين جمعية المحاسبين القانونيين القطرية بيننا وبينهم يعني حياكم الله. طبعا هديتنا نحن أول. طبعا أنتم يعني وجودكم اليوم في دولة الإمارات هاي بحد ذاتها أكبر هدية لنا. الله يسعدك. الدكتور أحمد مغامس. اوكي يا منو؟ طبعا انا عندي كلام في النص بس السيد هشام الطاهر. المعذرة السيد هشام. زين كذا نكون اكيد وصلنا لختام مؤتمرنا لهذا اليوم. سامحونا اكيد على القصور، بناخذ صورة جماعية، واعذروني اكيد اخوكم يوسف الحمادي اللي رافقتكم على مدار هذا اليوم، واتمنى ان نكون قد يعني وفقنا في تقديم ما يرضي ذائقتكم وتقديم هذا الحفل بالشكل الجميل، وكنت خفيف على قلوبكم. اكيد الحين نحن نتشرف بوجودكم وناخذ صورة جماعية ونخليها ذكرى لهذا المؤتمر المميز، مؤتمر الاستدامة للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. حياكم الله جميعا لأخذ صورة جماعية. Group photo for all of you.
ان شاء الله مو برد درس فيينا، ثلجنا بفيينا.
ثلجتوا؟
برد كان بفيينا.